Thank you. So this is the May 16th, 2024 meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission's Wildlife Resources Committee. Callers and those joining via Zoom have been placed on mute, and when it's time for members of the public to engage in a conversation about an agenda item, they'll receive instructions on how to indicate that they would like to speak. Please keep your microphone on mute unless you have been called on to speak. And I want to take a moment to welcome my fellow co-chair of the Wildlife Resources Committee, Commissioner Darius Emerson. And I'll give you the floor if you wanted to say anything about.
No, this is my first meeting and I'm excited to be here, so take it easy on me today.
Goes for everyone. Okay, I'm going to pass it on to Ari for technical notes.
Okay. Cheers up with that. And welcome, Chair Hanson. For those here in the meeting room, please mute your computers and especially Zoom if you're connected to the webinar. If you're participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and used the call me option, that linkage happens automatically. If you're joining by phone only and wish to speak to an agenda item, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. If you're having technical difficulty with the meeting, please contact fgc@fgc.ca.gov. Once again, that email address is fgc@fgc.ca.gov. That's the preferred method, or you can call 916-902-9286 if it's absolutely needed. Zoom's chat feature should be disabled other than to communicate with the host. Don't use that unless you need to, because we're not actively monitoring it. And one more thing for the people a couple of other things for the people in the room. The restroom facility, right out the door that you came in, the door that's right near us, to the left. And please watch your step because we have cords back here. So if you need to make your way around the table, just please be careful. There's a trip hazard here. So watch your step. And that's all I have.
Wonderful. And I also just want to take a moment to thank the staff of the Fish and Game Commission, the staff of the department who are here. I don't know if we're going to do introductions.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do those in a moment. And then members of the public who are here in person and on Zoom. And I'll give it back to you already to do introductions.
So today in the room, we have Melissa Miller-Henson, the Executive Director for the Commission. My name is Ari Kornman. I'm the Wildlife Advisor for the Commission. We also have David Howe on Zoom, Regulatory Analyst for the Commission, and Kelsey Laird, Executive Analyst, helping us out. For the department, we have Chad Dibble, Deputy Director of the Wildlife and Fisheries Division, Nathaniel Arnold, Acting Deputy Director and Chief of Law Enforcement. Actually, he's not here. We have Scott Gardner, Branch Chief of the Wildlife Branch, Jay Rowan, Branch Chief of Fisheries Branch, and that's all. Department. Let's see if there's any other. So our goal today is a robust, informed discussion on the meeting items that we have. We ask that you, we want to hear from everybody and have robust participation from everybody, both in the room and on Zoom. But please keep your comments on topic and succinct because we have a lot of people and a lot of topics to get to. So it helps if you stay on track and keep your comments as succinct as possible to the point. I want to note that the committee does not make decisions. It only makes recommendations to the full body, to the commission itself. So any recommendations that come out of the committee today need to be approved by the full commission body at one of its meetings. So if you'd like to speak, raise your hand. If you're in the room, you can raise it in person. If you're on Zoom, please use Zoom to raise your hand. We'll share your name, and if you have an affiliate, if you're willing to, and an affiliation, if you have any. That's it. That's all I have.
Great, thank you so much, Ari. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order, and the first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda and the order of items, and I think we have one request to move an item, which is, number 5, agenda item number 5, waterfowl hunting in Southampton Bay, just to put that after lunch in order to make it, possible for the, representative from the city government there to participate in person. Is that right, Melissa?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so we'll move that one after lunch, if that's okay with you, Commissioner Anderson?
That's fine with me.
Okay. Anything else that we need to discuss on the agenda? Okay. All right, so we'll move to item number 2, annual regulation changes, and I will turn it over to you, Ari, to introduce that one.
Okay.
Give instructions.
So some Zoom instructions for folks on Zoom that would like to participate in the conversation. If you'd like to contribute to the conversation and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand button to raise your hand. If you're participating on your computer, the raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. On the mobile app, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. When your audio has been unmuted, you need to click yes when prompted to unmute your microphone. If you're on the phone only, press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand and alert us that you'd like to contribute to the conversation. If you press *9 on your phone a second time, you will take yourself out of the queue, so don't do that unless you want to lower your hand. Melissa will manage the queue of speakers, and you need to unmute yourself using the Zoom button or press *6 on your phone again. Okay, so to get this topic started, this is annual regulation changes. Waterfowl hunting, Central Valley sport fishing, and Klamath River Basin sport fishing. Each year, the commission promulgates these three rulemakings to conform state regulations to federal frameworks and recommendations. These are waterfowl hunting and 2 packages for sport fishing in the Central Valley and Klamath River Basin. Today is the initial vetting for these future rulemakings, where the department provides an early look into the concepts and plans for regulation changes. It's also a chance for stakeholders in the public to offer ideas for changes to these 3 regulation packages. In particular, we'd like to have a rather robust discussion on waterfowl. There were lots of ideas put forth at the last meeting, and we'd like to vet those here at this early stage so that we have a chance to fully consider those for the future.
Great, thank you, Ari. Yeah, I just want to echo the last thing that Ari said. We'll come back to this item in September to develop a recommendation to the full commission, but this is really a great time to have dialogue about what you would like to see in the next package, so that there's time for both the commission and the committee and the department to do our homework and learn more about how to address concerns and things that you all want to see in this next package. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to public comment. I'm sorry, we have a presentation on this one today, I believe.
No, put that next.
We don't.
Next time.
Okay, I'm sorry, that's the next item. Thank you. Okay, so we can go to public discussion, and I'd like to see how many folks are here to speak to this topic. I know we have one in person.
No.
Do we have a count? Do we have any folks on Zoom who are interested in discussing this one? Okay, no hands yet. If that changes, that's okay. Great, well, the floor is yours.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Anderson, Mark Henling with California Waterfowl Association. Obviously, it's very early in the process. We just, gaveled down this year's regulations a month ago. So it's still early, but I think just a couple of quick things. I think from our perspective, one of the main, things we want to see with the regulations this year is to make sure that the environmental document is as flexible as possible in terms of season dates and bag limits. So if we need to later on down the line make necessary modifications, we can do that. So having that flexibility is very important, particularly as opposed to the current regulations. The change we would like to see at this point for next season would be to make sure that the balance of state, Southern San Joaquin and Southern California zones can open on the 3rd Saturday in October rather than the 4th. And that, in order to protect the integrity of the youth hunt, we have the opportunity to end season on the last Sunday in January. That'll provide 5 days of rest for the kids, ensure that they have a higher quality hunt, so that's really important. And this proposal too would increase the total number of regular season hunt days. And it also helps to ensure that both duck and goose season end on the same day, which we're always striving to simplify the regulations, make it easier for, particularly for new hunters. So I think that's a step in that direction. So thank you.
Great, thank you, and I'm glad you addressed that question of how to disentangle. You know, we couldn't really solve the youth hunt in the ways that we all would have liked this year without having it affect the veteran hunt. So, yeah, I'm interested in, as this conversation moves forward, just how we make sure that we preserve both of those opportunities.
Great.
And Mark, I know that you pointed out when we had that youth hunt discussion that there were some timing issues as it related to when most of the groups came together. I hope going forward, we'll have our recommendations and full proposal in early,
Yeah.
so that we'll both the
I'm
department.
glad you mentioned that. We will certainly, within CWA, try to get our formal input to you much earlier, rather than April, which is what we've done year in and year out,
Yeah.
hopefully even before January.
That'd be great.
Great.
Yeah.
That's great. Just looking at January, with the last Sunday in January, even if it's next year. Okay, putting together that 5 days of rest, okay. Great, thank you. Do we have other folks online who'd like to comment?
We have Mark's iPad.
Okay.
I wonder if that's Mark Smith, I don't know.
It is Mark Smith.
Mark, hold on one second. Sorry about that, Chad. Go ahead.
Earlier is always better. We're here, it's kind of initial today. We come back in September with a recommendation from the committee that goes to the commission as a receipt in December. We're moving forward on those. Y'all aren't meeting until January, having a recommendation coming out. That's still getting late.
Yeah.
Because we got a lot of work in between to
So maybe,
materials and get things together. So it's actually ideally what we want to do is hopefully come to resolution of some sort and come to that December meeting with a package that hopefully everybody likes, not initial to the commission, and then we're starting to scramble until we get to discussion and vote. So earlier is better. That's all I'll say. Y'all have to work
No,
on
that's
your own
good to know.
channels, but best you can do is earliest as possible is getting us the
So
information.
Chad, ideally, if they came to us in November, right, is that soon enough, or are you even saying before?
I think, that obviously the public can come, it's a whole public process, but ideally, we're gonna come back in September with
Right.
hopefully something for you all to say, this is pretty good, we feel comfortable moving to the commission for a full discussion, so I know that's only months away, and again, back to your own organizations, but the reality is, we'd like to try to resolve in September, so we get to December and
Get that
smooth,
recommendation.
and things are happening, but
Yeah.
I realize there's
Our
a real
meeting
world out
then,
there,
so
folks that have
not a
to
problem.
do things, but.
So you're okay with that timing?
yeah, I mean, it'll be a little bit early for some folks, but we'll get it done.
Yeah, otherwise, we're moving forward with the recommendation from the committee. We still don't understand the scope and the landscape that the package is actually going to be contemplating.
And it's harder to discuss in front of the full commission meeting and have that dialogue that we have here. And then it gives us time to do homework and vet things and talk to folks if we need to, if things maybe don't line up with one party or another, and it just gives us more time. So anyways, I recognize that and we see that, but earlier is always better. That's always just gonna be my statement on, as we start to do a lot of initial vetting today on lots of topics. So that'll be my theme. Earlier is better. Keep
Really
bringing
fair.
it
All
on.
right, thanks for putting a point on that. Yeah, I see that in our proposed, timetable, we do have the possibility of making a recommendation to the full commission in September. So it sounds like that's a goal. Let's make sure that we're putting everyone on notice that this is the opportunity in these next months to.
Here and then, even September, so that we have time to work it before we get to, come to the commission.
Okay,
Great thing, right?
Yeah.
So maybe it's hearing it today, talking about things, getting back to with the parties. As we hear these, coming back in September with other parties' recommendations, we have more discussion. We work that through as a recommendation going forward to December. So just gives our staff time and the public time to kind of understand what's happening.
So Mark, if you look at August, the pull your people together, go ahead and meet with folks on the department.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
okay. Sorry about that. Mark was waiting patiently on to make this provide his input.
Yeah, hi, sorry. My first question is, because I just logged on a little late, are we only talking about A or are we talking about B and C already as well?
For clarifying that. I think we can take comments on all three together, given that there are only a couple of hands up total. So let's take comment on A. I shouldn't be saying comment. Let's discuss A, B, and C, all of them while we're.
So I have
Sure.
some potential adjustments on B and C that might come.
Speak up, Jay.
That's it. I was gonna say I have some potential adjustments on B and C that we're gonna discuss, so it may be helpful to.
I'm happy to wait. Let me just say one thing, which is with the guides, I represent Northern California Guides and Sportsmen. We were not on yesterday's teleconference, and so to the two commissioners in the room, I do want to apologize for that. That teleconference has been established specifically for us to talk about the inland river season and to give us some breathing room between the decisions at the PFMC and the decision making at the state level. James was sick, and I didn't know that he wasn't going to be able to cover it. So we appreciate all your attention to the fisheries issues. I look forward to hearing what Jay has to say about adjustments on B and C before making further comment. And sorry for not making it to the call yesterday.
Jay, did you want to go ahead and make comments on?
Sure, if we didn't have any more.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear about that.
Yeah, no problem.
Do we have other folks who are interested in speaking to waterfowl hunting? It sounds like we're gonna do a little shift in topic here. Waterfowl hunting. Twice, okay.
Sure, so,
Okay.
yeah, I'll talk about Klamath and Central Valley separately. Obviously, in both of those processes, we're still a really long ways off from having any information where we could talk specifically about numbers for the season next year. But we do have some changes that we're looking forward, and we'll discuss more thoroughly, have a presentation on the next WRC. Get them out to this group so we can discuss them. The first one is for the Klamath River. As we know, for the second year in a row this year, yesterday, we had to do an emergency regulation for spring run. So one of the things that we've been looking towards is just rolling that season into this annual package. And that's the season that starts July 1st, goes to, I think it's September 31st on the Klamath, the 15th on Trinity. So what we would do is just add in numbers of fish we would add into that package. The second part in the Klamath, obviously we just passed fairly recently the new regulations for the areas that are going to be newly anadromous habitat above the dams. So during that process, we committed to stakeholders that we would be evaluated on a regular basis and be able to open that as quickly as possible to fishing. So what we would also like to do is roll the salmon portions of that into this annual package. It makes for an annual larger Klamath River Basin salmon package instead of just having this small fall room and then having separate regulation processes to cover the rest of the plan. So I think it's going to make a lot more sense to have that all together.
Hey, have you talked to stakeholders about that, and if you had, and who have you met with, and who have you talked to?
Yeah, so most of that's been done by our Region 1 staff, so I don't know who all they have talked to, but I know regularly they're talking with the Klamath Basin tribes, and then the cow trouts and the the folks that have been particularly interested in the process that had a lot of comments in the initial Klamath Basin above dam project. But this is still, we haven't done a ton of outreach on this yet. This is still kind of a newer concept.
At least for me, as we go through this process, when we have these discussions, I'd love to know sort of where that third party input, especially the tribal input, Cal Trout, some of the other organizations as we're, thinking about what's next.
Yeah, definitely. And again, this is kind of the initial where we're kicking that out to the public, right? So there have been some conversations sort of at meetings and topics that we've had, but for the most part, this is kind of the kickoff of that discussion. So.
And I'll just say that when we were going through that dam removal and, process and how we were gonna look at upstream, that was something, as Jay mentioned, that they were interested in is we don't want to set something, we want to see how it goes, we want to be flexible, and I think the idea here, conceptually, I think people got it, and we did talk about it a little bit about how do we do this in the future.
Yeah.
And the intent was to be flexible, we think that adding it to this package, so it's regularly part of an annual thing.
Sure.
That's the most flexible you all can be, just because of the process we have to change a regulation versus now we're doing annuals and then we're doing it separate and it's like, oh, well, something changed here, let's do this. So we want to try to be in front of it. We thought bringing these together, so when we're talking about it,
Mhm.
you all are also looking at it cohesively as far as what are all the regs we're talking about on this river and on this tributary.
So, streamlining obviously makes sense to me. It gives, certainty and you can project it longer. When you guys thought about this, is there any downside or in the preliminary, discussions, is anybody concerned about merging?
Yeah, we haven't heard any concerns
Okay.
yet. Again, still fairly new in the process. For the most part, when we talk about tribes, they still have their federally recognized fishing rights. This is sport fishing,
Yeah.
so it's completely separate. This would.
But if you guys haven't heard any complaints, you're probably not doing it right.
Right.
Yeah.
We're not middle yet.
Somebody angry.
Sure. Point noted. Yeah, but I think it's actually gonna make a ton of sense. I think the main drawback that I might see is, we'd only be talking about salmon, we wouldn't be talking about steelhead, trout.
Right.
And there's probably gonna be, particularly the TU, the cow trout, that's sort of where they're more inclined with is they wanna see, some trout and steelhead regulations, kind of get on a quicker pathway. So, we gotta further talk about that, but I don't think it would make sense to incorporate those regulations into this package. Because this is a very salmon specific package that has, we have the quota system that goes on the Lower Klamath River, and that's now gonna be. We're gonna have to at least take into account all this new habitat in the upper river, fish going up to that area, so. There may be some changes to that. It's just not really clear how that all will play out.
And Jay, do you envision ultimately, 2 years, 3 years down the road, having steelhead and trout as one package as it relates to the region? Or do you think you'll always keep salmon separate?
I think salmon would always be separate.
Okay.
We would have a separate package for trout and or steelhead. We would still have to discuss whether that is sort of an annual package or we just bring it into our normal sport fish annual package. I think that kind of makes the most sense, which we'd be talking about at our next meeting. And we'll be talking about the annual package. So we do have something that goes forward every year. It's just on a slightly different timeline. The reason this package is on a different timeline is because of just when the seasons start.
Sure.
So it makes more sense. to start it
Thank you.
slightly earlier than our normal annual sport fishing.
Yeah. And I'm interested to hear what other folks think about that, but, so I had the good fortune to be able to visit the dam sites with some of the Fish and Game Commission staff last week, and it was really clear, it's really clear that it's going to be an amazing restoration, just, incredible amount of like stream miles, river miles, riparian ecosystems, those watersheds and cultural rights, and I think it's just it's all positive, but it was also very clear from the visit that even the restoration itself is this has never been done before. It's not clear how long things are gonna take. They're making decisions on a daily basis about, what the next step is, putting one foot in front of the other. So it's really clear that it's not gonna be obvious when it's ready to be fished again. And so because of that, I wanna make sure that we have at least an annual sort of check-in about how it's looking, whether that comes as part of do you think that should come as part of the annual sport fishing package, or is that something that we should sort of set up as part of your updates to the
I think maybe just in general, that might come better, especially on the trout and steelhead side, maybe
Yeah.
as an update on sort of what we're thinking.
Okay,
The annual package is very much focused on regulations that we're looking to put forward.
Yeah.
So I think in my view, that would be just as an annual update, that would be a better place, and we could certainly commit to doing that is on an annual basis, give the committee an update on where things stand currently with the project.
what's the right timing for that? Is that January or May or September?
Yeah, good question. Probably around this time of year.
Okay. That makes sense. We know how the winter's gone and what flows have been, what's happened with erosion and all that. Okay, so maybe, let's make sure that we have that on the agenda for May every year. That makes sense to me.
Yeah,
Commissioner. I
absolutely.
just want to make sure it doesn't fall off the radar.
And we'll check in with our folks that are up north on the ground of the project, make sure, but we'll definitely figure out how to, what is the right timing. We'll potentially say May, but we want to make sure that's appropriate.
Yeah, absolutely.
What they're doing, and we'll let you know for sure. But knowing that it's some kind of an update annually that we can kind of count on that we're gonna present here.
Just check in and have an opportunity to hear from everybody about whether, how they're doing and how the river's doing.
And if I could add to that, and perhaps then following, if it is in May, then perhaps at the June meeting with the update, just a shortened version, right? Just a quick, we discussed this at WRC, but just for all commissioners and public, maybe just a quick update there as well on how things are going on the planet, because we do have a strong interest among all 5 of our commissioners about the climate restoration effort.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think it'd be great at some point to have some of the tribal representatives come down and also give us, their opinion on how it's going and collaboration and some of those issues. So I think an invite from, I guess, us as a commission or the department, I think would be good.
Yeah, I think a May timeline sets us up well too for when we get on our thinking that we are ready to change the regulation in that area. It would set us up for the next WRC. So.
Right.
Great. Okay,
All right.
let's go to public comment on now items B and C, since we did go ahead and
I do
separate them
have
out.
one more for C.
Oh, you have another one for C.
I do.
Thank you.
Real quick on the Central Valley. So primarily on this one, we're looking to add more flexibility to dates and locations. So the last couple of years, we've seen some obviously challenging times. We think that just based on what we're seeing, that may continue for some time in the main stem Sacramento, as well as in the ocean. Hopefully we've had some good water years where we're producing more hatchery fish. We have a lot of stuff on the ground. We're going to try and change that, but sort of restoring that stem part of the Sacramento is going to take some time. So one of the things that we've been looking at to be able to provide opportunity to people and still offer protection is to be able to provide some more certainty of catch and harvest inland. And one of the ways that we can do that, since we don't have the capability like in the Klamath to do a quota type system in the Central Valley, it's much too large and complex to be able to do that type of a system. So one of the things we're looking at is adding some flexibility to the start and end dates of the season. So typically we start July 1, it goes through the season. What we're looking at is adding some sort of language, and we're not totally set on what that language will be yet, but allow us to have a certain number of days, right? So having it for 45 days, 30 days, 60 days, whatever it is, starting on this date, ending on this date. And we think that'll allow flexibility in these really tight years where we're sort of down near that bottom of the conservation objectives, to be able to allow some opportunity inland, potentially in the ocean, and still have some certainty that we will reach those conservation objectives. So.
Great. Thank you. I know Mark.
And again, I would just reiterate my comment before, the third parties, everybody out there, I know this is a big issue. I've had actually a couple of people talk to me about the area and sort of what we're doing out there. So I'd love to get input, and hear sort of what the regional office is hearing in a second.
Yeah, this is definitely one that we have heard from, I'm sure Mark Smith will talk to, we've heard from Norfolk Guidance Sportsmen and some of the other angling groups in the valley that they want some opportunity. But we
It's a
understand.
chamber of commerce issue too. I mean, the bait shops, the restaurants, I mean, all these little towns, they rely on this income. And so,
Yeah.
They're watching what we do.
So,
That's the intent, try to provide opportunity where we can, and we're not hindered by our own regulations. So we give ourselves the flexibility to say, it's a short season,
Right.
might still be there's no season, might be it's a normal-ish, whatever you want to call normal these days season, right? But
Right.
that flexibility is there so that we can be adjusted and flexible as we go through the season, and we learn how things go. When we get to May really quick, or we get to these periods where we still need more debate. So we have some flexibility. That's
That
really
makes a
what's
ton of sense.
Yeah, and, you know, closures is always hard, and when, understanding what we're trying to do, from a conservation standpoint, protection standpoint, but even a short season is better than no season at all. A 2-week season, at least somebody gets to do something.
and that's sort of the idea behind this, is to add that flexibility in these lean years that, in places that we feel that we can offer opportunity, we have the option to. Last year, I think we added some flexibility to be able to break off different sections of the Central Valley, different rivers, into kind of discrete, spaces, so we could, have different limits on each individual river. This will now allow us to further break down to have not only individual bag limits, possession limits, but also have individual season limits.
Yeah, okay. I have more questions, but I want to let Mark Smith, who's been waiting patiently, weigh in on the discussion here. Mark, please.
Thank you, guys. Sorry, I'm not on camera myself. So we have greatly appreciated the department's flexibility with the eyesores on the Klamath and the Central Valley over the last several years, right? We have a wide range from no fish to 2 adults with a jack or 2. And so the options are always pretty flexible. And I think that's important because the conditions are changing so rapidly, right? We have gone from having 2 adult fish. I think in one place in time, we had 3 adult fish even recently within the last 5 years, all the way to complete total closure. So having the utmost flexibility, I think, makes sense. We definitely want to be involved in conversations about changing the way that the package rolls out in the Klamath Trinity. We need more information on, Jay, what you're proposing on the dates, but I know you and James talk on a regular basis. I will say that we as a salmon fishing community have erred on the side of conservation over the last 2 years, right? Like, I think there might have been an argument to be made even this year that you could fish for a limited duration in certain sections of the Sacramento Valley. And we have advocated for a complete closure for the 2nd year in a row because we would rather rebuild the stocks than continue to stress them, right? And so, Commissioner Anderson, I think your comments are well intentioned that even a short season is better than no season, but I do think that the fishing groups over the last couple of years have opted to go for a full closure out of a sense of conservation and prioritization of rebuilding the stock rather than continuing to stress it. I will also note that we believe that at times there's a significant amount of strain that's occurring. And so just because you've got good returns in one, like on the American or on the Feather, it doesn't necessarily mean that those are all those fish that are from that system, and that we may be overfishing based on strays and slightly inaccurate observation. The last thing that I will say is that we continue to press the department and the commission to work with the PFMC to raise the inland conservation objective. This is sort of an arcane topic, but right, every year we set an escapement total that we would like to see met. And I believe we missed that total about 75% on average, right? I don't have the exact number in front of me, but we don't have a good track record of forecasting what the returns to the system are going to be. And as a result, we are consistently below it. One of the ways that we are going to rebuild our natural spawners and develop the health of the system is to raise that conservation objective. And the PFMC has indicated that they want to talk about that. I believe the Fish and Game Commission has previously sent a letter supporting that. We believe that that is an important part of rebuilding these salmon stocks and letting us have both a thriving ocean and an inland fishery. So nothing that we haven't said before. We appreciate the department's partnership and the fact that they keep an open dialogue with us. Again, we are leaning towards being more conservative. It does hurt us the federal funding that we've received to offset the losses from last year is not enough. And frankly, not a dollar of that has been paid out yet. And so we are suffering, but we are willing participants in this dialogue, trying to do what we can to make sure that we have a sustainable fishery going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Jay, I wanted to ask, well, first of all, if you have any response to that, and then you mentioned restoration, and I think this is a nice opportunity just to hear a little bit more about activities that are going on, think about whether we want to do an update on that, like a more extensive update on that.
Sure, yeah, I mean, I know Director Bonham's talked about the California salmon strategy for a higher, drier future. There's a lot of, topics within that are activities that are underway, but I don't think I could even recap in this short amount of time on all the things that are included in that strategy that are currently ongoing, as well as what's planned for the future. So, good.
Jay, can I ask,
Sure.
with the recent budget cuts, were any of those dollars either delayed or removed?
No, most of the funds we have, we're working through. We still don't quite know how the budget cuts will lay out, but they weren't targeted at specifically some of those actions. We were lucky enough the last year to get the 100 million for salmon, which we committed and worked through, and that was since it's committed, it's not part of the cut, if you will, for some of the general fund dollars, because it was general fund. But we still have lots of work to do to figure out how in this budget cycle we continue to press on that strategy and ensure that we keep pace and we keep moving, because there isn't the windfall of money we've seen the last couple of years, so we're gonna have to get a little creative in some places, I think, but
Is the department having to go through any cuts at all?
we do have some slated cuts across the board, and I don't want to be misquoted here, but in general, all state departments have a 7.9% cut that's expected. There's some salary savings and vacancy cuts that are expected based on vacant positions within all state departments. We did take one cut to our wildfire program as it sits right now. That was a general fund program that's been funded. It was in January slated to be part of the GGRF offsets and the fund shifts. That's been removed. Some salt and sea shifts. We had some wetland money shifts. So we're in large part, we're okay and may hold some places, but the major cuts would be how that 7.9 or 7.85% cut comes across the department, and then some of the salary stuff. So by and large, we're doing pretty good so far, but there's still a month or so to go of discussions, and
More wrangle?
yeah, we'll keep working through it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else want to contribute to discussion on agenda item 2? This is waterfowl hunting, Central Valley and Klamath River Basin sport fishing. And this is initial discussion and opportunity for us to hear from everybody, but if we have no further discussion, we can move to item 3, periodic regulation changes, which is the initial vetting for upland game bird hunting and mammal hunting. I'm going to turn it over to Ari to introduce the items, and then we have a presentation.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just to go on the record, I'm going to leave the room because just on the err on the side of caution, because I own a club that works with pheasants, even though we don't have resident birds. I'm going to go ahead and step out and then come back after this item's done. So
Would you like to
don't-
separate A and B so that we can have you step out for
Yes,
game bird
if
hunting
you
and
could
come
do
back?
that,
From
yeah,
Okay, so
please.
we'll introduce the whole item.
Yeah.
And then we'll discuss 3A and we'll get you back to
Perfect,
3B.
good.
All right, thank you.
And if I could, before Ari starts, just a reminder to folks that the microphone for folks who are online listening is over there. And to the extent that we can use our outdoor voices or at least raise them slightly above our normal conversational, it's really helpful to those at the other end, because otherwise they're cranking their volume up as high as possible to try and capture everything that's being said. And we need it in the middle of the room so we can hear everyone on all sides.
Okay, thank you for the reminder, Melissa. I'm going to use my projection voice from here on out. Try to, Ari, I'll turn it over to you to introduce the item.
Each year, WRC considers 2 potential future rulemakings for upland game bird hunting and mountain hunting. Although it's not always certain that these rulemakings will move forward in a given year, it's the term periodic. Today is the initial vetting for these potential future rulemakings, where the department provides an early look into concepts and plans for regulation changes. It's also a chance for stakeholders and the public to offer ideas for changes to these two regulation packages. So we'll start off with 3A, upland resident game bird hunting. Is there any discussion on that?
And just to clarify, is the presentation we have today from Mario on item B?
We actually have two and they're both for B.
Okay, so we'll hold off on those.
He has a slide for item
He
A.
has one slide.
It's part of the whole package.
Should we go ahead and just have Mario, can you present the
Yeah,
one
that's the
slide
one slide.
about
Let's do
the
that.
game bird hunting
split 'em.
component of this? Yeah, we'll split it
Yeah.
so that we have Commissioner
Fine.
Anderson here for the whole second part.
The slide is only going to take a minute or so. Is it
Not
up?
a problem.
David, can you put that up?
There we go.
Okay,
Let's see, go to slide 3, please. So we're jumping into the upland game birds first. Here we go. There it is. So I'll just jump right into it. First of all, good morning, Commissioner Zavaleta and members of the public. Many of you are aware that the pheasant population in California has decreased significantly over the last 30 years, and consequently also the pheasant harvest has gone down significantly. It's been rather dramatic, and we have instituted a robust monitoring program to understand where populations are still good. We're also pursuing habitat restoration on both public as well as private lands. But we would like to better understand how hunting might potentially be impacting populations as well. We have not done that in California yet. Additionally, we've also received feedback regarding turkeys. The turkey hunt season in some areas starts before the birds are ready for breeding. And in some areas, it starts after animals starting to breed. Especially in northeastern California, we've received feedback from Siskiyou County, for example, that they requested whether we can do the turkey season a little bit later. What we are intending to do over the next couple of months is we have prepared a survey with potential management strategies of how to best address these two items. We are contacting our constituents, and then at the September WRC, we'll have a more fleshed out proposal in terms of what we would like to consider after we've spoken to our stakeholders and have been able to look at the survey results and define our next steps more appropriately. So that's all regarding the upland game birds that we wanted to mention today. And when Co-Chair Anderson is back in the room, we can commence with the rest of the package.
perfect. Thanks so much, Mario. A question before I invite other folks into the discussion. Can you say a little bit more about, I mean, I realize the question you pose is what the effects of hunting are on pheasants, but I'm curious whether you have insight into other potential drivers of those declines.
Yeah, the primary decline reasons that people are considering is that the changes in agriculture, where essentially different farming practices over the last 30 years, where essentially we are doing more cleaner farming, where there's less kind of messy areas on these lots that are really good habitat. That's one of the primary drivers for the population to go down. And even though pheasants are obviously an introduced species, they are a very important part of our hunting heritage in California. And pheasants are also a species that, when it works well for pheasants, it actually works well for many other species as well, and many non-game species, which is one of the other reasons why we are taking it seriously and spending effort on making sure that we have a better idea in terms of where we are population-wise and what we might be able to do to rebuild the populations, including considering some translocations from areas where they are still doing well.
Scott, did you want to?
Yeah, I could comment a little, and full disclosure, this was my former job for many years, so I know this pretty well up on game birds. And it's exactly what Mario said, we think that it's a habitat driven thing. We have a number of programs, including the nesting bird habitat incentive program, to work with agriculture to improve upland habitats. We've been meeting with stakeholders really over the past just about 10 years to identify the issues that we need to address, and we're working on those. But one thing that continues, that we continue to hear sort of split opinion on is the hunting season too long? And is hunting, does there reach a point that populations are so small that hunting could indeed have an impact?
What was the last part?
I said, can a population get so small that it reaches a point that hunting could indeed have an impact? We're not saying really one way or the other here. We're continuing to do science, but there is really a split opinion that we get from the public pretty consistently.
Yeah, which is why we're
Some
doing,
of it, yeah, go ahead. You're fine. Go ahead.
which is why we're also doing a survey to better understand where the opinions are and what makes the most sense in terms of next steps.
Thank you. Let's open it up for discussion. Bill, please.
I was, grew up a avid pheasant hunter, and really sad to see where the state is right now when it comes to that. I agree with Mario that farming practices is a major driver. We used to hunt the heck out of those. They're still hunting the heck up in Klamath and areas where they're doing okay. Appears to me, Scott's a scientist, I have a tremendous amount of respect for him, especially when it comes up on birds. It appears to me that hunting on pheasants is mostly compensatory. I mean, and that farming is by far and away the major driver. That's just a little side comment on that. My main comment on upland game birds is when it comes to turkeys, this is different, and I represent the Turkey Federation, right? But this is the first I've heard about folks, calling for maybe a delay in seasons in some areas in California. I get it. But as far as the stakeholders that you're reaching out to, Mario, to make sure that I'm in the loop on this, so I can bring the Turkey Federation in the loop on it as well. So that, that they're weighing in on this too. I mean, I think it makes sense, but I haven't talked to them about it. Would certainly like to have them at the table with this.
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We've been hearing about this from Siskiyou County and northern state residents, frankly, for a couple of decades, asking to delay the start time.
The date, not the time, but the date.
Yeah, excuse me, you're right. The
Yeah.
date. We hunt turkeys in the spring, and there's a whole science to getting it right after the initial breeding has occurred, and if you're hunting them prior to any breeding occurring. And a lot of these are also perceptions of our hunters, so that's part of why we want to do a survey. We're definitely not coming to the table here with we think we need to close hunting down agenda. We're sort of open, considering all this ourselves.
No,
This North State stuff's been out there for quite a while, and I think there's been a resurgence, particularly in some of the dialogue that we're having with Siskiyou County on a variety of issues. Sorry, Bill.
No, I was just gonna say, I mean, I'm not accusing you guys of trying to set turkey hunting down. I mean, turkeys are doing very well. I mean, there's a bulletproof, no pun intended, population out there that seems to do well regardless of habitat conditions, what the climate's doing or what it's turkeys, right? And it may make a ton of sense to delay the opener. It's tough to hunt them when they're not, I mean, the spring season is all about getting them during the breeding season, right? So anyway, just make sure we're in the loop so we can contribute. That's all.
Absolutely.
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 And it might be that it's a zonal strategy, but again, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. We're going to try to understand first what our constituents are thinking. And of course, Bill will be instrumental in getting the word out as well.
Yeah, Mark Henley, California Waterfowl. So in terms of the pheasants, sounds like you're looking possibly at some changes to the season dates for the entire hunting season. Looking at that a little bit, but what about hunting specifically on the wildlife areas? The first Monday of the season that was taken away, and that restriction's already been put in place. Are you looking possibly at some other additional restrictions on the public hunting on the wildlife areas?
Not necessarily more than that. I think we'd be open to any dialogue. But we don't have a specific, if that's what you're asking,
Yeah.
proposal on our wildlife areas in mind. No.
Yeah, and as you know, I mean, there's still quite a few hardcore folks that pursue them during the season. For the people that put in their time, they actually can be pretty successful. So I just want to make sure that public hunting is kept intact.
I understand. Most of the hunting, of course, as we know, occurs in that first 10 days of the season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
a long time, we had a month-long season and then we moved it out to 7 weeks. And again, we do hear from a number of people who think it's too long. Okay, will do. Does
Thank you, sir.
that work?
Yeah. You have a tendency to tape her off.
Okay. Word is.
Do we have other folks who'd like to contribute to the discussion on upland game bird hunting today? Okay. Well, given that this is an initial vetting, yes, that's great. Thank you, everyone, for your input, and thanks for the updates. Thank you, Mario, for the presentation. I'm excited to learn more about what you find out from the survey, and we'll just pause for a moment. Oh, he's already back. We'll make sure Commissioner Anderson is back before we shift gears to UV mammal hunting. And we'll start by turning it over back to you, Mario, for the rest of the presentation.
Appreciate that. David, could you go back to slide 2, please? Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. So, welcome, of course, Co-Chair Anderson as well. We just talked about pheasants, and we'll talk about the rest of the package that we've been putting together. We, of course, were just here less than a month ago doing a robust package as part of our adoption hearing. And we have, we believe, an ambitious set of ideas for the next regulatory cycle as well. So we'll go over this in a few minutes. We have staff on standby as well for more detailed questions if there are any. And then the other thing that I wanted to point out, and I think it's sometimes important just to kind of say it right out of the gate. Ari already mentioned it as part of his introduction. We have a number of items identified, and sometimes asking ourselves, where are we really in the process in terms of can we really pull this off by September? We have erred on the side of being quite aggressive and ambitious in terms of what we are trying to bite off this season. But obviously that also means that what we're talking about today is initial vetting, and these definitely do not constitute necessarily promises in terms of everything that will get done in this changing environment where we're still kind of down some staff and what's happening with budgets, et cetera, in a more macro environment that we're in at the moment. So we can skip to, let's see, we can skip to slide, let's see, 5. Skipping waterfowl as well as the pheasant discussion that we just had. This is kind of like setting it up in terms of what we're doing for our big game species. I think everybody knows this, but it's, I think, good to just remind us that we're going to be doing our surveys later this year. And based on those surveys, we're going to make recommendations. Obviously, the data that we collect within those surveys is also part of going into our management and conservation plans. So it's an important data set, and we don't exactly know yet, after not having, we won't know until after these surveys, exactly where we're going to land on some of these quotas, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. David, could you move to the next slide, please? Slide 6. So we've heard folks loud and clear as it pertains to elk. We've had interactions with Siskiyou County regarding the Siskiyou Hunt Zone. I think most of you remember the discussion regarding conflict zones and various other things in Siskiyou County. We really are trying to understand whether we can increase the general tags in Siskiyou County, and are going to make it a priority to really complete the population assessments that are in the works for that hunt zone, so that we have a more balanced answer in terms of what we can do during our September timeframe at the WRC. We've obviously also heard loud and clear that people are looking for additional archery-only opportunities. There's a number of properties or a number of areas that we're talking about specifically with regions. It's a little bit premature to start sharing those right now, just because of the fact that we know that there's a lot of demand for it, and we certainly do not want to create an expectation that later we have to disappoint people on. But we are looking at 4 different areas where we believe that there might be opportunity. And of course, in our meetings that we have between now and then with HCC and other stakeholders, we will share some of those details and understandings before we have a final proposal coming out in September, what we are planning to do. During our last conversation, we also talked about share. You've seen that we've added 3 conflict zones, 2 on the coast, on the north coast, and one of them in a Tehachapi area. I'm very happy to report that we've added 2 share properties in the Mendocino conflict area. So we're making some progress there. We're having a little bit of a harder time in the Tehachapi area. There seems to be a little bit of a disconnect in terms of what people might be expecting as a financial compensation for these hunts versus what is actually reasonable as part of a share framework. We're also developing our messaging in terms of for our staff when folks are calling about conflict, that this is actually a mechanism that we believe is reasonable in terms of providing public hunting opportunity, while at the same time allowing for some of that conflict to be addressed more. And then, of course, we're looking at the hunting tags. I just mentioned that in the previous slide, that we're doing our sampling later this season. I'm a little bit more comfortable to say that we are feeling quite confident about Bear Valley and the Lake Pillsbury hunt units, because we're seeing that the elk numbers are at or above the objectives in the management plan. So we're going to be developing more details on those particular hunt zones. So that's regarding elk. Moving on to the next slide, David. So with respect to pronghorn, unfortunately last time we had to decrease our pronghorn tags by 68 tags because we're seeing a decrease in take or in harvest, as well as population numbers when we were flying over those areas this last fall and winter. We're going to prioritize those areas again this year to better understand whether that was whether there's animals that we missed, or whether there is an opportunity to do further adjustments as a result of what we're finding out this coming fall. Next slide, please. Bighorn sheep. This is probably, I think most of you already know this, but I'll just make the point here. The species coordinators that we have that are doing a tremendous amount of work, all of them have been in their job a year or shorter. The Bighorn sheep coordinator that we just hired less than a month ago was able to hit the ground running. We met at a sheep summit just a few weeks ago, and kind of tried to hammer out a number of different ideas that we want to bring forward. I think this for this game animal is probably the most baked proposal at this point, or baked ideas that we have at this time. We would like to adjust the boundary for the Sheephole Mountains, primarily because the home ranges of the animals are not corresponding with the boundary zone definition at the moment. We'd like to make sure that these home ranges are including, the hunt zones are including the home ranges of these animals. We are currently only having a August-September zone, August-September hunt for the White Mountains, and we believe that it will create more flexibility, as well as being able to respond to wildfires and other things that might be happening if we were to add a winter season hunt there as well. We're thinking about splitting the hunt season for Newberry, Rutland, and Ort Mountains, which is in zone 10, and potentially increasing the tag quota for that zone as well. It's the most healthy population that we have, and it allows for more flexibility to split these hunt zones, and also allow for folks to not potentially bump into each other as they are obviously hunting a very, very long-awaited opportunity. We are thinking of adding new hunt zones, and at the beginning of this talk, I spoke about us being very ambitious in terms of what we're putting forward today. This is something that may potentially have to wait until a later date. We are currently at the final phases of completing a sheep management plan, but we want to make sure that a sheep management plan is finished before we introduce any potential new hunting zones as well. So it's an aggressive time frame that we have for ourselves, but we believe that there is a potential that we can do this, and that's why we're talking about it today. And then finally, we're reviewing some of the guidelines for the legal ram. Some of you know that it requires, there's curl requirements, and sometimes rams break their horns, and as a result are no longer legal rams. We're working with our constituents to see whether there is potentially better definition for that. Next slide, please. So this is, during the last commission meeting, our director introduced the fact that we now have our plan essentially available for public comment. We're not going to be introducing any new regulatory change proposals as part of this current package. We are going to focus on having the bear plan completed by the end of the calendar year. We are doing a informational meeting this coming Tuesday. The details are on the website. If you go to wildlife.ca.gov/notices, you will see the details for a Zoom call this coming Tuesday from 5 to 7 p.m. I know it's also been on our Facebook and other social media channels as well. We've already received about 80 comments through email as well as through our website. And we hope that for the WRC meeting for next calendar year, that some of those comments can also help potentially generate change proposals at that time. And then the last slide on deer. We've been meeting with constituents. We obviously have been looking at the comments that were presented at the commission, as well as some of the petitions that we've received ourselves, trying to understand which elements we might be able to kind of address this year in addressing increasing additional hunt opportunity. We're thinking of, in some areas, increasing a late season deer hunt. In some areas, we are thinking of redefining some of the hunt zone boundaries. An example, for example, is the Bass Hill zone, where essentially the herd is actually outside of the current boundary. There's been some requests to adjust this, and there's some other requests that are currently working itself through the system to see where it makes sense as well, working with our regions where this makes the most, where we get the most bang for our buck. One thing that's maybe a little bit out of left field is we are currently thinking about potentially having hunting restrictions near wildlife crossing structures. I think many of you have seen that as an agency, we have spent a significant effort on building a wildlife connectivity program. We believe that fair change is important, and while this is still something that's completely in its infancy, it's something that we definitely do want to kind of bring up early to make sure that we have a full opportunity for all feedback in this area. I think most of us are familiar with the fact that there's no hunting over bait, no hunting near for bears near garbage dumps or any other areas where there's an unnatural accumulation of animals. It's very important to make sure that animals do not consider these overpasses potentially in kind of a landscape of fear type of environment where they do not want to cross or where there's disturbance continuously making them concerned about crossing these areas. Again, this is at its infancy and it certainly requires a lot more flashing, but it's certainly something that we're discussing now and starting to discuss with stakeholders as well in terms of what they think about this. Just for comparison, our bordering state, Nevada, just recently did something similar, just to make sure that animals are actually feeling good about crossing there rather than feeling deterred from using these structures. And then, of course, and Dr. Brandon Monk is going to do a presentation here in just a moment to talk in more depth about the chronic wasting disease and how and what kind of management opportunities we're currently considering. And of course, that may also affect some of the regulations in this space that we have to consider between now and September. So that's really it in terms of what we want to talk about as it pertains to the game space. And I can certainly take any questions now.
Great, thank you so much, Mario. Very comprehensive presentation, despite the early stage that we are at with the conversation. And I guess just to clarify, so Brandon has another presentation, and
yes,
that's going to be an agenda item as well. Okay, so maybe
specific to chronic wasting disease, so and kind of in that deer space. So I don't know if it's your pleasure on taking comments on the whole package things first before we get into that discussion, or wait.
it seems like for deer that, I'm sorry, Melissa, please.
You may want to separate.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, I think that the chronic wasting disease, you know, the big deal and relevant both here on the conversation about hunting regulation and then, you know, more broadly in item 7, when we just can talk about sort of broader response options and so on and hear from the department about them. So I think we actually have to separate those conversations as well, but then maybe what we can do is, have a little discussion about, mammals other than deer. And then separate out deer for afterwards, because we've got a number of, like, particularly CWD, a number of like sort of new concepts and ideas there. I think that probably means holding the second presentation until, we've had a conversation about the other mammal species first. Does that make sense to everyone?
Sure.
Any objections?
Nope.
Okay. Okay, so let's move to discussion and questions and so on about everything up to deer. So elk, bighorn, pronghorn, and bear. And I think I'll also mention at this juncture that Maria, you talked about the session that's going to take place on the 21st with respect to the new information we have about bear. And since this is a conversation about hunting regulations specifically, I want to make sure that we focus any comments on bear to this discussion of future hunting regulations. So we'll start with folks in the room. Let's get a show of hands. There's a couple folks. Okay, all right. I'm going to start in the room, so I'll go to you first, Bill.
I've actually got comments on a few things.
Okay.
First of all, on elk, I appreciate them recognizing that we're pushing for archery only tags, as Scott knows, and Mario mentioned that, so pleased, if I heard Mario correctly, he said, I think he said, looking at possibly additional AO tags in 4 different areas or something like that, what he said. That's good news, whatever we can do. There are some, I mean, take a look at the early archery seasons, which a lot of states do already, right? We don't really do that here. You know, and the other thing is there's areas in those kind, I've talked to some of the landowners as well, there's in the conflict areas, there's some semi-urban areas where you're not going to go in there with a rifle, but you can go in there with bows, take advantage of those opportunities as well. I don't know if that's part of the 4 that you guys talked about or not, but let's be creative on that. On the sheriff program, and I know this is something that Eric has had a lot of concerns on in the past, and we got a big problem down in Tehachapi, right? And it's almost all private land down there. And have we even signed up a single landowner down there at this point at all, Scott? I think
Mario mentioned 2 new properties.
that was in Mendocino.
Oh, where,
Yeah,
okay.
I don't
Okay.
think last year
I
we
don't-
had anybody to roll out the improvements.
So we are in contact currently with 3 landowners in Tehachapi. One of them declined and 2 are thinking about it.
Well, let us help you guys out on behalf of California Development Hunters and Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. I mean, we're willing to go down there, attend the town hall meetings, invite the landowners, because there are cases, I've mentioned this before in front of the commission, where people don't really want to talk to agency folks, but they'll talk to some of the NGOs. So, I mean, let us help on that. And I think you were looking, when we spoke about this a few months ago, Scott, I think we had a sheriff's supposed to be self-funding, right? Get it, but you had a little bit of additional budget in there, and you were looking at maybe making some changes within the sheriff program internally to try to boost things. I don't know if anything's happened along those lines at all, or.
Bill, can I ask a question to that? Because you referenced this before and you said the same thing. Do you feel that you're looking for the department's approval before you go down and have these meetings to help us on this? Or, what's slowing you up? Because you brought this up before.
I've heard, I don't know if it's true or not, that when RMVF tried to get out there and start doing some of that stuff, I think we were stepping on some toes. That's what I've heard. I haven't confirmed that. So I don't know how far you want to go with that, but I see us in the same meeting. I see everybody in the same meeting, and we're gonna need the department there. The internal specifics.
Yeah, but you're contradicting yourself. You're saying they don't want to meet with the department because they want to talk.
I said there's some people that are like
Right,
that. So if we tag team on it, then hopefully we can get a more robust, interest from the landlords. That's all I'm saying. We're just willing to help. We want to help wherever we can. That's all.
Well, and Bill, based on previous conversations, I think what you're suggesting is that some landowners are a little more leery, maybe not as trusting when they're talking to agency staff, but they're more open to hearing and discussing some of these ideas when they're talking to fellow hunters.
Right. So in those cases, whether that's a big issue down at that or not, we're just willing to help.
Yeah.
We just want to do what we can to try to get more landowners enrolled down there. That population's going off the charts unless we can get access.
Right, and I want that to happen, and I want, you to be successful, but that's why I'm asking, do you feel you need the department sign off, or can you just go down and have that meeting without them?
We prefer to do it collectively, I think would be the best way to do it.
So have you targeted dates that you presented to the department?
I think where we got it, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, we talked about trying to do this for the 2024 regs several months ago, and it's just, the window was just too tight. Right, so now that we're kicking off the 2025 regs, I mean, have we started talking about dates yet? No, but I think we have time to do that, right? So, because since this is the initial vetting.
We will take that. I mean, obviously y'all can have conversations and we appreciate talking to landowners, just if it's a casual conversation or some other meeting you might be having with folks on a different topic even, just introduce it and socialize the idea. Happy to, if y'all kick that off and say, hey, well, why don't I set something up? You willing to talk to the department, or we've got our own sort of outreach that we do and we're trying internally to think about how to do that differently and better because we recognize the benefits and some of those, I wouldn't say difficulties or frustrations, I'd just say maybe some misunderstandings about the program. And there's an educational component. So we're working through that internally, but we're happy to have folks, stakeholders, talking amongst themselves and with their own constituents about what's going on and what's happening. So.
Yeah, you have free food.
Yeah.
Always go a long way.
We're like.
I'll bake cookies.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
Eric, since we're on the sheriff program, I just, or do you want to finish?
And Greg, we have to speak up with our
Yeah,
microphones over
okay.
in the middle of the room. Thank
I just
you.
don't want to jump back and forth between issues, so I was just going to comment on the share program. As a participant in this share program, have a share of property, so.
Thank you.
But also having had PLM tags in the past that were removed, because the department hadn't done this, the management plan and the studies. And I know we have caps on PLM tags, but one of the things that maybe we can help the department with is, and I look at it as I'm looking at it as and I represent Smart Club, the 10 chapters of Smart Club in California. But as a landowner that's participated with the department on a lot of things in the past, is, PLM tags have a lot of value, especially in these situations. And if there was a way to get creative about maybe the share program compensation is not sufficient, but maybe compensating in some combination with maybe a PLM tag, and allowing those opportunities to landowners as well. Or if you have landowners that you're trying to get in the share program that already have PLM tags, create some type of dynamic that helps to encourage additional open access, access through the share program or other things. And I think that's, where we need to go. And if we need to look at upping the caps on PLM tags, that's where we can help. We can come in and try to take care of that and work with you on justifying that situation. So I just think being creative in this situation could be helpful.
Yeah, thanks for that, Greg. Maybe Chad or Scott could remind folks about how the cap on PLM is created and what needs to happen to change that, because I don't know that everyone's aware of that.
We actually have our
You're expert.
lead staff here. I prefer to. Victoria, I don't know if you can comment, or Mario, if you want to.
I think the Victoria is on the line, but before we get into Victoria, I just wanted to clarify on the comment made during the presentation. So the extra effort that we're making right now is specifically focused in areas where we have conflict. And so I'm not saying that we obviously don't want to do more share opportunity in general, because of course we do, but where we are specifically putting a lot of effort right now is in areas where we have conflict. And part of the discussion, I think, is also not just about the financial compensation that's associated with that, because sometimes people are comparing it to other maybe more lucrative ways of hunting on their property. It is also a mechanism of addressing conflict, and that is something that needs to be understood as well, that there is an opportunity to remove animals that might potentially be just overabundant, and that at the moment the share program as it pertains to conflict is the preferred way of trying to go about that.
All right, just a couple of quick responses, comments. Thank you, Greg, both of you. Like, I think um, there was a nexus we talked about at our last commission meeting between the opportunities for archery and share tags, also because some landowners are less comfortable with hunting using firearms on the property than they are with hunting using archery. And so I just wanted to raise that again, because I think that's an interesting nexus and something to sort of keep pushing forward. I don't know whether that how far that gets us towards addressing issues around the conflict. So that's a piece, but I guess a question I would have there is whether there's any downside, because the other objective with this is to increase access for the public to hunting opportunities. So if there isn't a downside to incorporating more archery fence, I'd be interested to hear, whether that's one way to address both those issues. And then the other piece on this idea of the PLM tags, I mean, I agree, I think we need to get creative, but always in service of it effectively addressing the conflict and then moving us in the direction of more public opportunity. I just would want to be cautious about shifting the PLM process in a direction that sort of continues to sort of keep hunting opportunity out of public hands. Any comment from folks at the department, or should we go to others who are waiting to speak on this item?
I think. Victoria,
Me, Victoria, okay.
yeah, she was gonna
Bill, I
answer
saw
the
your hand back there.
previous question, yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
thanks.
yes.
Sorry, I had no idea that I would be speaking today. About PLM, we're hoping maybe in the fall to open up the regulations to talk about increasing elk tags and, some sort of public access. So that we're hoping to work on soon. About share, I've talked to multiple landowners in Tehachapi. Yeah, they want more dollars than share can afford to pay them. I'm still talking to a couple of them, but we're running out of time now. And I have I believe it's 3 new PLMs, or 3 new share properties in Mendocino and 2 in Humboldt and 1 in Colusa County. So shares growing. We do have a couple properties up in Del Norte that are going to be archery only for safety reasons. So there's a whole bunch of things going on.
That's great to hear. Thanks, Victoria.
I'm sorry, Victoria, could you also, the question initially was, how is the cap for PLM established and how has that changed?
So it was established in the 2010 elk environmental document, and then it was revised in the supplemental ED in 2019. So that's something like we need to figure out how to do that. Like deer is not capped except for in the X zones. So we were trying to figure out how to do that, like how to do it on a property level, like an area, a herd, based on herds and where the property size and habitat work instead of just this hard number. So that's something we're still talking about and hopefully gonna, update. But right now it's based on a number, well, not even a number, but like a range in the 2019 ED.
And for the state as a whole, or by?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can see how you might want to get more granular about that. Thank you. Yeah, Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's definitely something we can take a look at. I mean, that's our. We think with that, particularly at those opportunities.
It's just a little bit of a conflict in how you look at what programs, PLM and share. And the purpose of them, the intention of them, the ability for a landowner to do the requirements of the PLM versus open up or share, the incentive that's wildly different between the two, which sometimes monetizes the landowner to be able to participate in PLM because they have the ability to sort of make some revenue and have some, funds off of that. And and then turn it back into the requirements under PLM to be a participant in it. Whereas the share program doesn't have it, but the incentives for share are not, they're not a whole lot when you, especially when you compare those two different programs. So it's a difficult place. We see a lot of parties in PLM.
Yeah.
We see very few in share, and there's also motivation by the landowner, depends on their intentions and what they want and what they are. As Mario mentioned, most of the share increases we've seen was purposely in the conflict zone where we just, just voted on some major increases there. But it was targeting, again, yet a different incentive of what we were trying to do, utilizing share for the opportunity, but also the incentive was to reduce conflict. And in BLM, you're sort of managing for the wildlife, you're holding the habitat, you're holding the landowners accountable to provide that habitat, you're giving an incentive, they can make monetary things off of that helps that process, but share program is more of just it's there, you have the land, there's not really any other requirements other than you're opening it up to public and you get a little bit of incentive. So there's some conflicts there, and I don't know how we resolve all that.
What's the difference in economics, if I understand it?
Well, that's up
A
to
PLM tag, I assume, depending on the zone, depending on the market, you can set the market, for whatever, right?
Just last year, I think I saw an advertisement for an elk tag in the PLM land that was $43,000.
Right, okay,
So I mean, there's some
And-
major incentive in some areas depending on
sure.
size of the animals, abundance of the animals.
And what about the share program? And like in the example that Victoria gave in Tehachapi, how different are we apart? Are we offering him
Victoria, can you-
X and they want Y, or is it X times
What's the
4Y?
yeah, Victoria, what's the incentive, what's the share program payout, I guess they call it?
So we can only go up to $30 per acre, but we base our offer on how many applications we're going to get or that we anticipate we're going to get per hunt, because we have to, share is self-sustaining. So we have to make sure we're not losing money. So the problem with the Tehachapi area is they're next door to Tajon Ranch. And I've heard some of those, the big bull tags are going for like $75,000. I made offers to 2 landowners based on applications that I anticipated we would get for, I believe it was for 3 elk tags for $12,000. Or it might have been 4 tags for $12,000. So I've also had problems with some of the landowners don't want to sign the contract based on the attachments that are put on. So there's a couple things.
Is that the liability that we require?
No, it's not the liability. It's the attachments that the state puts onto all contracts, and it's pages long, and they try to put it all, and it makes sense. It's supposed to cover all contracts that the state does, but share's different. Basically all they have to have is an open gate and safe off-road parking, but the attachment is very long, and a lot of the landowners are like, I'm not signing that, just to allow public access. So.
And Victoria, what's ironic is we have the same challenge in trying to obtain meeting facilities for commission meetings for those very same documents.
Yeah. So, I can talk to a lot of landowners and get them comfortable and they'll sign it, but some of them are like, no, I'm not doing it. Tehachapi is different because they're right next door to Tajon. A lot of the people I've talked to have either worked on Tajon or, they talk to people that go on Tajon. So when I make them an offer, they're like, you're insulting me. Like,
No, I think we're still trying, we learn every time we, open another season, if you will, or ask or meet with another individual. I think the individuals here today, that they have the best understanding to be able to speak to that, I think, but that's basically where we're at. From my eyes, I see those differences, and I don't yet know how to help our staff dig into that and figure out whether there is changes, modifications, things we can do. I like some of the ideas, don't yet know whether those can come to fruition, but those are the things I think we need to think about if we really wanted to try and create more opportunity. But a lot of it comes down to personal interests of these parties. It's their properties, right? So we've got to figure out how to balance that.
but not their wildlife. That's the,
Correct,
that's the thing.
correct.
So I think there's a, I mean, we're gonna be hearing more about discussing KLMs at a future meeting, and I think
Correct.
that's a, you know, maybe that's a good opportunity to think about. I mean, you're right, Chad, there's this tension, right? You're wanting to manage the habitat, create incentives to manage the habitat to produce wildlife, and then there's this piece about access to the wildlife by more than the landowners, and I mean, I think you have to, yeah, it's a balancing act, but I like the idea about getting creative about increasing it, you know, this third piece now, there's habitat for wildlife, there's public access to the hunting opportunity, and now there's managing conflicts too, sort of is pushing the balance, you know, another reason to increase access to those hunting opportunities to help manage those conflicts.
And we want all of it. The problem, from our side, we
Right.
want the landowners
Yeah.
doing these good things. We
Exactly.
don't want to penalize them. We want the landowners opening up their access. So we're gonna have to navigate that
Yeah.
for sure.
Well, we may have to reprioritize dollars though to go ahead, because what I don't want to have happen where, you know, all of these programs becomes, you know, programs that are suited for the rich and not the average person. You know, that LPAC that was referenced earlier, you know, I don't see too many folks going out and spending $43,000 on the LPAC. They're gonna try to get it from abroad. You gotta be really wealthy to be able to go ahead and do that. And so we have to go ahead and figure out how some of these other programs can work and give more public access to the general person. Yeah.
Mark, you have your hand up, and
Yeah.
thank you for your patience, folks who are online, we'll get to
I
you
was
just
just
in a
gonna
moment.
quickly mention, I believe on the share payment, the payment caps were put in when the legislation was initially passed back in 2003. So those, you know, caps have not been adjusted in over 20 years. So I think that's something that was.
Why did they put?
Go back and get them adjusted.
But yeah, and what was the legislative intent? Why didn't they put caps on it? Do you remember?
At the time, they just wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to. That the program was going to be administered in a way that was fair to the landowners and also didn't end up spending too much money. So I'd have to go back. and
It beats the intent though.
It was done in fiscal committee. I do remember that.
And the thing is, maybe what we, you know, an idea is to go back and have a kicker where every 5 years it sort of resets to the market to make sure that the share program stays competitive in the marketplace.
Is there the other part of those, Mark mentioned, I don't recall or wasn't a part of those conversations, but it just makes logical sense with what we do. It's also, it's income driven. So it's making sure that you have to have the applications in to build the fund to be able to give the money out. So it self-balances in some ways,
Right.
but that's sort of in that same space. So either you up the application, so you have more money in the pool, which then maybe you at a certain point get returns there as well. You've got to figure out how that plays out together. And that's kind of where it was. I don't know if that was the intention of the cap, but that's definitely, you know, that's typical for us, right? We have to stay within our means and how those things play out. They're self-funding, dedicated funds. It's not a general fund or some other fund sources, you know, payment.
Sounds like we just need to raise the cap and then adjust it for inflation every year, and that way we get it done all.
Everything else is tied to the index, right? And then it goes up licenses and everything else. But, you know, the other thing is we're a lot smarter on share now than we were in 2003. So maybe the department would know, I mean, because it is self-funding, so you're gonna have to be careful how much you spend, because you can only spend what you bring in. But I mean, with landowner interest, assuming that it goes up a little bit, and then we do have a lot of landowners already interested, is their flexibility. I mean, could we raise that 30 to 50 or whatever? I mean, do we have the money to do that, or would that be a non-starter? I mean, you have a feel for that now that you've been administering the program for?
I mean, that's what Victoria does essentially, is look at the revenues coming in, trying to, as she said, make an offer, sort of working through how many programs do we have? What's the fund balance look like this year?
Yeah.
What are those properties, you know, is that 10 acres, 2,000 acres, 10,000? Some of these, when you look at PLMs and some of these are huge, you know, land masses, and some are a little smaller. So we're gonna have to balance that. It all depends on the applicants and what comes in, and then again, or the property owners, but then also the applicants.
Right, of course.
And we kind of have to guess, right? We open up a new thing and you're like, I don't know, we might project that we're gonna get 15 people apply, 300 people apply, and you're kind of balancing that out when you're telling the landowner to enroll. because you have to have the revenue. So it's a little bit of a back based on what came in last year, and then you can make offers in the forward year, and then you hope those applications come in and we're rebuilding the balance, and this is kind of what we have to do all the time with these dedicated accounts. That's why you see all these conversations around PR, big game, HIF, all of them goes up and down, license sales, revenues, and what happens, and we're always constantly adjusting.
It does sound like moving the cap. Moving the cap after 20 years of not moving it makes sense. Moving it to market value would maybe defeat the purpose because it would go really high, but tagging it to inflation, there's somewhere in between, in addition to all these other issues.
Yeah,
Greg, please.
and look, I know that, Greg Herner again, SCI. The reason I bring up, trying to create, use PLM is the requirements of the PLM program are not that significant. I mean, realistically, they're not. I mean, if somebody's interested in conservation of species on their property, I mean, when we were in the PLM program, we were basically doing, it's the same stuff my family had done for 100 years, right? Piling brush for quail, creating quail waters, opening up, it's not overgrazing. Like there's some very basic land management conservation things that people that are interested in that are going to be able to meet that threshold. And those are still the same people that are going to participate in the share program. And so I don't want to bankrupt the share program. You're not going to compete, especially with like these elk tags and stuff, in those situations. You may create, you may raise a cap and create some incentives in places like additional incentives in places like where my family, a lot of chaparral and, some deer and pig opportunities. You may incentivize a few people by raising the cap too, but it's not that significant, right? As it is on these elk tags and things like that. And so, I think we have to be, that's why I'm bringing it up, is you don't want to bankrupt the share program or take money trying to catch up with all of these elk tags and what they bring in that environment. You're not going to catch up to them and then have enough money left over in the share program for other people that want to participate around the state. You're not. And so, you got to look at you adding value in a different way. And I think, Erica just said, it's not their wildlife. I'd be careful about saying that in some of those public meetings. But and some of you know my uncle and know why. You can create value and you can create those public opportunities by people that are taking advantage of those PLMs by trying to open up more public opportunities if they're going to get the benefit of those PLM tags by encouraging or requiring or whatever for participation in the share program as well. Even if you give them a split season to where they can use their PLM tags a certain time and participate in the share program a different time, you're adding value without bankrupting the program. You're adding opportunity without bankrupting the program. And you're actually creating more incentive for people to participate. So, and if you just start it in the conflict zones, great, start it in the conflict zones. And then if we can, and if it works, then let's expand beyond that.
Thanks. Appreciate those ideas. Yeah, I know folks have been waiting patiently for quite a while online and we still haven't even gotten to deer.
Make a quick
Bill,
comment.
is that quick
Sheep,
comment,
if-
please?
If I could.
Sheep, yes.
Just quickly, I was real pleased on behalf of the Wild Sheep Foundation to see the slide that Mario threw up there on sheep. There's a lot of really good things going on for sheep. What's holding it back, of course, is the sheep management plan. I mean, last time we talked about that, I think we were looking at possibly wrapping that up this summer. I don't know if Chad or Scott's got an update on that, or where are we at on that?
Yes, we anticipate wrapping it up this
Things
summer.
we've got it memorized. She was on it.
Which
Yeah.
does, yeah.
I mean,
We presented that at the sheep plan where we were at
at the Wild Sheep Summit 2 weeks ago.
at the summit. Yeah.
Okay.
Paige, you want to give a quick update on your timeline for walking through that?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Bill. My name is Paige Prentice. I'm the Bighorn Sheep Coordinator, just hired at the beginning of April. So our plan as it stands is to wrap up our sheep management plan no later than December. Bill, when I was talking with the Wild Sheep Foundation folks at the Sheep Summit, our goal is to have it finalized by the start of, by the next Sheep Summit meeting, which is the first Friday in December. That said, we do have to go through our tribal review process and our public commenting process. We're planning to have it out for tribal. We're aiming for beginning of July, and then public commenting period, hopefully by September, October, depending on how our responses come back and how long it takes for us to incorporate comments. But we're moving it forward, and our goal is to have it done as soon as we can, and hopefully by the end of this year.
Thank you.
All right, folks, I've been waiting online for quite some time, so let's.
So we
let's-
have Chris Bowles first, and then Mike Costello, followed by Jack Rice. Chris, you want to go ahead?
Hi, good morning. Hopefully everybody can hear. I'm working with some new technology here. Yeah, Chris Bowles, President of California Bowman Hunters State Archery Association. Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that, and obviously department leadership and staff. Just a couple of quick comments. Obviously, we've as the bow hunters in the state of California, we've been lightly tapping on the door for the better part of the last couple of years for elk tags, and to see archery elk tags actually in writing and the number 2 bullet point, no less, is pretty exciting for us. So you know, we're obviously excited about that, and we appreciate that that consideration. We recognize last year obviously was a little strange with the unexpected departure of the elk coordinator, and that just really kind of threw a wrench into things. But that's really exciting for us, and we appreciate that. And again, the bow hunters in the state of California stand ready to help in any way that you feel like we need to help. Again, too, and to kind of echo Bill's comments on the wild sheep, the sheep recommendations. That's exciting to see a tremendous amount of sort of movement in that area as far as populations and you know, and again, boundaries and that sort of thing. It's fun to see that. Obviously, that's exciting about the obviously some good improvement in management and as far as the populations of the sheep here in the state of California. We understand the pronghorn antelope issue. I've talked to a few hunters up north, and that certainly echoes the science associated with that. That people are really not seeing the antelope that they once did, and we certainly recognize that the need to adjust tags there. But and again, in response to Victoria, I recognize the problems. Being here in Southern California, obviously the Tejon Ranch problem does present itself, and yes, those are extremely expensive hunts, and you know, they do get that money for a lot of those bulls up there. You know, that is a challenge as far as the share hunts, but again, the bow hunters in the state of California stand ready to try to help in any way that you feel like we might be beneficial with regard to the share tags and that sort of thing. So let us know what we can do to help. Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chris, Mike Costello, then Jack Rice, and then Benko.
Thanks everybody for the opportunity. Kudos to the department for starting to unblock some new ideas. You know, adjustment of zones and seasons and tag allocation should be a continuous process of two-way doors, not an overwhelming event. So it's great to see so many new ideas being presented and move forward on. With elk, please expand the increased opportunity to respond to abundance, not just conflict. You know, the new plans are good directionally, but low success archery hunts during the rut are the norm in every other state. And I believe that that is a direction that we should be going here. And so it's good to see the consideration, and I encourage you to go that way. Just continue to innovate, adapt, and test. You know, we can do lots of pilots, lots of tests. They'd be two-way doors. We can learn from them, and then unblock some new opportunities. You know, with deer, there's a lot of support in the hunting community for what's being discussed here. The idea of more premium late season hunts available through the big game draw with commensurately reduced tags during the archery and general season is a fantastic development. It'll unblock a lot of people that are sitting on 3 to 5 to 7 points in the draw. It'll make that whole process more successful and more efficient. It'll also create a better opportunity to toggle tag allocations to actual abundance of deer at a zone level. So thank you for considering that. I think the hunting community is ready for that and encourages you. Finally, with bear, please initiate the process of allowing a second tag and a 2 bear annual harvest limit. 2 years ago, we got a preview of the new bear data and abundance of black bear in California. We also learned that economic, ecological, and social values of hunting bear in California are all overwhelmingly positive. There are multiple reasonable considerations for implementation of a second tag and an increased annual harvest limit per hunter. The quota should remain in place while the full conservation plan is developed. I agree with that. Hunters value the opportunity to sustainably harvest and utilize resources from black bear. Hunters should be allowed to voluntarily contribute more funds to the department and the big game management account by purchasing additional tags. Ecosystem balance is supported. Within the quota, if we harvest more bear, ungulates will benefit, as well as competitive species such as mountain lions and wolves, who need to eat as well. Finally, allowing a second bear harvest within the existing zones, seasons, and quota is a no-risk option for black bear abundance, while it would provide numerous meaningful benefits ecologically, economically, and for the humans that participate in bear hunting intentionally. So please do consider that, even though the current stance of the department is to not move forward on that yet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Mike.
Mike.
All right, Jack, and then Benko.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Jack Rice with the Cattle Mountains Foundation. I work with cattle producers on the North Coast, kind of Humboldt, Del Norte, Mendocino, on issues related to elk and also Aleutian geese. I know I missed the waterfowl item, but I just want to touch briefly on this as a segue to elk. We really appreciate this past season where the new regulations, those kind of grew out of the Aleutian Goose Working Group, where the hunting, landowner, department, other stakeholders all worked together in Humboldt and Del Norte to propose some ideas that were adapted into regulation. And from what I've heard, those have been helpful. That's a good segue because we kind of took that idea from the land ranching community to put together an elk working group. This is led by the Buckeye, and it's in Humboldt and Del Norte, also bringing in Mendocino County folks. It's just an informal, grassroots, community-led effort to help people talk about and adapt, how we adapt to the impacts and opportunities from increasing elk numbers. Nothing really specific, just want to let you know that we appreciate the regulations the department brought forward and were approved by the commission this last year. As a community is starting to hear about that. From what I understand, it's really been encouraging to folks. In addition to that, I want to let you know we're talking with Bill Gaines and others in the hunting community, how we can use hunting as a management tool, recognizing all the value in improving access, and are continuing to make that a key part of our discussion, which it's broader though. It also includes things like habitat improvement on public lands and private lands, infrastructure, hazing activities, all the different things that landowners are trying to grapple with as we just see more elk on the landscape. So thank you very much and appreciate it.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you, Jack.
Benko.
Good morning. Thank you for a time to bring comments to you. As a resident of California and having had hunting tags and licenses for over 60 years, I also am a videographer besides a bow hunter. So I spend probably at least 6 months out of the year actually out in the field. Most of that, again, is observational time. The beauty of videography is congruent with that of bow hunting, in that you need to be extremely close to animals. So most of my observation is done 30 yards or less. And I just appreciate this time to comment. Also with California Bowman Hunters and several other national organizations with archery. One of the things I'd like to address right to start with, just to say a shout out to Ida Victoria Barr. I actually hunted on one of the share hunts 4 years ago in northern Del Norte. And my comments about that particular hunt, and actually even the southern parts, is because of the conflict areas. I was extremely concerned. I hunted with a bow where other people had rifles, and one person hunted with a pistol. In most of the areas the elk were in, were not safe areas to discharge a firearm. And looking at Fish and Game regulations and just common sense of safety, we know not to shoot towards water, which or over water, which is one of the problems there. Some of the elk are right down on the ocean. Shooting across the Highway 1 is another big problem there, because the elk are crossing there all the time. And so, you know, a person would really have to be extremely careful to get the minimum distance away that's a safe area if they're discharging a firearm. Number 3, the Indian lands up there had elk on them, and talking to the actual owners of the land, they were not basically allowed to participate in the shared program. And so I would definitely encourage that if that has not already taken place. Again, this was 4 years ago information, so I'm not sure what may have taken place since then. So the other thing about the shared elk program specifically is around the Little Red Schoolhouse. Again, that is an area where I believe if you take a look at that, you'll find that that is an area that should be an archery only area as well. Just not much of a safe place there to discharge a firearm. So what you're hearing from me is more archery tags that are archery only, and these are specific to safety reasons. But also, if you look at just about any other state, what you'll find is a 10%, whatever the elk tags are, whatever the deer tags are, 10% seems to be about the minimum of what they're giving archers. And we don't have that anywhere close to that, and certainly don't have that for a sheep hunt, which, you know, all of us would appreciate that opportunity.
Thank you.
Along the shared elk hunt, specifically to Victoria's point, and it's just an idea that might be pursued. In hearing what was going on with the landowners wanting a substantial amount of money, more than any other shared hunts would incur. What happens in Canada is you have certain fees that are charged for your licenses, and then you have government fees, which, you know, are already included in our licenses. But on top of that, what you have is a harvest fee. So it may be worthwhile to take a look at setting specific harvest fees, meaning if a person harvests the animal, then that landowner is going to be guaranteed more money. You know, I'm with a gentleman that said, you know, not everybody can afford a $30,000 hunt. So this might make it a possibility. So I would encourage you to look into that idea and discuss that idea with shared elk hunts. Also, the Bass Hill hunt. I actually had the opportunity to hunt that about 4 years ago as well. And I concur with the idea that most of the animals were not on the actual hunt area. They were still up in most of them were up in the higher forest part, because they just hadn't had enough snow to drive them down. So let's see, I think that's about all that I wanted to cover, and I thank you for a chance to comment.
Thank you for your time. That was wonderful.
Thank you.
I think we could clarify tribal eligibility.
Thank you.
Do you want to comment on that, please, Victoria?
We can, share can contract with government agencies, non-government agencies, and private landowners, so there's no reason why we can't contract with the tribe.
Okay, I just want to clarify whether I think the question might have been access by tribal members to share properties. Maybe I have that backwards, but
Yeah, I didn't fully understand.
Anybody can apply for a share access permit.
Okay.
It's random draw.
I understood. Thank you. Yeah, and I think this idea of a harvest fee is an interesting one. I'd be interested to hear thoughts on that now or at a future meeting from folks at the department or Victoria, if you have a chance to chew on that.
And Mario, I saw lots of things I'm excited about, especially with regard to the increased tax. One of the other things that I'd love, thoughts on from the department is also in some of these areas where we may increase tags is, how can we continue to get more young people, youth tags, vet tags, that type of thing. The number of licenses continue to decline, and we got to do everything in our power to make sure that more people are getting access, and not just in the most rural parts of the state, but in some of the more premium areas. So, when we do increase tags, if you could go ahead and think about that and come back to us.
You just passed a regulation yesterday that encourages that.
Yeah.
Special hunts.
Yeah.
Okay, the time is ticking along here, and we haven't actually gotten to the second part of agenda item 3. So I'm going to move us ahead and ask for that second presentation at this juncture, because we still haven't started talking about. I will just say, it sunk me pretty hard to hear that chronic wasting disease has popped up now in 2 locations, to my understanding, in California, and we're going to talk about this more under another agenda item as well. But my eye is to how do we respond quickly so that it doesn't blow up into a really, really big thing. Anything can do. So let's see, I can't remember now who had the second presentation. Oh, hi. Hi, Brandon, you're here.
Hi,
You're in
good to
person.
see you.
Brandon,
See y'all again.
thank you.
Do I have the presentation or is it loaded up?
David will put it up.
Perfect.
Next slide.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner, for having me. Wish I could be here on better terms.
David, can you bring up the presentation for CWD?
Coming up, Melissa, one moment.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I too will try to project. Usually not the quiet one in the room, so it should be pretty easy for me. The next slide, please. Virgie's going to update us on folks on chronic wasting disease. We are the 5th new state or province to have detected CWD for the first time since June 2023. Those gray counties in the northeast portion of Colorado and the southeast portion of Wyoming, those dark gray counties. Those counties were where CWD was considered established in free-ranging deer and elk populations by 2000. So in the last 24 years, the rest of the gray counties are free-ranging deer that have been detected with CWD throughout the country and throughout North America, really country and Canada. And then the dots are the captive cervid facilities. The red dots are depopulated facilities. The yellow dots are facilities that have not been depopulated.
Okay, can I ask a question? Sure. Obviously, Arizona and Nevada, it hasn't been found yet. What's the theory on how it got here?
Probably 4 wheels. Unlikely 4 hooves, most likely 4 wheels. It's probably that it moved by people, and I was going to get to that.
Sorry.
when I showed an earlier version of this map produced by USGS from like the early 2010s, there's a whole lot of blank spots between Colorado and Wyoming and say Wisconsin, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, even a decade ago between Alberta and some of those other provinces in Canada. So I used to call those little spot fires, right? Fires kicked out embers. The only good explanation for that 10, 15, 20 years ago was human movement of animals, either carcasses through harvest or through other trade of bits and pieces, or through the captive service industry. So I think that's one likely scenario for California. I also think it's likely that CWD are in some of these, if not all of these other states where it hasn't been detected yet. And it's why we picked it up before others, assuming that is the case. I think a lot of us are assuming it's probably more prevalent than and in more places than we've detected it.
Sure.
It's really hard to say, but this disease is exceedingly difficult to detect. I can talk a little bit more about that as we get to the presentation. Next slide, please. So I do want to talk about our two detections that we've found in California. The first one was from the Yosemite Lakes Park area in Madera County. This was an older adult male. It was found dead in a residential area, and it died on September 20th, 2023. And I'll talk a little bit about that here in a minute. And then the second one was from a vehicle strike, again, found dead in Bishop area in Inyo County, and that animal was sampled in February of 2024. These are both what we would call opportunistic samples, meaning we need a sample from a dead animal, post-mortem sample, to do the best testing we have available. So we've been doing opportunistic sampling, sick, dead, other mortalities in various levels since 1999. We've always maintained an opportunistic surveillance plan or program, and we have never detected it in these animals, 24 years of doing this. So what happens with that September 2023 one, it was confirmed in May 6th, 2024, and that confirmation was samples go up to our contracted lab up in Washington. They detected it in these two samples, and we asked for confirmation at the National Veterinary Services Laboratory in Ames, Iowa. So that process took a little bit of time, but the biggest time was because these are opportunistic samples, they can sometimes stay in freezers for a while. So we got the September samples, I think, in March, and we have been doing calls out for get us your samples, get us your samples. We want to wrap up our 2023 testing. And so we got both of those samples around that time, and then our laboratory requests for batches, because the test is run in batches of 90. So to keep costs down, they asked for minimum batches of 40. So that's a little bit of reason why there was a significant delay. We recognize that a delay is not ideal, and we've been working hard to make the turnaround time as short as possible, particularly for our active surveillance, which is our hunter harvest. So we're actively going out and we're asking to sample harvested animals. We're trying to keep that turnaround time as short as possible. The map here, this is a screenshot of our new dashboard that we've added to our website, which is wildlife.ca.gov/CWD. Highly recommend people go visit this. We've done a lot of work with a really dedicated team to make this as user-friendly as possible. And some of these items up here, the blue and the red lines, the yellow lines, these are collar data of movement, of deer movement. So we do think that there is overlap. There's some published evidence that there is overlap on the Sierra Crest of some of these different populations on either side of the Sierra Crest. So I bring that up because there's two likely scenarios. There's a couple of likely scenarios of how it came here and when it got here. Certainly that September 2023 date suggests it's been here for a while. at least a year. The incubation period on these things from exposure to disease is months to years. 15 months is usually the number that we settle on, but it can be longer, it can be years. So from exposure to disease, we felt that, well, the vehicle strike was not considered a diseased animal that was struck by a vehicle and died. The older buck from Madera County had at least 3 reasons for it to be skinny and dead. So we didn't feel like CWD was high on our list. It had an old injury. It was in a residential area, was old in a residential area, so it was likely a resident deer, not migratory, and there was evidence that it was being fed. So feeding deer, particularly a hot feed like grain, that can cause rumen acidosis, that can lead to loss of condition and can lead to death. So we felt like there was a couple good reasons why this animal likely died. We're not sure how important CWD was to the ultimate demise of that animal. Long-winded way to get to, it's likely that CWD has been in this area for some time. Certainly a year plus, potentially years, potentially 5 years or more. How it got there, we don't know. We will likely never know definitively how it got there. It could have been driven across from out-of-state harvest. It could have been driven across from captive deer movements. It could have walked across through Nevada, but there's not a ton of really good deer habitat connecting Utah and Nevada with us. We certainly know that that there were some practices bringing in out-of-state deer to comply with our import regulations that might have led to hotspots of contaminated materials on our borders with Nevada. But Nevada's been very interested in learning more about what to do and potentially collaborating on some enhanced surveillance in those areas. Next slide, please. And I talked a lot about opportunistic sampling. So our sick deer and elk, our vehicle strikes, and really any other mortalities, we're kind of looping those into our opportunistic sampling stream. And then our hunter harvest is our active sampling. We really kicked up our active sampling here in like 2017. And next slide, please. And then this highlights what we've done since 1999. Each of the colors relates to our deer sampling units. These are proposed in our internal management plan and surveillance plan for CWD. And from 1999 to 2010, we did a pretty good job. Our maximum yearly sampling and surveillance effort was, I think, in 2004, where we hit about 650 animal sample
Can I ask a question? Is that, that low period, is that because of budget cuts?
Yep, it's a great question. That's exactly where I'm going next. In 2010, you're leading me right into this thing. I really appreciate it. In 2010, federal money to do national surveillance and free-ranging animals went away. So starting in, I think, about 2000, USDA thought it was extremely important for us to be doing a whole bunch of surveillance of this newly found, not very new, but newly described and newly understood prion disease. So we were, I think at the height, we were probably getting $300,000+ a year to do that surveillance. And we were still only getting about 650 samples a year, which is pretty darn low. Based on our internal surveillance plan, we want to be collecting 300 samples in each of those DSUs, which we labeled disease or deer sampling. So that's 1,500 samples statewide. You can see over there, 2020, since 2020, we've been averaging about 450, but we also haven't been doing it with a ton of federal money. So that, we think that's about where we're at with our current resources, about 450. From 99 to 2010.
And is that all general fund money?
Currently, a lot of it's PR.
Oh, it is, okay. Okay.
And the stuff from 99 to 2010 was from the USDA.
Okay, got it.
And we felt pretty comfortable since we had, 10 years of surveillance that was not great, but okay. Over that time, we felt pretty comfortable in that time period. We didn't have it. Felt pretty strongly that we didn't have, we had good confidence that we were a negative state. Come 2010, money goes away. We were testing single digits, a good year, we were testing 10 or 12 animals. 2016, 2017, I start pushing for more active surveillance. 2017 was our first attempt at active surveillance, and we focused on our X zones on the borders. 2018, with help of then Deputy Director Stafford Lair, we established our CWD task force, and we focused on first increasing surveillance, and second working on a statewide management plan. So we were able to increase surveillance up to about 450 deer in elk a year, mostly deer. I think that's about 5% of those are deer. And in the West, the disease really seems to be driven by the deer and not by. So our focus will remain sampling deer and testing deer. We are happy to sample and test elk as well as the samples come in. Because of that drop in 2010, our confidence that we didn't have disease from then till now is pretty low. And now we have detected. So the timeline below is kind of where other states came positive. The little chart on the bottom right is how we've been doing over time with sampling each of those sampling units. Next slide, please. Did you any other questions on that one?
I've got a lot of questions, but I don't want to jump back. Don't worry.
I appreciate it. I've never given a talk on CWD and not had a ton of questions. So this is our 2023 harvest numbers and our sampling efforts and numbers. And we've broken it down to, this is our reported 2023 harvest for each of those DSUs, those disease sampling units I mentioned. And then our total deer surveillance in that second column, and that's all of our sampling streams. That's our opportunistic and our active sampling streams, our hunter harvest and our other mortalities. And then that third column is what our hunter harvest only sample numbers look like, and then that final column is that percent. I put that percent up there because I really do think this is our best chance to increase our sample numbers, and we really need to increase our sample numbers. And is by focusing on that active sampling stream, that hunter harvest. It's where we're most likely to be able to get our hands on that deer, frankly. So those are the samples that we need and are best. There's some live animal sampling that we can do, and we'll try to implement some of that in our management captures. They're just not as sensitive. So we might miss up to a third of the positives going that route. So we really want to focus on our increasing our post-mortem sampling throughout our hours.
Can you is fecal sampling work?
That is an active area of research. There's two lines of sampling. There's the sampling and testing that is well vetted and is already optimized for high throughput diagnostics. We've got a sensitivity, we've got a specificity, and basically we're talking about negative predictive value and positive predictive value. It's just ways to say how confident are you in a negative test and how confident are you in a positive test. Our current postmortem sampling is retropharyngeal lymph nodes, those glands that your doctor feels if you have swollen. And we focus on that in deer. Very high sensitivity, very high specificity. You can hang your hat on a positive. You know what a positive means. It's there, it's detected. You can't really hang your hat on a negative, and so it's reported out as detected or not detected versus not negative. With some of these other sampling streams or some of these other sampling tests, There's what are called amplification tests, which take small numbers of the infectious protein and amplify it. So you, in theory, can detect very low numbers of this prion sample and be able to still detect it. What we don't know with those are that what's the false negative rate, what's the false positive rate, and making decisions and not knowing a false positivity rate is different. So USDA is actively working with a lot of labs to get some of those standards made for these cyclic amplification assays. Talking to some of our diagnostic lab branch chiefs, they're thinking within the next 5 years that might be available. And if it is, I think that'll be a really good tool for us to really try to move towards. We've been talking about that for at least 5 years in my world, so I'm hoping that we get there, and I'm hoping that it'll be a high throughput option, and we'll have some of those data points to be able to. So the percentage on that side is I just want to highlight, even if we double, triple, quadruple our percentage, that's going to be a really good addition to our surveillance. So it's a pretty modest when we talk about.
So from the
percentage.
department standpoint, what is your target on that? Is it 6? Is it 10?
Percentage?
Yeah.
It's gonna depend on the sampling unit. Our target is a number, it's 300 per sampling unit, and it'll be regardless of sampling stream. We think the easiest way to get closer to that number is to up our ability to sample and test our. Okay. Next slide, please. And then I've harped on surveillance for a long time. I think some people in this room have heard me harp on it. And they might have seen this slide before. The reason I do that is because there's two really good examples, and I have a colleague in Arkansas, and she laughs that I bring this up, but others have too. The example of enhancing surveillance, one, to confirm whether we detected it early or not, is really important. This is our first step, what we really need to do first. Example with Arkansas, their surveillance was focused on elk. They were focused on elk because elk had been translocated from Colorado to Arkansas to reintroduce those animals. They thought that this was likely a high risk proportion. They detected it in a single hunter harvested elk. The elk was harvested in 2015. The confirmation came in 2016. And that triggered their response plan, which was enhanced surveillance, which is similar to what one of our points in our response plan. They found very quickly that white-tailed deer were a lot more positive, higher prevalence in their white-tailed deer population than in their elk population. And their prevalence rates in their white-tailed deer is 23% over 7 counties. So that's a late detection. Yeah. So next slide. A different example is Norway. There's some caveats here because this CWD prion is different in some ways to the prion that we find in North America. And this has triggered a lot of interesting work on strain types and what it means and all that good stuff. A discussion for another time, but for Norway, they were testing a couple thousand animals a year as part of their routine diagnostics in their cervids, both free ranging, both captive, and both there's kind of an in-between with their reindeer herds in Norway. They detected it in 2016. This was from a captured animal that just wasn't keeping up with the herd that they're chasing. That triggered increased surveillance. They went from testing a couple thousand to testing 10,000 to testing 20,000 cervids a year. They quickly found in the first couple of years following this that the only place they had this, what I have up here is classical CWD, which is what we think of it as the infectious CWD, versus this atypical CWD, which we think of as sporadic and not infectious. They only have the classical CWD in 19 wild reindeer within this Nordfella, that amoeboid-shaped red spot in the middle. And so they felt that high likelihood that it was only in that area, and at a low prevalence. So they got, next slide, please. They were able to garner good public support and good policy support to go in there and extirpate, eliminate that entire herd of reindeer. That's 2,000 plus animals. They did it in part through hunter harvest, which got them, I think, about 2/3 of the way, and then they followed up with sharpshooters to take out the rest. Now that chart at the bottom there is to highlight how much they ratcheted up their surveillance. And this is what I would call a very aggressive approach to CWD response and management. Fast forward to 2022, I just read their 2023 report on this. They detected 2 additional positives outside this North region. And so they felt that those animals had moved out. Either it was a separate occurrence or those animals had moved out before they started their target. This just highlights to me how exceedingly difficult eliminating this disease from an area is once it's detected. And most of the prevailing understanding is that it's at least infeasible in North America to eradicate it once it's detected and established, if not impossible. So I just highlight that just so we can all set the stage a little bit. Next slide, please. I did reach out to some of our colleagues in the West that have recently detected CWD in their areas. Montana detected it the longest ago, Idaho, and then British Columbia was the most recent. And I asked them some specific questions. I'm like, are you doing mandatory testing? If yes, what's your compliance? So that's the first column. Montana is only doing it in special hunts in areas that they need more samples from. British Columbia has had difficulty in relatively low compliance, and that's in part because they don't have established sampling stations, and they've gone to this head drop-off model, which some of the other states have done too. A lot lower compliance, but they've also only been in that space for less than a year. Mandatory roadkill testing. This came up because British Columbia mentioned they were doing it. Not something I had thought about. It's an interesting concept. Something that I think would be difficult to implement in California. Carcass transport rules. This goes back to some of the work that we did with our recent regulations, where if we're targeting disease prevention or disease control, we have to identify the areas in which we can hit risk factors and affect change. And we often affect change through regulation. So it really comes down to movement of infectious materials. So carcass transport rules, it really gets at that movement of infectious materials. It often focuses either on whole carcasses, which is extremely difficult to manage, or on parts like brain and spinal cord where we tend to have the most infectious materials. So both Idaho and Montana have some carcass transport rules. Most of them are going back to their import rules, similar to ours, which is, leave brain and spinal cord in the field or bring it out and incinerate it in a specific manner. British Columbia has proposed carcass transport rules for their management zones. Emergency or special hunts, and that is both to increase sampling and also to decrease prevalence and transmission in the areas that it's detected. All 3 of those states are doing it. Head drop-offs + on British Columbia, because that's what they had to focus on because they didn't have established sampling check station. I added fawn rehab here because this has been coming up in my space recently. In Idaho, it's very limited. There's 1 fawn rehabber and they're not allowing release. Again, that goes down to managing the movement of potentially infectious materials, and that potentially infectious material would be a fawn that had been exposed to CWD, probably in utero or from its dam before it came into rehab. Montana had prohibited before they detected CWD, and it was due to CWD concerns. And then British Columbia, again, it's limited and it's permit specific. And some common lesson learned, and this was some good insights that some of my leadership had requested to ask. And effective communication with stakeholders and decision makers cannot be overstated. And I got that from a lot of people that have detected this. And so I'm really thankful to be here talking to you all. And I'm really thankful for my leadership that they've had made lots of time for me in the last couple of weeks. CWD fatigue is real, and it's not just for agency staff. It's also for commission, policymakers, and hunters. So I just want to make sure we're all aware of that. At some point, we're going to probably not want to ever hear those 3 letters. But just want to put that out there. It's real, and in part because it's exceedingly difficult to manage, and it's an exceedingly slow moving disease. Accurate data is vital for decision making. And that was really highlighted with our Bishop sample. The data we got back from the Bishop sample was Bishop. That was it. We didn't have a data point. We didn't have a GPS point. So that makes some of our management decisions difficult. And if you go to the next slide, I believe, yeah, okay, good. So the 2 stars are where we have the detections. This is a slightly different map than the first map I showed. And this is just to highlight what our response actions are. Our first response action, this is highlighted in our internal management plan, is outreach and education. That's why I'm here. That's why we're talking. We're doing this internally. We're doing this through the public press releases. We're doing this through commission meetings, and we're doing this through any space that we can at this point. This is going to be ongoing. I don't expect this to, I expect it to slow down at some point, but I don't expect that to go away because regardless, we're going to need to report back out what we're found, and that's part of that outreach and education side of things. We've also been hitting that hard the last 3 years prior to this detection with our CWD website, working with meat processors, taxidermists, and trying to work more with hunters for the last 3 or 4 years. Our biggest push for the immediate future is going to be enhanced surveillance, and that goes back to those examples of Arkansas and in Norway. I can't tell you how much we have, and I can't tell you where it's at until we do more testing in these areas. So that's one of my focuses currently. Our focus working with our regions, how do we do this? How are we going to stand this up?
And you have the resources to be able to do it now?
Not at the levels I would like to. And one of the first things everybody goes to is let's pick up more roadkill. And so we had that conversation with our regions. On the east slope, they think that it could be reasonable to pick up and sample 100 roadkill a year. A pretty small number. On the west slope, they're thinking probably 20 a year. And I think that comes down to access. I think that comes down to location. I think that comes down to staff time. I think that comes down to a lot of different things. So it's like on top of everybody's list. It was on top of my list, still is on top of my list. I'd like to figure out how to make that better, but it's a difficult sample to get.
Is there any way the hunting organizations can work with us to go ahead and assist?
Absolutely.
And if we put out guidelines to, all the various organizations and say, here's what you have to follow, here's what you need to do.
Yeah, and we've been working on that for the last few years. Some money from the USDA focused on outreach and education project that we're wrapping up this year. That goes back to some of our emergency regulations that we might want to be considering. Mandatory testing in CWD zones. And we have 3 colors up here. I'm having trouble seeing some of the colors, and if you're colorblind, you might have even more trouble seeing some of the colors.
There's 3 colors?
Yeah, exactly.
The yellow ones that are right next to the river.
Yeah, I'm getting old.
Make recommendations for change.
Yeah. And my apologies for that. It looked great on my computer. D7, DX9A, DX9B, or excuse me, X9A, X9C, and X9B. Those are all red, and those we are considering zones that are positive. And we're considering all the X9 zones positive because the only location we have for that one detection is Bishop. And all 3 of those zones kind of commingle at that Bishop area. I also think it's likely if it's near Bishop, even if it's an X9A, it's still probably likely in B and maybe in that northern part of C. X12, D6, D8, and X10, we all have yellow. And we have that kind of as our medium risk. The red is our high risk. And I think we can start thinking about those two groupings as our management areas. And that how we would want to apply any emergency regulations to those areas. I'd be thinking those red zones, those D7, X9A, X9B, X9C, plus or minus those yellow zones, D6, D8, X10, X12. And so mandatory testing of harvests in CWD zones is something that we should consider. That previous slide kind of showed that a lot of folks have gone that route when they detected it. Carcass handling, potentially applying what we have as our import regs for out-of-state harvest to those, at least those red zones, those zones that we think it's detected in, would be also appropriate, but maybe even considering those yellow zones, those adjacent zones. Because there is a lot of overlap in deer movement between those zones. Targeted removal, and again, this is a hesitate to use the term win-win, but from a disease perspective, it kind of is, because not only are you removing animals that are potentially infected and infectious, so that will decrease your prevalence, that should decrease your transmission. You're also getting more samples to go into your surveillance. So you've got more samples to test. And if we can do that targeted removal in those areas that we've detected it, that should give us a better sense of what it looks like in those areas. And then collapsing or shortening the hunting season, and potentially doing that so it's more around the breeding season. This is some of the work that's been done over the last 5 years from states in the West that have had CWD for a long time. It highlights that we can get good results through harvest management, and the results seem to be best when you focus on buck harvest and potentially increasing buck harvest. These are from states that don't have the 99% harvest rate of bucks that we do. They have much more any animal, much more doe harvest. But if you can focus on buck harvest and push it so it's more around the peak breeding season and potentially even post-rut, that seems to increase the number of positive animals that you pull out and decrease the prevalence the following year. Should increase transmission as well. And then potentially consider restricting or prohibiting fawn rehabilitation. So with that, my last slide is a whole lot of QR codes that brings us to our websites that I'm very proud of, that I have very little to do with, and it's mostly our team that's been working really hard on those. But if you end on that slide, that'll provide some resources for people to go to. And I'm happy to field any questions folks may have.
Next slide, David.
When was it first determined, or when was it first found, the first case?
The first case was described in the 1960s in a research herd in the Front Range of California or Colorado in Fort Collins, and it was a herd of deer that they had pulled fawns out of the wild population and hand raised them in these deer pens to do nutritional research. Unfortunately, the deer pens had previously been sheep scrapie pens, and sheep scrapie is probably the animal prion disease that we have the most knowledge on, since the veterinary community has been dealing with that disease for a couple hundred years. It also seems like sheep scrapie might have been what jumped into cattle in the 1990s during the mad cow disease outbreak. So one hypothesis is that CWD developed from came about because of a species jump from sheep scrapie to deer CWD. It wasn't detected in free-ranging deer and elk until the 1980s. Again, that's Colorado first, and then Wyoming second.
Okay. Madam Chair.
Yeah, I just wanted to, first of all, say thank you. It's a lot of information you had to pull together quickly. I think I also just want to make a general ask that, so we're still on mammal hunting here, right? That's the item, but the presentation clearly is addressing like this much broader issue of containing chronic wasting disease. And so there's a nexus. There are some potential actions and regs that have to do with hunting specifically and others that don't. So I guess I just want to pause for a moment and ask whether, from your perspective of the department, we should be having like a holistic discussion now, or you're gonna return to it on item 7 so that we, do what the appropriate thing is at this point.
Now is probably best. I think what we wanted to do today was, obviously it's in the memo package and we were there, we get the questions would come up and kind of where that's at. So we wanted to include it in this item.
You speak up, Chad.
And I think the question for all of us today is, Brandon, if you go back to the second to last slide, is really what can we do? It's on our mind. What should we do?
Yeah.
And the reality is, when you look at 2024 season and you open up, when is the first sort of tag, when did the season start? We're in, I don't think in these zones that are the red, yellows, we're in July, but definitely I think we started in August with archery. So for us and for you all, it's a question of how strong do we want to push here? And I think the recommendation from Brandon and from folks that are super educated in this world is we need to get on this quickly. So if we're contemplating any kind of emergency regulation, you've got June, you've got August. August puts you right before the season starts and it's not reality. June, which is weeks away, for us to get to a commission recommendation and for the department to put our heads down and start developing something with your staff to bring to you in June, that really puts some of those ideas on paper and in front of the commission to say, this is what we need to do. And so we really wanted to invite that conversation here today. Because we think it's important. It's a recommendation from you both in this committee to move forward, but also it's an understanding and an education piece that needs to happen, and knowing that it's going to get quick and it's going to be in front of the full commission that isn't as educated on this item, I think, going forward, but that's what we need to do. So our intent here was to sort of bring, here's some options, here's what's happened, here's what's happening across the landscape. Not necessarily we've, decided any one of those 5 is the best to work through at this point, but I think that was the point of today's discussion. We've got to understand tolerance, we've got to understand success, we got to understand, what can we do and how do we ask hunters and parties to be involved in this, and what do we think the success might be versus what we're asking people to do. The department has a ton to do in this space. Any one of those regulations, with or without them, we've got a ton to do with increased ability, check stations. Warden, we've been working with Nathaniel Arnold to sort of understand warden opportunity, what can happen. I'm looking at Best. Warden opportunity to where can we increase our own opportunities in the field as the season goes, what education do we need for them, just how do we set that up?
Okay, thanks so much, Chad. That really, really helps. Can you pull back up, David, the map of like continental US, not that one, the map of the continental US for a moment. I think it was maybe like slide, it was early, slide 2. Slide 2. Yeah, and the reason I want you to pull that slide up is that I think it just underscores, Chad, you alluded to like, we got to go quickly. So the reason I wanted to look at this map again is that you can see that, the moment that CWD appears in a particular state, it's not necessarily everywhere. And I've been looking at some of the regs, like Tennessee promulgated an emergency reg really quickly in response to their first appearances in CWD. They put a perimeter around everywhere it appeared, and that was it. No carcasses were moving in and out of those areas. You can keep it from spreading more widely. So to me, like this map underscores the potential for us to keep it out of most of California. And I just want to underscore like what that would mean for wildlife, for hunting, for folks who are concerned about the welfare of the wildlife themselves who suffer if they're, experiencing chronic wasting disease. And so I say that now because I think some of the actions we're talking about are going to be, they're going to be a pain in the butt. They're going to be, they're going to be an imposition on people who might want to move carcasses or who don't want to, sort of subject themselves to mandatory testing and so on. I think they may be of concern to people who are interested in rehab, interested in, like reducing sort of culling. I'll just go ahead and use that word. But, in the, like even medium run, there's a whole lot of averted damage, economic into opportunity, into wildlife and suffering and all of that goes on if we contain it. So that's my soapbox, because I want to be supportive of like quick action Because now's the opportunity. Once it gets out of those zones and spreads, everybody knows it's right. Once it spreads beyond those zones, it's just like the trains left the station and then we get that fatigue that you talked about, Brendan, like.
That's it.
We're dealing with it forever, so.
That's if it's only in those zones.
And we don't know that
The
yet.
reality is, and so for me, I agree with everything you said, Madam Chair, but I want to make sure the department has the right resources. This is something that's key and crucial. And that, I hope the department, the agency and so forth is advocating to make sure you have the appropriate amount of money that you're gonna need to do this. I think we need to shoot for June, right?
Yep.
Because of the timing of the season. I do want to make sure that all these various organizations, so we could come up with an emergency sort of schedule to get the NGOs to meet with you guys to talk about, how we implement some of these things, to coordinate with them, to pull them in as resources. And I think, when we pass something in June, I'd like to see the department get as much latitude and room to use your expertise to implement what you need to do, because there may be real-time decisions during the season that need to get made immediately when, yes, we could have an emergency meeting, but I think when you come back to us in June, give yourself as much latitude and runway to be able to do what's necessary.
That's fair. I think the hope that we might have today is, obviously not necessarily a vote from y'all, however you want to handle it, or tipping your hat to where we go, but just some direction of the 5 or 6 things.
Yeah.
Can we go back to the list?
And then
I'd like
sort of work through, set up a meeting. Literally, we're talking weeks here, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got to, sit down with constituents, put together a meeting, what have you, maybe so we can bring some folks up and work through those a little bit more, but at least some direction of
David, can you
what are
pull
the
up?
bounds of where we think we want to go and what the tolerance might be for
Yeah.
commission sort of thinking.
David, the next to last slide.
Yeah.
Yeah, next last.
So that's the response options slide, and can you clarify, so there's carcass handling on that slide?
go
Okay, first of all, I just want to echo, yes, there have to be resources to make all this possible, and the resources we're going to pour into CWD if we don't do a good rapid response are much greater. So now's the time to invest in it.
And the reason, carcass handling, and you talked about, your communications with taxidermists and, enthusiasts, and you get a record, rack, you're gonna want to take that with you and you're gonna want to move it around. So I think input, on a number of these things is going to be really important. Obviously, if we go with item number 3, that's going to come with, lots of comments and, input and from various organizations. But if you were to, are these prioritized in your mind with regard to what the most effective, is, or did you just randomly do that?
Yes, and mostly prioritized.
So
that
if you were,
number one.
if you were to prioritize for the commission, where do you think we need to act immediately? How would you reorder those numbers?
I would leave them like this, and in part because I think some of the ones that are lower on the list either are lower immediate feasibility in my mind, or a potentially lower risk in my mind. So I'm thinking collapsing and shortening the hunting season around breeding season is not something that we're likely going to be able to do this go around. And the restrict or prohibit fawn rehabilitation. We have the 679 reg package in. I think that's probably a lower impact, but I also think now is a time to strike. If we thought we were going to do something like this. So, and then I think number 1, I think that is I'm going to go down to Matt for that one. I think that needs to happen. I think that needs to happen quick.
But let me ask you something. Have you run the numbers, because you said you'd like to do 300 tests in those areas, right?
Yes.
So
can you pull that up? My computer died. I had it pulled up.
This is what we were discussing, and it's a couple of things, right? It's management, what can we do in the management space?
Yeah.
But a lot of this literally is those questions on the screen.
Yeah.
And so part of identifying where would we go, and at this point and next steps and knowing timelines we have, we get back to some of those questions. And so that's why Brandon is pretty heavy on number one, which is that's what's gonna get us to those questions that are extremely.
Yeah, that's gonna allow you to answer whether or not we have a larger
And whether-
problem, and et cetera.
And whether you start evaluating, those
But
bottom tier
between
ones.
you and Brandon, Brandon on the implementation side, and you on the budget side.
We're gonna have to figure it out.
Is this an
So,
augmentation?
I'll just tell you that we'll figure
But
it
is
out.
this,
There's
but
some
is
money
this
there
an
right now.
augmentation of, $10 million that you're gonna have?
No.
Or is it?
No, so we've already started conversations with Region 4 and Region 6. We're trying to get money from USDA. There's a
Great.
notice of funding opportunity that closes in June.
Okay.
To your first question, Liberty, who did a lot to get
Yeah, thanks.
the map up and going on our dashboard, which is awesome. The deer tags distributed in 2023, basically between the D zones, D6, D8, D7 is between about 6,500 and about 7,800 tags distributed. The harvest in those zones is from just under 400 to about 650. That's the harvest. So if we do mandatory testing and we get 50% in those D zones compliance, that's a really good start. That's reasonable. And I think that's something that we can absorb with our current testing contracts and efforts. I think the biggest issue is people on the ground collecting samples, getting those samples to us. That's the biggest issue.
Yeah.
So I think it's gonna be a big ask for hunters. And working with us to try to make that a reality. And we've set some stuff up in the last couple of years to make it easier for hunters to collect their own samples and get them to us. A little bit of double-edged sword there. It's a pretty easy sample to get once you've done it a few times. There's also a lot of other tissues in there that are pretty easy to pull out dead, and then we can't do a test.
Yeah.
So we've got some great resources on our website, a how-to video, a printable, two-page, one-page front and back, how-to guide based on that how-to video that people can have on hand. Last year, we sent out 1,000 sampling kits to what we could figure out would be the 1,000 most likely individuals in California to harvest a deer that year because of
Past performance.
yeah, because of past performance, exactly. We got those out about a week too late. Person we hired moved on to a job really quickly because she was a really good hire. And so we were scrambling to get some of those out. We plan on doing that again. We plan on upping that to 2,000. And we probably don't have the means to send out because all those zones, D6 through D8, X9 through X12, that's about 20,000 tags.
Can I ask you
about 2,000?
Go ahead,
I
sorry.
just want to record two things just to sort of keep us on track. One is, let's get all your questions answered. The other is I want to recognize that there's some hands raised and just ask whether there are folks in the room who also want to weigh in on the discussion, because I don't want to make you wait until last if you are interested in contributing. Bill, okay. So that's three folks who'd like to weigh in. Four. Greg, sorry.
They can go.
Okay, so that's four folks who'd like to weigh in, and the other piece is that we've gone without a break now for almost 3 hours. So I just want to acknowledge that. I'm happy to finish this agenda item, but I think when we get to the end of this, we're going to need to take a break, and I basically just want to say that so folks who are wondering if I forgot aren't wondering, but it's on my mind. We're going to take a short break after this. Hang in there if you can. Because I don't want to break in the middle of this item. And we could go to lunch early, that's true. Okay. We'll see how much longer we want to spend on that. This is really important. I'd like to get us to a point where you have some clear direction between now and June. If you don't, how do you feel about hearing from?
No,
folks who are
let's
waiting?
do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I want to hear the comments.
Great. We generally start in the room. If we're gonna go ahead and do that. Ask Bill and Greg in either order to kick us off. I'd like to go first.
First of all, as far as California Deer Association is concerned, You mentioned, both of you mentioned getting the conservation organizations, I'm all in on this stuff. I mean, we care about the health of the deer more than we care about the hunting of the deer. It's always conservation first, right? So whatever we can do along those lines. You and I talked in some detail right before the season last year about trying to increase, the number of hunters that actually do sampling. I don't know. I mean, your success seems like it's
Yeah, I'll be frank, our success is not good.
well, I looked at it from put my hunter's hat on, and I looked at it, I watched the video on removing the lymph nodes and so on and so forth, and I've dealt with a lot of deer, and I'm thinking, I don't know if I want to do that or not. I mean, especially when you consider the chances of pulling out the wrong tissue and so on and so forth. You mentioned meat processors. I mean, if you can get them on board, I mean, I think that would be huge, because the overwhelming majority, very few, a lot of guys cut up their own deer, but I don't. It's like, I'll just have somebody do it before they pack it and they freeze it, I'm ready to go. I mean, so I don't know how much of a role that they can play, but I mean, I would see them as a good opportunity to increase.
Yeah.
The hunter sampling.
If I can comment on both of those, we've been trying to work more and more with meat processors. We have been for 3 years now, and taxidermists as well. Taxidermists are really the best ones. The head's got to go to taxidermists. There are some like competing priorities here. If someone field dresses their animal and leaves, the block, their tongue all the way through the gut pile in the field, there's a very good chance that those samples that we need are left with them. And there's also the reports that we're getting from the meat processors that we are working with. Hunters aren't bringing their heads with them to the meat processor. So if heads aren't going to the meat processor, we can't really sample them. So those are two things that we've been chewing on for a couple of years, trying to figure out how to make that work. And then where we've had our best successes is actually D7 and some of those D zones where we've had established check stations that the regions have managed for years and years and years and years and years. And throughout much of the West, that's how the vast majority of samples are collected. We struggle with being able to get check stations, voluntary sampling stations out in areas that are likely to have a lot of foot traffic at the time, or not foot traffic, but hunter traffic at the times that they're likely to have harvested animals. So one of my colleagues have done old ALDS data and maps and stuff like that to show that there's a lot, like within a 50-mile radius of where we're putting our sampling stations and the time we're putting in, there's a significant number of deer being harvested. We get those people to go to those stations, and if we can leave those stations open longer, a week or two, and have them staffed later instead of 6 or 8 hour staffing time, a 12-hour staffing time. So we hit that dusk and dawn, those times where people might be moving around with their harvest. We probably could increase our abilities there.
They used to do that all the time back in the day. I mean, there was an opening weekend, for example, there'd be like a little portable check station on the main thoroughfares, and guys go in there all the time. I mean, and I know staffing's an issue, but isn't that something that volunteers could help out with as well?
It is. And we have had, it's been a mixed bag. We have a pretty active volunteer program with the department. And we try to tap into that early on, and it's really dependent on what part of the state you're in, whether those groups are allowed or able to help. We can certainly increase our ability to bring in volunteers to help with that, and also partnering with third parties to help staff some of that stuff.
But what's going to be here, I think you mentioned this, like, however you roll this out in your communication program, it just can't be on the website.
Yeah.
It's got to be broader than that, local newspapers, that type of thing targeted. So I think, the comms piece of this is going to be really important. The importance of what's going on, the need for all the hunters to be aware, think about, instead of field dressing, you got to keep the head, have local newspapers running it, that type of thing, because, they should be partnering with us.
Yeah, in fact, I write for California Deer Association magazine. You contributed to that before. Our next deadline is the end of this month, right? I mean, so the timing of that would be really good. And I guarantee you, if you've got an article that's ready to drop in there, or if you can come up with one that's ready to drop in there, we'll get it in there. So that's one way to do it. Not to mention Western Outdoor News and some of these other things.
Yeah, and I would very much like to be engaging with hunters as much as possible. I think that's gonna be our best. Oh, sorry, I would, said and then I started mumbling. No, I very much want to engage with hunters and I very much want to roll that out. I think it needs to be like a programmatic thing and whatever that looks like. And I'm gonna be looking to my leadership for support to help that.
Maybe couldn't you do a whole series through those various zones where you do a Zoom call and you let, 1,000 people jump on the Zoom with you and you go through it with them? I mean, even to the point of.
I could, but I would point to our video because that's not gonna be any better than our video. And the best way to do the training is gonna be in person, hands-on. And it's really difficult to do because you need heads to do it. And we've had trouble training our own staff because of that. So we've ordered some things that'll help us with that, but.
I think that, not to push us along, but to keep us moving along.
Yeah.
The bottom line is, whatever we sort of decide today, and moving, if we go into something in June, we recognize there's a huge outreach component, and it will be tied to whatever decisions we make. And it's gonna flex and bend based on those decisions, and we'll have to cater something to it. For instance, if we go forward with a reg and there's something tied to hunters, we've got opportunities where their tags are issued and we're notifying them through the mail or through the things. We've got things on our websites that when they apply for us, because we haven't quite closed it yet, like there's things that we can do in that space, but then there's also local on the ground. But at the end of the day, the biggest target, if you take a regulation or things in your control, will be right at the hunters or some of these other parties that will have a direct audience to go to. General knowledge is great, but back to the questions we want, the surveillance and what we're trying to do and whatever actions you take, focused on those, we'll build a campaign to get around that and working with our folks to get there.
Yeah, thanks for that, Chair. I really appreciate I mean, it's clear that any reg's gonna have to be coupled with all of the right moves to get it, get compliance and to get the word out about it. So I think, in this space, what I want to make sure we get done today is to talk about what regulatory steps we want to take. And with that, I want to just go quick to the folks online.
Yeah, I just, I won't repeat anything because the education thing obviously is the big thing here. I'm just gonna caution when you say mandatory. I want to make sure that we're doing all we can education wise, but this is our first, our first step in that. And I want to make sure that we're not, we're encouraging people to do things and actually, definitely pushing them under the mandatory. But I want to make sure we're cognizant of what the punishment would be for not complying, because given the low compliance rates that we've seen around the country, that worries me, and I want to get that higher. Obviously, SEI will do anything we can to help get that higher, but I don't want to take away somebody's opportunity the following year because they didn't do it right or whatever. So full on all the education and everything, but I also want to look at that, be cognizant of that other piece.
So that's clarifying something that is going to incentivize people to participate without removing.
At least in the first year or two,
Yeah.
right? After the first year or two,
Yeah.
then you can kind of ramp up that mandatory, but we really got to work on the education. So.
Well, and what I would caution, I mean, everybody knows this, right? But if you wait a year or two to really go full bore with it, then it's potentially going to spread out of those zones before we know where it all is. And so striking that, I know that you have that in mind, but I just want to make sure that that's in the conversation too. But I think that's good. Understanding what what happens if you don't comply would be helpful to have a good, robust conversation about, not today, but in developing something to bring to the full commission. We can't have it today.
Yeah, frankly, internally, our initial discussion, where do we need, this is the starting point, do we even need regulation? The tough part is, we would expect that more people would want to test, knowing that there was a positive, but we just don't know. So how do we hit those sampling goals?
We've got a few folks online waiting to contribute. So do you want to call?
Mike Costello, followed by Rick Manus and Rick Travis.
Great, thanks for the opportunity. Yeah, please build a really robust data set on what's happening here in California before making what looks like in other states or even nations very draconian movement on harvest. There are a handful of skull cleaning businesses in California because getting your skull cleaning for a euro amount is a fraction of taxidermy. They process thousands of skulls a year for hunters. I think that would be a great place to start to find a way to audit skulls from the whole state. So I'll drop a note here into the chat to Ari on this, and if anybody wants to follow up on that, I'm happy to help out in directing some of those contacts. I don't understand why roadkill is not scalable. Caltrans handles hundreds of dead deer a week on I-5, 395, 80, 50, 4, 120, 108. I don't understand why we can't find a way to do better than a handful of deer a week when Caltrans is there and state agency. So the other aspect of it is roadkill. There's a law that's supposed to let us pick them up and eat them. That's not been moved on. Maybe there's an opportunity here to use this need and that mechanism and put them together and actually get that move forward. And then finally, create an incentive for testing. You know, for these zones or even statewide, put a Goodale tag and an Anderson flat tag in for people in these zones as a lottery, as a raffle. So if you're one of the 800 people that submit your skull for your deer for testing, you have a really good odds of pulling a tag that you otherwise would never get. So I think there's a way to incentivize participation in the testing program that would be very fast and effective in getting hunters to participate and join the process. Finally, what's the threat? I honestly, I don't want to sound I don't know. I don't want to sound just completely tone deaf here, but Colorado has had this since for 40 years. Arkansas has 23% of their whitetail population infected. What is the threat that causes this to be an emergency? That's all.
Mike, do you want to address the question of threat real quickly? Either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can.
Yeah, because we didn't talk about what, and we've talked about it previously. What does chronic wasting disease do to abundance and
Yeah,
individuals?
so I mean, your comments are well taken, and the threat is hard to quantify in a deer population. Work that's been done where they had it for a long time shows that once prevalence is above some threshold, that threshold is likely dependent on the population itself. But once it gets above some threshold, then chronic wasting disease is one of those key factors for the decline in that population. They've done it in the Southeast, Wyoming, they've done some modeling work in Colorado that shows that that's the case. But these are not on time scales of a year or two. These are on time scales of decades and generations, because it is such a slow moving disease. We're talking 15 months to a couple of years from infection to disease. Once disease starts, death is pretty rapid. But that's enough time for deer to kick out a couple fawns and still keep the population up and running. So for that, as a negative effect on a population, it's something that we might see down the road. And it might be that as that pressure increases, that selective pressure increases on the population, we might see an increase in the genetic resistance. The resistance does not equate to no disease. It just pushes that disease progression further down the timeline for that individual animal. So from populations, there's not good information out there right now that CWD is the nail in any population's coffin. Whitetail deer out east is just a different beast entirely, just because of the population numbers, densities they have. than it is out west. With a mule deer. I think our coastal black-tailed deer might look a little bit more like some populations of white-tailed deer out east. And in those populations, I worry about prevalence ratcheting up quickly, transmission going quickly, but just because of the density. The other aspect of concern or risk is this unknown risk to people. Depending on who you talk to, it's a big deal, it's not a big deal. Since the 1990s, the World Health Organization has had the take that we need to do everything we possibly can to keep the sources of animal prions out of our human food chain. And that follows from the mad cow outbreak, which was connected to an outbreak of variant Crutchfield-Jacobs disease, which is a human prion disease that is much different than the standard Crutchfield-Jacobs disease, which is an old age neurodegenerative disease. That variant form was tied back to consuming tainted beef from the mad cow outbreak. With that in mind, and also the history that we have, the long history that I have with scrapie, where there's no evidence over hundreds of years that scrapie has crossed into humans as a disease. There's a giant question mark over CWD as to whether that is a public health issue or not. The best way I've heard it described is the risk is low, but it's not zero. And then I add on to that, and I don't think we know how close or how far away from zero it really is. So because of that, I tend to take, and other people in the wildlife health and public health space tend to take, a very precautionary approach to prion diseases, animal prion diseases in general. And CDC followed suit with the World Health Organization recommendations following evidence that cynomolgus macaques, which is a common study species when doing comparative work, trying to look at risks to people. A group out of Canada showed that those macaques might actually be susceptible to CWD. It hasn't been published, it hasn't been peer reviewed, so that has a giant question mark over it too. But because these question marks, because what we're learning about different strain types, how they might have different species susceptibilities, I have trouble recommending anything but caution.
Yeah, I think that's a great, I mean, if I may summarize, just like there's an unknown possibility of a risk to human health, and it's prion disease. So you go look up what that means to get one of those as a person. It's not good. So I do think that precautionary, this is one of those places where precaution, I totally agree, makes sense. Also, I mean, I think you're characterizing sort of population level effects as super variable. That's fair. In Colorado, I think there's a 5-fold increase in mortality in deer that gets FUD, and I'm just looking at some papers, that are close to that place where it's been the longest, and population declines on the order of 45%. So it's not necessarily going to do that, but I think that it is a real concern for both individual deer condition and for population size availability down the line. It's been there since the 80s at least, so it's a long time. And so you're the expert, and I guess I just want to summarize a little bit of what you said, because we have to be looking at like the potential downsides, and the question mark in this case is not one where, well, maybe they won't decline, maybe it's not a risk to human health. I feel like it's our responsibility to make sure that we prevent those outcomes.
The other risk sector for this is economic.
Yeah, thank you.
That, just putting aside the money that governments and organizations have to spend on control, which explodes once there's a detection, right? hunters are less likely to go to an area and hunt, where there's CWD. Both in-state and especially out-of-state hunters are less likely to go to an area or even entire state where CWD has been detected. So that's, you know, economic engines from outside the state, which plus all the businesses that are linked to hunting and everything. So there are studies that they've done in the states. Pre-detection and post-detection that have shown, and I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but they've shown a depression in hunter enthusiasm, in all the money that hunting generates. So there are real economic costs to the state to this as well.
And that's why I was cautioning about that, because we don't want to lose 50% of our tag sales in those areas. You know, it's like, it could have it's gonna have a ripple effect back.
One of those line items was targeted removal. One of the ways that we could focus on target removal would be increasing harvest.
Yeah.
And that could be increased opportunity.
So there's still a couple other folks waiting to comment. We went into this conversation in response to Mike Costello's question, which I think was an excellent question, but I do want to take us back to input from Rick Duenas with Travis, and now Jeff Jenkins has raised his hand. So let's go back to the queue and we can pick up this conversation.
Yeah, so let's start with the Ricks, Duenas first and Travis second.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Rick Duenas. Thanks for letting me speak on this. I just wanted to thank Dr. Monk for the presentation. Super informative, very helpful. I'm a hunter in California. I hunt a lot of other Western states as well, so I take CWD very seriously. You know, I do stuff like bleaching the outsoles of my shoes when I come back from areas where it's endemic, and I try to avoid hunting in units where it's endemic as well. To Mike's, got to kind of address Mike's prior point. I think as hunters, it should really be a concern, as mentioned, because for one, it hurts age class. It has a long incubation time. It tends to, you know, and it's 100% fatal. So the older age class animals that get infected with it are almost always gonna, or I should say, they're not gonna reach that age class. There's been studies on that. And then, well, as mentioned, the having prions in the food chain is just not a good situation to be in. You know, we don't think that scrapie can cause CJD in humans in the hundreds of years that we've known about scrapie. We don't think that, or we don't know if CWD can cause variant CJD in humans in the short time that it's been since it's been discovered. But that's not to say that it could jump to ferrets or mice to ferrets back to humans, or some other species with a codon that's more similar for the prion protein to humans. So that's definitely a public health concern from my perspective as just a general hunter and citizen of California. I think Mike made a really good point about the incentivizing it with something like a raffle. Wyoming, one of the endemic CWD areas, they don't have mandatory testing. However, they have a raffle. They have two different raffles, one for high prioritized areas, and then another raffle with like less good prizes for non-prioritized areas. So that's definitely an option. And I think especially having something like a governor's tag or Golden State tag, I think it's called in California, would highly incentivize hunters to submit samples from that for that. I think, yeah, that's one more thing I had to say was it was really heartening to see this come up as the topic of discussion right away after the confirmation. I think yesterday having some of the carcass transport regulations passed, it was heartening to see, if not a little too late. I think it'll be interesting to see moving forward if plants and crops, like livestock feed is actually the vector that's moving it across state lines. I know in 2023, last year, scientist Christopher Johnson from the U.S. Geological Survey published a paper, and they found in a laboratory setting, CWD could be uptaken into plants and transmitted to mice, again in the lab setting. So it's unclear how that would manifest with large ungulates in the real world, but definitely a cause for concern and maybe something to look into moving forward. Yeah, and I think having good dialogue with hunters, getting everyone on the same page to recognize how serious of an issue this is will go a long way with helping to hopefully mitigate it, and if not, just preventing its spread to other areas in California. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
Travis and Jeff Jenkins.
Legislative Director, California Rifle Pistol Association. I want to thank everybody for the hard work the department's done this, and especially working with Dr. Monk over the past few months. Outstanding job. Want to offer our magazine as well. We have 100,000 people readership. And so if you want to get anything published and put out to those people, that would be great. And we'd be more than happy to run it for the department. And then my big question is, in looking at this research over the past year and a half, one of the things I'm not seeing, and having a medical background, having worked in public health, is there doesn't seem to be anything looking at the resistance of some of the deer in these infected areas to find out, because as we know with human diseases and a lot of other zoonotic diseases, the health of the animals in the population where the infection is can predispose them to be coming down with it quicker than other animals. I just want to know if there's any research being done to look at the resistance of some deer in these infected herds.
There is our genetics research lab, our geneticist has been working on a deer genome project. As part of that, has been interested in the PRNP gene and the frequency. I will speak to one thing. The jury's kind of out as to whether genetic resistance is a good thing or a bad thing for this disease. Because it's not like sheep scrapie where you can breed for robust resistance and they're just not getting scrapie. It's more, at least in the work that I have seen and have been done, I think there's some newer work out that gets at this a little bit better, but the resistance is an increase in incubation. So instead of a 15-month incubation period, it might be a 5-year incubation period.
It's infectious for longer.
And they can potentially be kicking out infectious prion for 5 years instead of a year. So that's why the jury's kind of out as to whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. That doesn't mean we sure as heck shouldn't be looking at this. And actually, this afternoon, probably have a conversation with our geneticist about what that might look like. So that's an excellent point. I appreciate you bringing it up.
Yeah, the secondary point on that was just like we saw with COVID and stuff. I know deer, like any other wildlife, have respiratory illnesses and stuff like that. I didn't know if any of those type of illnesses beyond the genetics made them more predisposed, and if there was things that we could do to help make sure that they didn't have those predispositions. And I'm done.
I mean, I think that maybe you've already answered that question, so we can keep moving. But yeah, it sounds to me like the bottom line is that, whether they get symptomatic or not, they can carry. And so maybe that other illness piece is about.
Well, pneumonia is a common way that they die when they have CWD, because it affects the brain, it affects the nerves. Once things go wonky with like your swallowing mechanism, you're likely to inhale and get aspiration pneumonia. So that's often a common way that they die. I think the health of the disease, when I was hired on, I talked to my program manager and outlined I would really like to get to a disease health program. And I saw CWD as a stepping stone to that. I had no idea how hard of a road that would be. We are still working on CWD aspect of that. But to your point, Rick, I completely agree with you. And I'd also even add soil constituents, clay, habitat. These things might also be cofactors in the disease ecology of CWD where it occurs. And there's a big question mark on that.
Thank you. Go to Jeff Jenkins, please.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Jeff Jenkins. I'm current acting chair of the Nevada County Fish and Wildlife Commission. I just want to say I've heard a lot of encouraging comments today regarding deer hunting, expanding zones, things like that. I wasn't exactly sure when to jump in with my comment. We're actually going to propose, I think, towards the end of the agenda, things that aren't on the item. We would like to propose an antlerless hunt in western Nevada County. And now talking about CWD being discovered in California, I felt it was somewhat appropriate to go ahead and jump in now. One of the things that Quality Deer Management Association, QDMA, recommends with the CWD is reducing deer herd numbers to help reduce animal-to-animal contact. And this includes antlerless or doe hunts. And with us, proposing that you all as a commission maybe consider this in one of the upcoming meetings, I wanted to go ahead and just throw that out there, put it on the radar. And again, I'll probably be jumping in the later section of the agenda to discuss this a little bit further. But that's all for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
But if it's regulations that.
Yeah, it sounds like this is appropriate now.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, like I said, I was trying to figure out when's the best place to jump in, but
No, this is a good point because we're talking about potential mammal regulations.
great. Yeah, we as I said, we as a commission have approached our county supervisors. We have their support as well. Basically, we're witnessing what appears to be an overpopulation of black-tailed deer in western Nevada County, and we would like to propose antlerless hunts. It's done in just about every other state, as far as I'm aware. We are also thinking that it could encourage, more participation in the share program that we were talking about earlier, and there's just many deer hit on the roads in western Nevada County. And we've seen a reduction in the amount of mule deer that are migrating from the Sierras. Historically, they would venture into western Nevada County. One of the thoughts behind that is it could just be an overpopulation of resident black-tailed deer. So that is something that we're proposing is to start a pilot hunt in western Nevada County for antlerless deer, something that we could pilot for a set number of years, set a quota, and obviously reevaluate. Again, I was encouraged by the discussion of flexibility with deer management, and that ties into what we're proposing as well. So yeah, I'll stop there. Anybody have questions or comments or wish to chime in, please go ahead.
No, thank you for your comment. And this was the perfect time and place to bring this up because, this is a period in which the department's going to be considering what to pull forward into the proposed package in September. All right, please.
Again, Mark Henry with California Waterfowl. So I am also a Nevada County resident. We live at the lower elevations of the county between them. Auburn and Grass Valley. And I can tell you, our neighborhood is just taken over by deer. It's almost like every time you drive through there at night, it's like playing bumper pool with, deer and other animals all over in the neighborhood. I have actually a real sad story. My daughter over the winter hit two deer at one time. And luckily, even though the car was totaled and she was okay, I can tell you it traumatized her pretty good for that day. And so that was quite startling for her. But we also see, a lot of depredation complaints in our neighborhood, not only with crops, but deer getting into vegetation folks have planted. If you're trying to restore any kind of, oak woodland or other native vegetation, even getting that started is very difficult because the deer just come in and massacre it at night, and it takes a lot of work to prevent them from doing that. So, yeah, we're strongly in support of trying to do this kind of pilot. I think, you know, it's a reasonable request, given that, first of all, we have these problems in our county that really need to be rectified. I mean, if you go out during the rut and just drive around the county, you're gonna see dead deer lying on the roads all over the place. And again, they are a public safety threat. I think that's the main concern. Was touched upon, this would not impact the migratory deer population that are at the higher levels, higher elevations. It's really focused on the low elevation where we have resident nuisance deer. So we're trying to focus on where the problem is. Ultimately, I think it would result in a small number of tags. And then, as was mentioned, it's really would be on a pilot basis. Say after a 3 to 5 year period, the department could come back, assess it, and then provide modifications to the commission, which could include ending the hunt. But at least that way we would learn, have some information, and then hopefully be able to restructure it if need be. So thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, we're certainly.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mark. Just real quick to wrap up, if you don't mind, I just want to reiterate that the QDMA, like that is one of their main recommendations, is actually hunting does when you have CWD in the population to help reduce those numbers. So yeah, thanks for hearing my point, and Mark, thanks for jumping in as well. And yeah, let the conversation go on. Thanks again.
We have a couple of other hands, including one in the room or two in the room. And yeah, I mean, I don't want to curtail discussion on this until we get where we need to go. And we're also coming up on noon. So I just ask folks to be concise if possible, to the extent that's appropriate. Well, you just joined us. Why don't you go ahead?
Lori Jacobs, California House of Conservation.
And Lori, just so you're aware, our microphone is over here in the middle of the room. So in order for people online to hear you, you have to use your outdoor voice and speak toward the mic.
I was just gonna say, if they did continue with this and do some type of hunt for antlerless deer, that they do make it like a youth hunt.
Thank you.
And we do actually already have that in our county. We have an antlerless hunt for kids. I think it's 75 tags.
They could.
So yeah, I think we were envisioning this one to be for adults.
Yeah, but the youth are better. I'm all for the youth, so.
Okay, some options on the table.
You could up the tags for youth.
Yeah, I mean, youth opportunity is a big priority. I know for a lot, so thank you for that additional input. Did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, because I commented on the CWD, but I had a couple other comments on the deer. First of all, on the doe hunt in Nevada, California Deer Association's been in the loop on that, and we would certainly support that. I'm aware that there's statute that says that, as far as increasing doe hunts, trying to get the buck doe, ratios more in balance, which is something California doesn't do very well. Not the department's fault, because a lot of counties have veto power on that. That's been on the books for decades. That's something I hope with the new deer plan, which I know is brewing off in the future sometime. I won't hit you with that right now, but I hope we can take a hard look at doing what we're talking about, doing a pilot in Nevada on a statewide basis. And if we have to float legislation, to get rid of that veto power, I mean, that's something we tried to do in the past, and it's been controversial even within the hunting community, but it's something that really has got to happen eventually if we really care about healthy deer populations here in California, and we do, and they're struggling. So getting those buck-doe ratios back in balance would be a big step in the right direction. The other thing on deer is we passed regulation a few years ago. Chief Best was involved with this. That opened up, if you have a CCW in your archery hunting, that you can carry for all kinds of big game except deer. Why can't you carry if you have a CCW when you're hunting deer? I mean, I don't know what the logic was at that time. Maybe David remembers, I don't. But the problem is with the illegal grows that are out there, not to mention, concern over large predators and so forth, bears, mountain lions, whatever. Mountain lions, big issue right now. I mean, I would hope that the department would consider bringing forward a proposed regulation change that would extend that CCW authority to carry while archery hunting to include deer. I mean, especially with the illegal growth. I mean, there's some serious issues out there, and the archery hunters should be able to protect themselves from some of the concerns and threats that are out there. But I don't see any logical reason why you can't do it for deer, but you can for elk, you can for bear, you can for this, you can for that, but you just can't do it for deer. So I wanted to throw that out there so we can vet it here and hopefully bring that forward for 2025.
Yeah, and we changed it, the Supreme Court and a few other cases. I'm not sure that's even legal. So I think we should go back and take a look at that and understand what was the legislative history, or how did we go ahead and get to that place.
It's in reg, not code, so. Yeah, I don't know.
But why would?
I was gonna ask former Chief Best if he recalls why we didn't allow that, why we didn't allow that for deer when the commission adopted those regulations.
My remembrance, in my former capacity, was that there was a concern that, that method of take could be improperly used. Might wanna validate that with Chief Pelsman. I think, might be familiar with the history of it as well. But that was my take on why the consideration, if I remember correctly. I think there was a piece where it was allowed where I think peace officers can carry while archery deer hunting because of their special classification. But at the time it was considered, it was the concern was that was illegal method of, somebody illegally taking a deer in while they were out archery.
And a big thank you for acknowledging Assistant Chief Pelsman, who is here today representing Law Enforcement Division. Apologize for missing you earlier this morning in the introduction, but Assistant Chief Pelsman is here representing them today.
Yeah, let's get, make sure we give Mark Smith and Dan Ryan a chance to join the discussion here. Who are you next? Mark, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mark Smith on behalf of the California Guides and Sportsmen's Association. We just want to lend our support to the proposed doe hunt in Nevada County for the reasons that previous speakers have already addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Ryan. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dan Ryan, are you guys able to hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Yeah, and I would echo the same thing. I would echo support for new opportunity for antlerless hunts. The one recommendation I would have for the two gentlemen that mainly pushed it forward is, really get a proposal firmed up and together that is realistic and where you actually see some results attainable. And I know, I grew up in Placer in Nevada counties, and, doe hunts were always thrown around because there are so many neighborhood deer, i.e. keyword neighborhood deer. But how do you alleviate that, that issue and that concern when you have a lot of small private landowner tracts and things like that? And how do you actually hunt within areas where there's ordinances that don't allow for weapon use and hunting and things like that? And so definitely, as you're putting that proposal together with your board of supervisor or things like that, work and put together, a proposal that's actually attainable that, the department can actually look at and digest. Because I think it's one of those things that I think it is a great idea. But making a proposal specific enough that, is actually attainable is something that, definitely, I recommend you looking at. I've participated in antlerless hunts in various other states where you're talking about, trying to reduce deer herds with depredation or reduce deer herds when they've had, reoccurring CWD occurrences in an area. And, a lot of those are focused on 100% public or private lands. So you're not impacting, public land deer herds, but also you're focused on large tracts of private lands. And so that's where, definitely, like you mentioned, the share program could be a possibility there. Or, I know Placer and Nevada County don't have, large pivots of alfalfa or things like that, but there are areas with like orchards or larger, tracts of private lands that might be, provide those opportunities. So I just provide those comments. Yeah, work with the department to see what's actually attainable with providing those new hunts. And then lastly, I was just going to mention, I haven't been on this call for a while, since I put together that petition back a few years ago, proposing a bunch of new hunts in California, and just want to continue that conversation and look forward to working with Scott and his group, potentially having some new opportunities in California. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dan. Nice to hear from you. I think, yeah, we're open to hearing sort of where those conversations take us in September as this package comes together. Because we do have to circle back before June, before we get out of leave this agenda item on the CWA thing. I guess I want to just make a couple other comments reflecting what I've heard, sort of chewing on it. Lots of great ideas. So thanks everybody for contributing to both that specific conversation and the broader one. One is that some of what I've heard is that, there's sort of like a nested, like spatially speaking, there's some things that make sense statewide. There's some things that make sense within specifically like the zones where there's higher CWD risk based on those two samples. And I think it's just for me helpful to think about like increasing surveillance is useful everywhere. Sampling more, for instance, with the skull processors, as one person suggested, with meat processors, through hunter harvest, through roadkill sampling, maybe through incentivizing testing. So that needs to happen I'd like to sort of see where that takes us within the areas of heightened risk, but also statewide, because, to my understanding, like what we're trying to understand is how widespread is it, how prevalent is it? And that is not just, we need to be looking beyond those red and yellow zones. So I think that idea about testing, whether it's, mandatory testing is to find out the extent of the problem. It's going to help inform management of the problem. The part about not spreading it, that feels like, the other piece of the emergency, that's number two, right? That's carcass handling. So I guess that's the other distinction. There's sort of like surveilling, understanding the extent of the situation. That's largely testing. And I think we need to move forward with whatever makes the most sense to really nail where we need to be rolling out restrictions on movement and things like that. Because it's really item 2, carcass handling, that is going to prevent spread. And so I'd like to see something like comprehensive that's really going to address the risk fully on carcass handling and carcass movement in the zones that are red and yellow. I wonder about whether there's any, like, does it make sense to reduce carcass movement more broadly until we have our heads wrapped around the problem? Would you want to consider a more statewide sort of way of addressing movement of carcasses or movement of heads and spines?
Obviously, we all want to know, right? We want to know, and the only way to know is to do some of these things. But I'll just be honest, I was super cautious with Brandon and our staff of like, where are we going? We need to slowly walk and be methodical and thoughtful about what we're doing and how we want to move forward and what we want to propose. And it's that risk factor. You walk too slow, do you get there, do you not? So I think bringing it today was to just sort of hear tolerance levels, hear excitement, hear frustrations, and sort of just better understand where the department can go, knowing that even if it's mandatory and even if you do these things, it's still about compliance. And we need the same people that we want to impose things on to help us understand this better. So there's that balance that we need to strike on how we can do this together and get an understanding together and think about what makes sense for the hunters, for the constituents, for the public, and then with us needing to know this information to help make these management decisions. So I've been struggling through this in the last couple of weeks as we've kind of got through this, indications and where we go. So this is all just really helpful for me. I do think that I'm hearing in this space of 1 and 2 in the list, call prioritized or not, there's something that we should do there. I do think we need to look back at, particularly with number 2 with carcass handling and where we are, the rules we have, look back at the regulations. Brandon's pretty, up to speed on all of these things, and really understand that better before I'm comfortable with saying what more we do or what we can do, and understand it. And And then also the complications about just getting, if we move to some kind of mandatory reporting, there's going to be something involved with that has to do with carcass sample handling, moving, and how widespread do we do that. So we've got to just, I'm still kind of torn on where we go, but the conversation's been super helpful.
That's helpful, yeah.
Yeah, just two comments in that same vein. You know, if we talked about one of the callers mentioned, you know, Colorado in this period of time. Yeah, you know, and I know you probably know all the things that have been done there, but you're looking at carcass handling. What are the other states that had this problem? Did they restrict it? Was it successful? Do we know that? And I think as we're looking, I'd be asking those questions is, you know, are we reinventing the wheel? Or, you know, is this something we're going to forge out, do something new where there's a lot of unknown? Secondly, as it was already mentioned, you know, I'm worried about the punitive nature of whatever we do mandatory. And so, you know, I'd rather hit people with a reward system where they're incentivized with some lottery or some positive initially. And, you know, if this thing gets out of control and we got to tighten it down, I'm fine with that maybe in year 2 or year 3, but initially to go ahead and put a big penalty system out there, I have reservations about that.
I don't think any of us moved quickly to a penalty system in this space. Like, we're all in the space of like, we still need to learn more. I like the ideas, and I was chatting with Scott on the side. You know, some of you tracked the lottery issues we've had with tags in the past and things we've done. I worry about incentives not to kill anything, but great comments for us to go back and look at. But just my mind immediately goes to incentives for hunters that turn in their tags. Well, first off, there's likely 20, even if you just look at those zones we talked about, that's 20 to almost 30,000 people who have an opportunity to tag quotas. Then you have success. Well, that means somebody either got drawn and they were successful and then they complied. What about the other 30,000? That's only going to be a couple thousand. So how do they get in the lottery? They weren't successful, but they didn't get to turn in. They didn't have the opportunity to even turn in a sample, but now they don't get a chance for the golden ticket back. So I think there's things to think about in that space of opportunity, fairness, incentivizing, and where we are. So I need to run some of that, but like I said, this has been a great conversation for us to think about going forward and what we can do. But I hear all of those things, and at the end of the day, for me, we do need to incentivize people turning in samples, but the department has an obligation to then also step up to make that as easy as possible and as less frustrating as we can make it for hunters. Yeah, to not deter hunters, to not deter compliance with it, to just say, you know what, I was going to, but I decided not to. But also widespread across the state. So it's about not only increasing if there's a mandatory there, but how do we also increase across the state? Because that's also prevalence. We don't know where it is. I was looking at some of the other states who have had mandatory testing, and I don't remember the state offhand now, but they basically kind of rotate around. Like, we have these zones that Brandon mentioned with the color coding, and they're focused in this zone this year. And so it's mandatory. Regulation goes in, mandatory here. Other folks can submit them anytime. There's a fee. It's like $25 if you want to submit your sample just to know for your own knowing, and it helps us. And they rotate around and where that mandatory is on more of a annual basis, if you will. So it helps them over time look at prevalence across their state and things and look. So there's lots of models out there. And it's just the only benefit I see from this right now for us to think a little bit about how California takes this on and you know, the research and things that are out there. But again, helpful conversation for me to, you know, huddle back up with our folks after today and think through how we come to you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I really appreciate, Commissioner Anderson, you were emphasizing the outreach and education component. I mean, what I hear is like really, really widespread, sort of everyone's on the same page about wanting to limit the spread of CWD, about wanting to contain, about wanting to do the right thing, because everyone's interested ultimately in the health of their population and the elk population too. They end up having it. So, you know, getting everyone on board, same team working together to keep this thing from impacting everyone negatively. I think that's the, you know, that's where we're pointed. I'll just say, like, I think that if this is going to be an emergency, there's going to have to be some kind of emergency reg to do it on the timeline that's compatible with the season. We didn't talk about targeted removal very much, but I think that if there were a proposal to shift, like to increase harvest in areas that are already sort of identified as high risk, that I don't see any reason to take that off the table either. And we have the wildlife rehab package coming to the June meeting. And if this is the opportunity to address fawn rehabilitation in there, then we should do that too. And then, like Brandon said, number 4, changing the hunting season next year.
So just to speak quickly to the fawn question, so staff did discuss that.
Okay.
We did highly recommend to our colleagues in the department that any consideration of regulation changes based on CWD to the handling of fawn be actually handled through the emergency regulation.
Okay.
And that would then give us the opportunity for looking at the full rulemaking package that you're about to undertake for potential changes, say for discussion at the discussion hearing, et cetera. So there's other changes that could be considered long-term during that full rulemaking. But if there are changes that you absolutely want, we should do that through the emergency. And then that gives us time for a longer discussion through the full.
Should we talk about that more? Or, I mean, the concept is, you don't want to be spreading CWD because at least in these zones, there are fawns that are potentially carrying it. And the reason they come in for rehab is that they're sick. I mean, that seems like the risk.
Yeah, Brandon and I, we had a pretty good conversation around this yesterday, and I think the bottom line is not that many. And so it's kind of low on the list. We also need to think about that space. And so what I hear today is there's interest in us exploring that a little bit more and in what capacity that could be included in a June sort of package if need be. And I think that's maybe what we need to look at a little bit more. Is that widespread? Is that localized working with? Is there something there that for longer discussion can go as that package goes forward, the bigger package, but for June.
And I think to build on that, also the question is whether or not you have rehabilitators in those zones.
That's what
Right.
more localized.
If you don't
versus
have them
across
in
the
those
state.
zones, then people are potentially taking them out to other areas.
That's what I think.
There's 3, right? There's the picking up of the deer and moving it to the facility. There's the accumulation at the facility itself, right? Because now you've got deer, just like a captive servant facility, right? And then now you've got a potential release of the deer where you're taking it there, moving it somewhere else to release the deer out somewhere, all which could happen within the incubation period.
So, and during that, in that analogy, can you actually do a blood test or anything to see if that bond, so it doesn't work that way?
I mean, at some point, we might be able to do that.
Not now.
But when I was talking about that sensitivity and specificity, in order for that to be an effective test, that sensitivity has to be super high. As close to 100% as possible, because you're making decisions about moving something, so you don't want a false negative.
Yeah, I mean, from my standpoint, moving it outside of the zone, I have a real problem with, and I don't, that's something that, until or that fawn, is old enough to be tested or never be on release, it needs to stay within the same area.
One thing I would put to this group is, we have a dearth of fawn rehabbers in the state, so it's already an issue as to, got a fawn in this county, but there's no rehabber. And our general guidance has been don't move outside the county, don't move outside the population. So it's a double-edged sword. It's 2 things to think about. It's, if we don't restrict, then we might need to promote. So those opportunities are available where the fawns are. So it's.
Well, there are states where there's no fawn rehab period because of the prevalence of CWD. So we don't necessarily have to go that route. But I think, the point you're both raising, Commissioner Anderson and Brennan, is that movement of live, we need to address that. I think this reg needs to address the movement of live deer as well as carcasses, and that's not actually on the list.
Well, the movement of live deer, we did address with the recent.
Oh, so that between county lines thing is not just a suggestion, it's.
Well, the import of live deer, there shouldn't be movement of live deer across California that isn't already permitted through restricted species or fallow deer farming. Fallow deer may actually be really resistant to CWD, and they're not even on USDA's list of farm species that fit their disease program for CWD.
So that's a pretty low, should be a pretty low
Yeah, I've seen white-tailed deer.
thing.
It's white-tailed deer, mule deer, and elk.
Black-tailed deer,
Black-tailed
mule deer,
deer,
elk would be the native species, and then there are a few fallow deer running around out there, remnants from Point Reyes.
Yeah,
And hopefully there's not any access deer, but there could be.
but they're not in the zones we're talking about, those fallow deer in any case, they're. Okay.
So you can see on, on Brandon's slide, he had restrict or prohibit, and that's one of the questions that we've been grappling, trying to figure out. How far do we go? Do you really need to prohibit it, or is there some restriction which would be effective and still allow it, or not? I don't know that we've arrived at.
And if it's not, then restriction or prohibition is not palatable or feasible, then we have a real issue with having resources available for fawns across the state. So if we don't do anything, we might be in a worse place than if we went one way or the other. I guess that's what I'm trying to get.
And probably no matter which road we pick, even if it's to do nothing, it's likely to be controversial. I mean, among rehabbers, it's probably going to be a controversial decision. So,
Sure, yeah.
We're gonna have to figure out how to way forward on that.
Yeah, well, my comment about movement was, sort of brought about by this idea that rehabbers might be moving individuals outside of the zone into other zones because of the dearth of people who are doing rehab. So I think at the very least that needs to be addressed.
I think we're singing the same song.
Yeah, I'm a prohibit person
Yeah,
outside
I'm a
the
prohibit
zone,
person on
so clear.
That's a cautionary thing to do.
And the thing is, if there's not one in that particular zone, the red zone, then, let somebody go ahead and start one. But I don't think you let them outside the zone.
Oh, we just don't rehab.
I don't know if you can hear you.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I mean, that's probably what's feasible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or or there's no fawn rehab in that zone for the time being because there's CW. I don't know, it seems like we don't know a lot about how much there is there, so all this is sort of like, as more samples come in, it'd be helpful to have any updates you have to help guide that decision making.
So I think what I'm hearing here is yes on something for June.
Yes.
We need to be working through some sort of increased testing, surveillance to support that surveillance stuff. I'm hearing we need to be talking about movement of animals and looking into that a little bit further. And we need to be looking at number 2, which is just the carcass movement. So fawn handling and so there's carcass movement together. So maybe those 2 main items. Also, I think I'm hearing that, there's a commitment here, and again, Bill, we're gonna have to work through this with some of these folks and your folks on how do we have this discussion in the next couple of weeks as we've got to get materials together and built and put up for y'all to have and for the public to see prior to June. I also, I want to just be straight, like, I also don't have 4 days to sit down with the public and spend 8 hours a day debating everybody's ideas and thoughts. So I'm gonna be really clear about that right now. We're gonna do our best to work through that. There is a time and place, which will be the commission meeting come June if we put this through, but it's difficult with schedules and calendars and timing and all those things. So I just want to be clear that we're gonna do our best to do that.
Yeah.
And bring something forward.
The only thing I would ask is just, reach out to the tribes in the area.
Yep, and I believe our reach have already started that out.
That's important. Make sure that, the local government in the area, boards of soups, whatever, that we do touch base with them and let them know what we're considering. And then, these organizations that we have before us, you got a very, very short window. And, there's a lot of work to be done, so we're not asking you to kill yourself. So,
No pun intended.
Do your best.
And we will be there in June.
Yeah, and then we'll come back.
Yeah.
So just
And-
giving you a heads up.
And a reminder too, that
Right.
the emergency regulation is valid for 6 months. At the end of the 6 months, you either re-up that regulation or you do something different. So you have a WRC meeting in September. This conversation can continue in September to talk about what was passed, how it's being implemented, what evidence that we have, how it's working so far, any of those things. help inform the commission's action for what to do at the end of that 6-month period.
And I appreciate wanting to make sure that we do this in a way that works well for everybody. And, 20 years from now, like, I don't think anyone's gonna look back and say, we shouldn't have been so strict. It's, whereas I think it's much more likely, if we don't act now, people are gonna look back and go, dang, why didn't they just shut the door on this while they could? That's more likely. So, and I mean, there's no constituency for chronic wasting disease. Like, no one stands to benefit if you let it spread. So I think that's the spirit that we can move forward with. Okay. All right.
Before we break, can I clarify archery thing and the firearms?
Thank you. Okay.
It took me a while to find it and remember, but there is a law, there's a Fish and Game Code section that prohibits carrying a firearm during an archery season, and that is 4370. And then there's an exemption for peace officers, so there's that. Huh? Yeah.
So it's code?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone. That was a long morning without a break, so we're going to break for lunch.
What time would you like us back, Madam Chair?
Let's come back at 1:15, and then the first item we'll take after lunch is Southampton Bay.
Yeah, so a reminder for those online, if you didn't hear this morning, the co-chairs did agree to hear Southampton Bay immediately following lunch. So we'll come back and we'll hear item number 5, and then we'll go back to item 4, take the Monday then. Okay, thanks everyone. We'll see you at 1:15.
So we are resuming, and we are going to go straight to item number 5 on the agenda, and we'll come back to item 4 afterwards. Out of respect for the folks who traveled here in person to be here to discuss that item. So the next item on the agenda is Southampton Bay, waterfowl hunting in Southampton Bay. And I'm going to turn it over briefly to Ari to introduce the topic, and then I'm also going to give, I believe we have an elected official. No, we have not elected.
I'm staff.
All right, please.
At its October 2023 meeting, the commission denied a regulation change petition, which requested a ban on waterfowl hunting in Southampton Bay. At the same time, the commission also directed staff to explore potential regulations to address waterfowl hunting noise concerns specific to Southampton Bay and referred the topic to WRC. Last meeting, we discussed some specific potential regulation changes to address the noise issues. And today we'll discuss these further to see if we can identify some key ones that WRC is interested in exploring further.
Great, thank you, Ari. And I'll just say, at our previous Wildlife Resources Committee meeting, there were a number of, it was very helpful to have a set of suggestions that was brought to the meeting by the folks from Benicia. And at the time, there hadn't really been time for anyone to have a look at them. And so continuing the discussion today is an opportunity to hear from everybody about what they think, what in that list might be viable, what might have legs. And regardless of where we land on that, I just want to emphasize that there's certainly going to be value in continued dialogue, even if it's outside of this space. And so that's part of where I think we're pointed regardless. But maybe I'll start by asking the folks who come from the city of Benicia whether you'd like to say anything.
Very much, and thank you so much for allowing this item to be taken up right after lunch. My name is Mario Giuliani. I'm the city manager of the city of Benicia, and the second time I've had an opportunity to come before the committee. And as noted in your remarks, really this is our hope to have a conversation with committee members and all the stakeholders in trying to evaluate something to find common ground in an area where there is some conflict. And that, simply put, the conflict is the right of the hunters within the state to be able to use state waters to duck hunt. But how does that correspond to a residential neighborhood that is just really 100 yards away from this activity occurring? And the petitioner, Kathy Bennett, is next to me, and she'll make some remarks as she is the organized this effort and put in the petition now going on a couple of years. Three. And I think we're at the point now where we want to try to find a balance. We want to find a balance for the hunters of the state as well as the residents. And so we had proposed in January a variety of potential compromises, some tasks that we think would be able to continue the right of the hunters to hunt, but provide our residents a little bit of comfort and awareness of what was happening. And to that end, I want to speak to just a couple of things. We know that in one of those items is really a restriction on holidays, and there was a list of a variety of holidays that the petitioner had noted. Now we're happy to talk about that and the holidays that make most sense for the hunters and those for the residents. So that's an area we think is ripe for conversation. Two, and really what is, I think, rather unique, is to have an opportunity to put forward a condition of notice. At the end of the day, when you're trying to balance a variety of interests, and we do this every day in government, how can we maintain the peace and quiet enjoyment for the residents, as well as affording the duck hunters the right to still hunt in Southampton Bay? And so the city of Benicia and the petitioner are suggesting to provide notice. Now, the way that notice can work can certainly be discussed, doesn't have to be resolved today, but I think the concept, my hope is, can be agreed upon, where the hunters would either directly inform a neighborhood group, or they could inform the city of Benicia. We then could inform the affected neighborhood that hunters will be in this area in a 7-day period. At the end of the day, we're talking about a concern of noise and jarring activity that is also in conflict with other water recreational activities of kayaking and boating. And so to provide that community the 7-day window that hunting activity will occur eliminates the immediate concern of the sound of shotgun fire early in the mornings that are not common. And it still provides our hunters in the state of California the right to use Southampton Bay. So those are two of the major areas that we'd like to talk about today. I want to turn it over to Kathy and let her comment further. And I'd like to conclude by just saying that the city of Benicia wants to be a partner in this. We recognize the state resources, and particularly the Department of Fish and Wildlife, are taxed. We certainly believe that notice can be facilitated through our police dispatch. We are welcome to put up specific signage recognizing the conditions placed on hunters by ultimately the commission. And the city of Benicia will bear that responsibility and be the partner to do that. So I want to make sure that that's well known to the committee staff. So if it's up to the committee, I'd like Kathy as the petitioner to just offer a few words.
First of all, thank you for having us. And I'll just add that the current regulation being that duck hunting is allowed on any navigable waters in the state of California. And we recognize that that is the current regulation. It is also a current law that homeowners have the right to the peaceful enjoyment of their homes. So that's what we're trying to come to some sort of a negotiation with, honoring the rights of both duck hunters and homeowners. When I initially put together this list of potential compromises, there's a lot of things that we could back away from. I say we, meaning the city of Benicia. Compromise means generally that nobody gets everything they want, and we recognize that. So of these holidays that I listed, for various reasons, perhaps I'll say the most important would be Yom Kippur, which is the most holy day of the Jewish holidays. Thanksgiving, celebrated by most Americans, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. And we heard from hunters at the last meeting that they also look forward to holidays as an opportunity to hunt. So we've really kind of narrowed it down to the ones that are traditionally family gatherings and that offer families a chance to plan ahead and really organize family time. I also want to say that some of these suggestions may seem outright ridiculous to duck hunters. I know that when I said change the start time, I said 9 o'clock. That must have got uproarious laughter. But what I was thinking about is that right at the beginning of duck hunting season, we have daylight savings time. So even if we change the start of hunting to say 8 o'clock, by October 31st, that 8 o'clock turns to 7 o'clock. So anyway, I just wanted to point out that some of these things that seem perhaps outlandish, there was a reason I put it that way. And we're willing to, you know, as I said, compromise on a lot of things. I feel a real sticking point about the advance notice. That gives, there are over 200 households directly on the Southampton water. And it gives those households a chance to organize their family events or their, you know, their life around the disruption of hunting. So that is something that I feel really strongly about, and I'm really grateful that our city manager is offering city time to make that an easier process for the hunters. Yeah, that I think that's pretty much all I wanted to say. And well, maybe one other thing is that in any compromise, there needs to be, you know, solid agreement on both parties. And so this advance notice, if that's violated, you know, someone in our city department would note that, you know, this hunter did not provide advance notice, and we would just provide that information to the Fish and Game Warden. So we would not be doing any enforcement of our own other than just keeping track of who's abiding by whatever compromises are made. So I hope that makes sense. Any questions?
Thank you.
Is there any other comments from anybody else in the room?
Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to hear what other folks.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it before I.
Contribute to the discussion. So let's go to other folks who are interested in contributing. Lori.
And for those who are online, if you're interested in participating in the conversation, now's a good time to raise your hand.
Great, so we'll look for hands online, but let's start with folks.
I just have one question. These families that live there, did they not know hunting was allowed when they moved there?
Well, that's a very good question. And it has been asked and sometimes commented that that somehow the homeowners there are encroaching upon pre-existing duck hunting. And that's actually not the case. Most of these homes have been there for over 50, 60 years. And I say most of them, probably 3/4 of them. And in all that time, there has never been duck hunting in the Southampton Bay or in the mouth of the state park. So this is a relatively, and I say relatively, meaning the last 5 years that duck hunting has been observed in these waters. There are multiple duck hunting preserves. If you just motor 20 minutes outside the Carquinez Bridge or 20 minutes beyond the Benicia Bridge, there are all kinds of private and public duck hunting areas. So it's just never been an area where duck hunters hunted. It just started literally in the last 5 years.
And if I may add, because I do think that it's an important note. All of last year, we don't think we had a single occurrence of duck hunting.
Maybe one.
So I think that's important to put in perspective too, in the problem we're trying to address. And it speaks to, I think, your concern about you know, the frequency. Is this something like an airport syndrome? It is not. This is not a grounds that are used for hunting that often, which makes it even that more jarring and surprising to the residential community that's there, because it is so random and so infrequent that it becomes something that creates quite a stir and is, like I said, jarring to that community. And so I think that's also worth noting. We're talking about something that we're talking about activity that happens very infrequently. And so the burden we think that is put on the duck hunting community is relatively modest considering of how often it's used.
I would just like to add to that, that last year was unusual, given that the duck hunting began, 5 years ago, no longer than that. And, last year we had almost no duck hunting. And I'm one of those 200 houses, and the ducks disappeared. The ducks were just gone. So that's probably why there was no duck hunting. They just went somewhere else. We're surrounded by water in the city of Benicia. So the ducks just weren't there. So that's why we probably didn't have much hunting.
Lori, any follow-up or that your question answered? No, thank you. Okay, thanks. Other folks in the room who would like to weigh in? Please, Mark.
Sure, yeah, Mark, California Waterfowl. So providing public notice, I think that's going to be extremely difficult, cumbersome. I mean, a lot of times people don't decide to hunt until they get up in the morning, the wind's blowing, and they want to go right then and there. So trying to provide, notice, previous to that, it's going to be a little bit hard for folks to do. There's other people that are hunting, as you mentioned, other parts of navigable waters, up and down that, the Carquinez Strait area there. And, there may be cases where they're gonna drive their boats by and see birds in there and just want to immediately start hunting. I think also a lot of our folks would look at this as kind of an invasion of their privacy. I mean, tap to check in and disclose who they are before they go hunt on public waters. That's going a little bit far. So I have great reservations about requiring that. I think a better way, in my view, is trying to put signage out in some of the public areas around the bay that would help educate folks about the history of hunting out there, why it occurs, the conservation benefits, but also, spelling out the seasons. And that way everybody will know when duck season starts and when it ends and what they can expect possibly during that time period. But signage to me would go a long way towards kind of proactively educating people up front about what is going on out there. So that would be my suggestion, is for all of us to work on and try to do that, to educate the local residents about the activity.
Thank you. Bill, would you like to weigh?
Yeah, I'll just add a little bit. I agree wholeheartedly with what Mark said, and then for the handful of waterfowl groups that I represent. Yeah, and I was involved in the Morro Bay issue way back when they backed the time up a little bit. They actually moved it forward to earlier in the morning. The commission did it, but it was originally backed up way before my time. And we bounced it forward to where they could start shooting earlier. So I just see that as a non-starter. I think if anything on this list, I'm not speaking for CWA, but would seem somewhat reasonable would be, as far as limiting shotguns to 12 gauge or smaller. I don't see that as a problem. I need to be eliminating 10 gauges, but other than that, I agree with the violation of privacy. I mean, telling people like, gee, I'm going to hunt tomorrow morning. I mean, like, sometimes you wake up in the morning, you check the weather, you go, I got to get out, right? So I don't think that's reasonable at all. Direct line of communication for violations. I mean, I don't think there's a lot of violations that are even occurring out there. It doesn't sound like there's even much duck hunting occurring out there, to be honest. So it seems like if the hunting is that infrequent, and one of the reasons they probably didn't see as many birds this year is because we had a lot of good habitat inland this year, because we had plenty of wetlands, we had plenty of flooded rights and so on and so forth. So I would question just how much of an issue it really is if was only hunted a couple of times last year. It seems like we're spending an awful lot of time on something that's really a minor issue in the grand scheme of things. It's kind of private.
Thanks, Bill. Do we have folks online who'd like to participate in the discussion on this item? I don't see any hands raised, but I want to make sure we're not missing anyone. No. Okay. Commissioner Anderson, any thoughts? I mean, I have some questions and thoughts, but I want to hear.
Sure. So I grew up in Vado. I'll be 60 this year, and I also happen to be the #1 collector of Jack London memorabilia, 8,700 items. So, I appreciate, I know Benicia very well. I actually grew up hunting there. And we would launch from various places, and that's because my dad was a policeman. We didn't have financial means, and a lot of people that do hunt on the bay are the folks that don't have the financial means. Secondly, when you talk about 5 years ago, I can attest that that area was hunted a long time ago, even going back way, way before me, going back to the time of Jack and when those guys used to hunt that. And there was a lot of things that happened at the turn of the century. And there's lots of documents and that type of thing to it. What I worry about here is the precedent that it sets for all duck hunters across the state. What community will be next to go ahead and set up restrictions? I like the idea of going ahead and educating the fact that there is hunting going on there to let people know. I don't have any problem with the gauge, but like Mark mentioned, as a hunter and somebody that does duck hunt on a regular basis, duck hunting is conditional on weather, wind, a lot of factors, and I usually make that decision the night before. If the weather isn't permitting, then I don't go. And I think if you restrict it, and especially restricted on the bay, what you're doing is you're hurting the poor or underprivileged hunters that use the San Francisco Bay as one of their major sources of hunting. So, I need to think about this, from the standpoint of what recommendations, because I really do worry about the precedent it sets, and then when's the next community going to go ahead and come online and say, there's a noise factor, that type of thing.
I'll just comment quickly, and do you mind if
I just have.
why don't you go ahead if you have a specific?
It's a quick question.
Yeah.
I respect that you're familiar with Benicia and that there's been a lot of duck hunting in the Benicia area. I've lived on that Southampton Bay for almost 30 years, and I have never witnessed any duck hunters in that immediate Southampton Bay. There is definitely duck hunters on either side of Southampton Bay.
And the reason that is because birds are migratory, and then certain, like this year, we didn't get a push from Canada, so a lot of birds didn't come down. We only had a local bird population, and the birds that did come down came down very late. But I own a hunt club on Highway 37, and I will tell you, I drive 37 all the time, and the bird population is constantly moving. So over 30 years, it may have been bad, but when I started, when I was 12, so that's going back 48 years ago, there used to be bird population out there, and we would go ahead and work the whole upper part of the bay all the way down to Benicia and then all the way back over to Marin.
Including Southampton Bay. That's what we're specifically talking about, is Southampton Bay. That's a residential area.
Yeah.
And it's my understanding that there has been some period of time during which, just as Commissioner Anderson has said, there wasn't a lot of hunting taking place right there. I think I've heard on the order of 45 years or 30 years. There was a period when there wasn't a lot of hunting taking place there. But prior to that, and also my understanding is that, yes, there was, and then just as he said, like more recently. So, I think, it does sort of follow the animals, and there are a whole bunch of reasons why it might be moving around, but it's I don't think what the two of you are saying is conflicting. It has changed over time. I do want to distinguish, Southampton Bay from other places in the state, partly because of what you said, Commissioner Anderson, that this is a situation where the acoustics of the bay in particular make the noise issues maybe more extreme than in some places. I think it's important for us to clarify that, anything that happens with respect to the specifics of this location, the particulars of this location, do not mean that elsewhere the same kind of situation applies. This is a very particular, situation. I do want to ask, there are a whole bunch of other things initially that were proposed that you haven't brought up, and I just want to make sure they're still on the table. So you talked about changing gauge. I'm not hearing folks having concerns with that, restricting gauge to 12 gauge or smaller. Is that right? Generally,
We actually do that on the public wildlife areas.
okay,
So there is precedent for it.
okay, so that is one that everyone feels comfortable with, from what I'm gathering. This question of the start time, it sounds like that, you know, that there are issues with moving the start time a little bit. I think we talked in the past about Morro Bay and how there's a particular situation, again, with different circumstances, that they have a gauge restriction and they have a 7 a.m. start instead of a 6 a.m. start. Is that right?
I think, if I remember correctly, the start of, hunting is a
Half
an hour
hour
before.
That's what it is now. I'm sorry, not six.
It's not a set time.
It's not a set time, but in Morro Bay it is. Correct, it is at 7 a.m. Okay. So that's something else that, Bill, you did address it.
Well, yeah, but like I said, I think Morro Bay was originally 8 o'clock and then the commission came back a few years later and said,
No,
and they moved
Too
it
late.
back to 7.
okay.
But that's the best, I mean, the first half an hour is the
That's
best time of the
I
day
understand.
as well, so
That's in the birds on the water.
that's giving up a lot.
Bill?
Yeah, okay.
I think, Bill, you're somewhat familiar with that. If I remember correctly, the change back to 7 a.m. was because the 8 a.m. start was actually creating more conflict because more people were out on the water
Right.
around the bay at 8 a.m. than at 6 or 7.
Yeah.
That may not actually be as helpful. Please.
And to that point, it's more of a reason why it's helpful to provide those residents kind of advance notice, whether it's 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock. If they know days ahead of time that there will be that type of activity, then the night before, they know that they may wake with the sound of shotgun fire, and it will not be as alarming to them. If they weren't expecting.
And children.
And I certainly, appreciate the sensitivity of the concern about privacy and, from our discussion that we had in January, when it was, we were just gonna put the burden on the hunters. If you were to provide notice, you would have to, do so and send it directly to the homeowners. But in the time from January to today, in speaking with staff and listening to comments in January, our solution is you can contact the city of Benicia. The city of Benicia and our police dispatch then can find a way to either email, use text message alert, those neighbors to say in 7 days, this activity will occur. And then there's some recognition that you can get from the Benicia Police Department or the city manager's office, and it could be some placard on your that you can put in your vehicle. So there's no sense of privacy that would be breached to the general public. It would only be to a government agency. And it's that compromise of how do we balance one's right to hunt with the wide enjoyment of residents that are 100 yards away. And for anyone that has fished or hunted, I imagine many of us have not had the occasion to do that activity 100 yards away from someone's backyard.
With 150 and stuff.
150, but you're still in a bay. That's the concern. And initially, the thought was, well, we want to just ban this. And in the discussion of recognizing, to your earlier point, we want to make sure that for the folks to be able to afford that type of activity, they can't go to private duck hunting. We understand that. That's been kind of the discussion over these past 18 months. So what we have done since the fall of last year is try to come up with ways, creative ways to address this. And this is a unique setting.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So you've got 200 residences there. I assume as a city manager, you've met with everybody?
We met with those, I wouldn't say every 200, but certainly the group, the city council adopted a resolution unanimously to support the petitioner because of the concern of the residents.
So are people then still surprised when the one duck hunter came out, because you said there was only one this year? And people are still surprised and kids are still surprised after letting them know and having a big meeting and signing the petition?
Certainly, they're going to be surprised because it's not an activity that happens often. And so if you're sleeping and you wake to the sound of shotgun fire, it's going to be alarming. And it's that sense of concern that we're trying to abate. And how do we do that? Well, there's no perfect solution. But the best we can do is let them know a few days ahead of time that this activity is likely to occur. And to your point, we understand that winds change, duck hunting changes, but if you made the plan to go duck hunting, then put that notice in. Whether you duck hunt there or not, is it going to penalize you if you don't show up?
I wonder whether, I mean, a couple of thoughts. One is Commissioner Anderson just comes to the committee and I think, you know, the plan is to bring it back in September. And that gives you an opportunity to discuss it. But the other thing that I've, you know, heard suggested that I think has legs is the idea that, in order to get more of the community involved in the conversation, in order to explore how to, I mean, I am hearing that there's some fundamental, like this idea of notice. It's a privacy issue and it doesn't work in relation to, you know, the time scale. Like people don't necessarily plan to go hunting, right? You just address that too. I wonder if holding a public meeting in Benicia that the commission could host would give folks another opportunity to talk about, you know, are there voluntary ways that, you know, perhaps like people could have the option of providing notice at least, because then, you know, if they are making plans and they'd like to reduce conflict with the city, they can reach out to you, but I don't see necessarily that there's a way to require it. And then there's also like this idea of education and signage and just raising awareness about the history. I mean, all of these pieces, the history, the seasons, when it might take place, that people should be aware that there's some other ways perhaps to mitigate the surprise and the impact that it has on residents. So to have a conversation about voluntary measures, about education, signage, outreach, and then potentially about some of these other concepts. We haven't gone over all of them today. I think, you know, we haven't talked, for instance, about the possibility of moving a line back from 150 to, you know, I think the suggestion you had made was 300 yards, Mario, and so I'm I guess wondering what folks think of the idea of just having a conversation with the community that the commission.
I appreciate, you know, always want to encourage a spirit of dialogue, although I want to be mindful of the committee's time, staff time, stakeholders' time. Because I do think that it's the sentiment that you're going to hear is probably going to be what you hear today. And in some ways, we're that representative to kind of have that discussion. And so I certainly, you know, I appreciate that gesture. I think at the end of the day, you're going to hear a community that says, we don't want it at all. And another community that's going to say, this is state waters, like this is our right, we want to be able to hunt. And where do we find that common ground? And I would just note that as it relates to kind of enforcement, how do duck hunters know that there is a time difference in Morro Bay? How does one know in every different location if there's certain rules, right? If it's done elsewhere because it's unique, it so can be done in Benicia where you could say you could provide advance notice. And if it's really only the Benicia Police Department or the city manager's office, they're dealing with a government agency when you deal with Fish and Wildlife already. Dealing with interlocal government is akin to what you're already doing. And then it would be the responsibility of the city to then inform that community.
And take a note on Morro Bay, if I will. That's an actual wildlife area that is controlled and essentially owned by the state. And so hunters in other wildlife areas up and down the state, refuges, they're used to that. This is just navigable, open to everybody type water. So it is a little bit apples to oranges that way. I don't know of any just pure navigable waters out there right now, or if you're going to go hunt it, you're going to have to check in with anybody, or if there's going to be any other additional rules. That's always been considered, you know, areas where it's just open for hunting. And as long as you're following the state guidelines that you guys come up with, the seasons and bag limits, method of take, that the state promulgates, you're fine. So But it is a little bit different.
But more how many of those locations are 150 yards from homes?
Residents.
That's actually, we have plenty of places up and down the valley where we get into that. And a lot of the, you know, folks we talk to up there that don't appreciate that. They say, hey, at least I know when hunting season is gonna be there. They know exactly what day it starts, when it ends. And that's kind of how they deal with it. They know that there's this season and they can expect, you know, 100 days of hunting, and they know when that's gonna occur every year.
I'd like to respond to your question about whether all of these 200 residents were consulted and contacted. About 400 to 600 of them, myself and a small group of people, have been in communication with every one of those Southampton residences that border the water. And we have had city council meetings and where many of them showed up. And that was ultimately the reason that our entire city council approved the measure. I also want to say that of those 200 residents or more, and when I say more, it's because we're in this cove. So there's the immediate waterfront, and then there's all the houses directly above. And that's, they get the echo from the blast of gunfire. Many of our own duck hunters live in the Southampton Bay area. And I've talked with many of them, and quite frankly, they would never dream of hunting in a residential area. And they've been shocked and quite frankly embarrassed that there are duck hunters that are essentially their colleagues that they feel are acting very insensitively. So this has been a very big community event. And you aren't going to, if you were to engage with the community in Benicia, you would, they would be just as opposed to the compromise as duck hunters and CWA is to it now.
All right, well, I mean, what I'm hearing is that there has been ample public discussion in Benicia. There's been opportunity for folks to weigh in about it. And so you're not necessarily in favor of trying to hold another public process in Benicia, but out of deference to Commissioner Anderson and being new to the committee, I think what we should do is we should return to this in September. And you know, you've identified some potential options that are higher priorities for you with the city. And we've heard that some of those could work and some of those are not particularly compatible with what the hunting community and their representatives here are comfortable with. So I think, you know, we need to take some time to chew on it and give you an opportunity to familiarize yourself with the issue. I would encourage folks, I don't think we have folks online who are interested in this particular topic or they would have spoken up, but it would be really good to have input from others in the community on both sides of this issue to help us move forward in September. And I think yeah, thank you very much again for continuing to propose possibilities, for continuing to sort of be part of the conversation and coming in person.
Well, thank you so much for moving it up, and thank you to Melissa and Ari. They've been very helpful as staff and working with us. Thank you. Great.
Okay. We'll move to the next agenda item. We're going to go backwards now to item 4, taking non-game mammals. And I will turn it over to Ari to introduce the topic. Sorry about that.
Final impressions.
Okay, at the September 2023 WRC meeting, we held a discussion regarding the indiscriminate take of non-game mammals and some of the ambiguities in statute, regulation, and commission policy. Now we'll undergo a continuation of that discussion. To help facilitate that, we've included sections from the Fish and Game Code and Title 14 California Code of Regulations, and 2 commission policies that are relevant to the discussion and exhibits. Meeting materials. And we will continue the discussion on this topic.
Great, thank you, Ari. Just a couple of comments. I think we want to sort of arrive as a committee in concept on where we're headed on this one, but we won't be making most likely a recommendation today. We would not be doing that
We
until
can't make a
September. Okay, so we
recommendation
can't.
unless it's noted, so-
Great.
But staff has
Oh, thank you.
anticipated
Okay.
that perhaps in September there could be a potential recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I think that's, we didn't notice, but in addition to that,
Yeah.
it gives you,
Yeah.
Commissioner Anderson, an opportunity to
Because
come
I'm
up to
slow.
speed on this one and hear about it. No, not at all, but you just got here, so, making big decisions right then.
If we notice a
really
potential recommendation, you
Mhm.
don't have to make one, but you can't make one when we don't notice it.
Okay.
So that's very easy.
Got it, great. So we do want to just arrive as a committee on where we're headed with this one. And I also want to clarify that I think this conversation, has happened sort of with different levels of specificity around what species we're talking about, and want to clarify that this is really about native non-game mammals more broadly. This is not specifically about coyotes, for example. The statutes in question are either about non-game mammals in general, or in the case of the terrestrial predator policy, about terrestrial predators in general. I have some thoughts about this, but I want to just open it up first to hear from other folks who have input, either from the public or from the department side and staff. Anybody have input on the amendments? I see a hand on Zoom. Rebecca Dimitri, please go ahead. Rebecca?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thanks. I may have a delay. I'm sorry. I'm not in good cell range. I just wanted to clarify that,
Rebecca?
raccoons as well.
Rebecca, we missed most of what you just said. I think we basically just heard as well. Maybe try repeating it. Hopefully we'll be able to catch it this time.
I'm gonna jump on in about 5 minutes. I'm gonna go to a different site.
Okay, sounds good. We'll hope that you get back before we're done. Other hands, not seeing them. Commissioner Anderson, do you have?
No, I'd love to get
Okay.
your perspective on this. You've spent more time with it.
I mean, there's more background on this, and I think this, this is, well, where the nexus of this is that there's this section in Fish and Game Code 4152, right? And the language in that section that sort of raises questions that Rebecca actually described in a presentation in an earlier meeting is also in our meeting materials, but I'm going to scroll to it because I think it's germane. So section 4152, taking of non-game mammals found injuring crops or property. It says, except as provided in section 4005, non-game mammals and black-tailed jackrabbits, muskrats, subspecies of red fox that are not the native Sierra Nevada red fox, Vulpes mercator, and red fox squirrels that are found to be injuring growing crops or other property may be taken at any time or in any manner in accordance with this code, etc. So lots written on that comma between the Sierra Nevada red fox and red fox squirrels, because there's this ambiguity about whether that comma means that only red fox squirrels found to be injuring crops and property, that found to be injuring growing crops or property applies only to red fox squirrels versus applies to that whole list of animals preceding it. When I look at this in relation to our terrestrial predator policy, in relation to our depredation, sorry, I'm forgetting the title of it, our depredation control policy, it is not compatible to have 4152 referring only to red fox squirrels, individuals that are doing damage, but not identifying the individuals of those other species as also what am I trying to say here? That exception, or I'm sorry, that qualification that they need to be doing individual damage to crops or property applies to that whole list as opposed to just red fox squirrels. Like that would be consistent with the terrestrial predator policy. It would also be consistent from my perspective, just more broadly with our mission on the commission. And so I think we need to address that inconsistency between the terrestrial predator policy, section 472A, the depredation control policy, and that comma. And I think it's
Do you think
clarifying.
the language just simply clarifying the sentence?
I guess I need help with that, but I mean, I think it's
Does the department have a
clarifying
recommendation?
our interpretation of that comma.
Well, it's in code, right? So we can't change the code, only the legislature can do that. What the commission can do is promulgate a regulation, because that's what regulations do. They interpret where there are ambiguities or non-specificities or that kind of thing.
So we can come back and do a regulation.
Yes, the commission can do a regulation, can interpret it, however, you know, something that's consistent with the language. You know, Chair Douglas has noted that there's an ambiguity. There's like this interpretation and this interpretation. So commission could pick one of those interpretations and instantiate that in regulation.
Thank you for clarifying that. All right, I was clear as mud. So I think that you should have an opportunity to have a look at section 4152 in particular. But I would be, having read all of this, inclined to want to issue a recommendation for a regulation that clarifies that across all of these non-game mammal species, as is consistent with the way we approach, you know, a whole variety of things, including black bear. When there's human wildlife conflict, it's not any black bear, it's the individuals that are causing the harm to you know, crops, property, posing a you know, human safety risk, etc. It's not all members of that species.
So, and I would support you on that. So if the staff could come back with, you know, clarification language they think resolves the ambiguity, that would work with me. Jeff, what do you think?
The department doesn't have an opinion on it at this point, but I think Scott wants to say something.
Please.
I think it's just, maybe I would just say, reading it in concert, like you said, with depredation law as a whole. So there's kind of two questions here, right? One is, does that apply? If I'm hearing this right, are you saying that that applies? We had a legal opinion that that applies to the red fox squirrels. It doesn't apply to the.
I don't want to comment for the department, so I'm not
I
gonna
think it's
do
just
that.
ambiguous,
But
like it's been interpreted both.
there has,
There's a series of
that there are two interpretations. I'll just put it
That
down.
really covers all these different species.
Can I ask something? If this is code, it was created through the legislature, correct? So there was legislative intent. So could we go back and look at the legislative intent? When was this passed?
I don't know the exact year. I don't know.
You think it's back decades, like 40s?
Maybe later.
Well, I mean, if it's
been on
40s, we may not have legislative intent. If it's in the 80s,
there
we
is.
we probably have legislative. It is? Yeah. Oh, so if it is the 80s, then we have the legislative intent. And I think, you know, looking at what the legislative intent may give us some clarity.
Staff has done a little bit of research on.
And it didn't give clarity?
Yeah. I believe it does give clarity.
We believe that it
It follows along with.
follows
the
along with what Chair Douglas said.
Okay.
That is more appropriate towards the legislative intent.
Well, if that's the case, then I think clarity based on our research and viewing the legislative intent, that that's what we should recommend.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's two things.
Yeah, I would like
It
to
is
see the
about the
legislative,
intent.
I'd like to see the legislative intent, if you can circulate that to
That's right.
us.
Mike's done
And
some
then-
research on it.
That's great, great,
And he looked at it, so.
that's great.
Can't hear you.
That's right, yes, I got to remember to speak up.
You're not only facing the other direction,
Yeah.
but then talking about.
So we can bring
Great.
some of that.
Thank you.
But, some of that was also provided in the initial presentation, which obviously, you can't, of course,
Right.
we couldn't get that, but some of that was provided in that. So we can round that up and include that in the meeting materials for next, along with a suggested recommendation for how to move forward on this, recommendation to move forward with the regulation is essentially what it would be.
Great, good. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, sounds good. Wonderful. Thank you. I'll do my best not to have quite so much word salad on the next agenda item. Agenda item 6. Yes, oh, I'm sorry. We have a hand up again.
Might also look at, present to you the implications of what that change in intent would mean and how that plays out. Based on the broad species of animals that are included in 4152 right now, and understand fully how that they interact with your constituents and how that plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think continuing this in September gives us the opportunity to hear more about your take on that. And, change in intent. So just making sure I understand change in the understanding of that clause, that comma in 4152, basically, like expanding changing the intent to including all of those species in addition to red fox squirrels as being subject to this criteria, but they have to be actually the individuals causing damage. That
means that there's a huge potential contingency of folks and hunters that hunt under this code, not tied to depredation, that you will need to consider future
Yeah, so I think even.
opportunities and how that plays out.
What Chad's trying to point out, and I think, former deputy director for law enforcement, highlighted this a long time ago when we first started this conversation, is that while the intent, we may understand the intent, we have evidence of the intent, there are some pretty significant implications that Deputy Director Dibble is trying to highlight, and I think it's really important to have that conversation, follow up in September, that we get that broader picture.
And I think that'll be important kind of in the same ways that we were discussing in relation to CW data, that, if there are far reaching potential effects on people, we need to hear from those people. Hopefully they're here in some form, or they're, part of that conversation, but also that we're strategic about how we approach it. Yeah. I see Rebecca's hand up again, and I want to give her a chance to speak. Go ahead, Rebecca, you're back. Thank.
Yes, here we go. Sorry about that. I'm here. Thank you. Can you hear me okay now?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Question of, and I'm sorry if I missed it, but it includes the fur bearers such as the raccoon as well, correct?
Could potentially get help from staff on
There's
this.
a different section that I believe is right below that section in the materials that covers fur bearers. I can't remember that.
Section 4180.
Yes, that's it. That covers fur bearers, I believe.
So there's a separate section that covers fur bearers.
Which is analogous. It uses pretty much the same language to the non-game.
Okay.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify that it should include all of them basically. And also, I believe as you do your research on the comma, I don't believe the comma was there back, like if you go searching the different things, it was placed in later, in that position later. So that should give some clarity when you find that. I might have it and dig it up and send it to you guys if it wasn't in my.
One of the things you might have missed is that we talked about in September, just having some more of that background about what the legislative intent was likely to have been when that code was created. And so if you have information like that, I'm sure stuff.
It's the opposite. Yeah, there's some documentation that they found in, and then for some reason it was taken out later.
And then just put back in.
I'm not sure exactly
Not sure.
what
Okay.
happened, but
We'll get there.
We can.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thanks, Rebecca. Okay. So if we have sufficient direction for staff?
I believe so, yes,
Okay. Okay.
we can come up with a suggested recommendation for the commission for next time.
And that
Do
background.
the background research, and we'll work with the department on how to characterize the implications of what a regulation Could possibly do.
Okay.
We could possibly.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And with that, we'll move to agenda item 6, plastic pollution from shotgun wads. All right, I'll turn it over to you to introduce the topic. And in the meantime, if folks expect to want to contribute to the discussion, now is a good time to raise your hand if you're on Zoom, or just let us know if you're in the room and have comments on this one.
Okay, historically, shotgun wads were made from plant fiber, but modern shells employ plastic wads to protect gun barrels and improve performance. Often the plastic wad is ejected 20 to 40 yards from the hunter and is not retrieved, particularly in wet environments. The plastic waste accumulates in the environment, and much of it originates in or makes its way into estuaries and other coastal wetlands and ultimately into the ocean. Last meeting, we heard heard some background and had a discussion on the issue. And we will continue that discussion and potentially make a recommendation today.
Thanks, Ari. Are folks in the room interested in commenting on this? Yes, please, Bill, go ahead.
And I was involved in the discussion back in January. I think this is a solution to surgical problem. You walk down beaches, you may see plastic bottles by the thousand, you find, plastic garbage bags, whatever, but you just don't see shotgun wads. And if they were to take any kind of action, if we were to take any kind of action to prohibit the use of traditional shotgun wads, there's no alternatives out there. I mean, they just don't, they made them at one time, you can't find them. I've actually looked. If you could find them, they're probably exorbitantly expensive. I mean, this may be an issue 30 years from now when we've got some way to use better wads that are biodegradable. You don't have any options right now. It's really not an issue. I mean, so I don't think this is a good use of the commission's time. I just don't.
I would add to that, the cost of these is gonna probably rise considerably too, the whole cost of shot shells. And we have the 11% ammunition and gun tax that's gonna kick in July 1st. Already, if you go to a store right now, ammunition is through the roof. It has been since COVID. We're hearing a lot of complaints about people being priced out of hunting. So from that perspective too, I just don't think it's, very good timing at all. I would also worry about, these wads. I don't know if they've done tests, but over time, if they're sitting in your garage and you use them, then 5 years later, they're still going to be up to par. And that the old, criticism of the paper wads way back was over time they would corrode, and then you'd be shooting duds, and it just didn't work out very well. So I don't know if they've solved that problem, but I haven't seen any evidence that they have. And, so I'd like to see some more evidence first that these things actually will be effective over time.
Thanks. See any hands online, Commissioner Anderson?
So Bill, I'm with you on this, but word to the wise, right? If this commission doesn't do anything, right, you cannot control the illustrious legislature. And
we tried.
And as somebody that, knows this issue very, very, very well, it concerns me that at some point, it may be out of our control. And so I hope as you guys work with manufacturers, that they're looking for an alternative. That, because we can go to the moon, we should be able to come up with a shotgun wad that will do something long term, right? And I know it's a cost factor and we don't want to price people out. I'm there. I'm just worried about that this commission will lose control and will move over there, and then it may be a bigger problem.
I understand. Let me ask, Ari, others, East Coast and so forth, is anybody else having this dialogue?
I'm not aware of it.
I think, because I did talk to somebody in DC, this issue came up in Maryland because it related to the Chesapeake Bay. And so I talked to Phil Hoon, who used to be a congressional, is now has his own firm there. So I did talk to Phil a little bit about this, and they have seen it out there. It did not go anywhere in Maryland, but California's in your place.
Yeah, there's no question, there's value in the effort to design and develop alternative shotgun wads. And I think we received a letter, some supplemental meeting materials from somebody who does just that. But they're not there yet. Completely agree with you. Like we're not at a place yet where there's a viable alternative that's, that costs the right amount in addition to working in all of the ways it needs to work. So I think the way forward is, that industry needs to keep sort of unrolling those efforts and maybe at some point we get there. But I think it's also worth saying for the record, just based on this concern that, this is not entirely something the commission has, a monopoly on being able to shape the direction of. That what are some things that are different about this issue from, for instance, lead shot? They are not toxic, so that's different. So we are not concerned about immediate human health impacts at scale. I think in the presentation, there was description of a sort of a global effort to collect shotgun wads on beaches, and in a multi-year effort, can't remember the exact number, but a couple of 100 kilograms of wads were collected. So, a few human beings worth of wads in the world collected on beaches. And so the scale is, it's modest. So, I think it's important for us to stay ahead of this. And I think it's also important to sort of just have on record that I think this is not an urgent threat to wildlife, to our public beaches at this point that would demand us trying to get ahead of the availability of alternatives. So.
And with regard to where the recommendation is, I actually agree with Bill. I would prefer not to go ahead and make a public statement, because I believe if we vote something out and the commission takes a stance, that will be used, nationally to go ahead and say, look where California's going. And I'm afraid that, to do that.
So you would prefer that we not make a recommendation to the commission, that we decide in committee that we're at this point gonna agree that it's not ready?
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with that, and we'll make sure that staff and the department don't have any concerns with that.
That's fine. You have no obligation to make a recommendation back to the commission. And if the return, quote unquote, from the committee is we have no recommendation in this matter, the commission can take that up and do with it what they want.
As an aside, I know a lot of duck hunters participate in cleanup days on refuges and wildlife areas, and they enjoy doing that. I'm sure if they did need some help, in some of these Bay Area locations where they're seeing, more wads than normal. If they wanted to reach out to the hunting community, they'd find some volunteers who'd be willing to help. I don't know how much more you guys are going to communicate with the Surfrider Foundation, but perhaps
I can give you a piece of advice. Why don't you guys put it in your newsletter and you guys organize it?
Yeah, right.
Instead of doing it with Surfrider, I think you should organize that.
Yeah.
There's probably locations on the SAC and other places.
Just gotta find out where they are.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, they'd be general cleanup days.
That's right.
Yeah.
Can you put it out to like 4-H or FFA?
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
A lot of folks.
Yeah.
There's lots of plastic out there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There got a lot of stuff on.
Well, then they would get credit for it. Also.
Great idea.
Yeah, nobody's for garbage on beaches.
No.
Maybe adults. Okay.
All right, next.
Fantastic. Next, we have, we'll move on then to agenda item 7, department updates. And for that, I think we can just turn it on over to Scott Gardner. We can give you, why don't we take the updates from everyone? So all 3 of the updates, and then we'll do discussion on all 3 of them together, if that's all right with folks. They're not that many people here.
Okay, you bet.
Scott, please take it away.
Okay, well, you've heard a lot from us today. I wasn't quite sure where I'd land on updates. I just want to remind you, and we already announced that we'll be having a public meeting on the bear plan next Tuesday, 21st from 5 to 7. So that's an important one. We look forward to that. And then I just wanted to talk, we've been as a WRC talking a lot about capacity, our ability to, deal with regulations to serve the public. And we had a big staff meeting the other day and I sort of coined it, build back the game program. And I just wanted to describe that to you a little bit. You know, when you were first on the WRC, we were at really low capacity. And coming out of the pandemic, you know, we were between all the restrictions that we had during the pandemic, and we had a lot of staff turnover, and the game program was down to a skeleton. Since then, we've made some strategic moves, and I know we unveiled some of this to you, and I'm a little bit not sure what we may have previously done, but we built some of it out more. And I just want you to know, Chad and myself pulled 5 positions into the program, and we're able to do that through the dedicated funds, big game management account, Upland Game, and Doug Stamp, to increase capacity. You heard from our newest staff member today, Paige Prentice, who is our statewide Bighorn Sheep coordinator. We actually promoted that up to a senior level position, which would have statewide coordination and actually deal with statewide populations, including Sierra Nevada Bighorn Sheep. And of course, we're going to hear more about that at the commission meeting in June. She is the latest. Paige said she's new, but Paige is not actually new. Paige worked in the desert forest for many years and is just expert on Bighorn sheep. So we're really happy to have her. I think we mentioned before, and you may have met Arjun Deer, who is our new bear coordinator, fairly new bear coordinator, and of course working on the bear plan. Really happy to have him. We take sort of 2 steps forward. We got to take a step back. We did lose our elk coordinator, decided to take another position, so that is now vacant. We added another position in the Upland Game waterfowl space, primarily to work on upland migratory birds, doves, band-tailed pigeons, that sort of thing. And then a really big move, and I know we mentioned this previously, is we've taken the staff and we've split them out into a traditional big game role, big game coordination, sort of everything that comes with that. And then we took Dr. Brett Furness and added some key staff there, including an actual biometrician, over to the science support unit. We have a vacancy so Brett will move over there. Right now, he's covering both spaces. We have a vacancy that we're trying to fill for a big game supervisor. So we're still in that space. And then, of course, the other key thing that we did is we added a regulations coordinator, which we had not had before. And Regina Vu, who is out on leave, currently Matt Meshery's here, is acting in that role for 4 months, and will also help us look at some of the petitions that we've got to deal with. So there was a backlog of issues that built there during that time. We're trying to move forward with it, and maybe the big and final point I want to make with this is we're very much increasing communication internally within the department. Of course, the key one I didn't mention, and you saw earlier, is Mario Clip, who is the manager of the program. We're increasing communication significantly within the department so that we can get regulatory proposals coming up through the department. They can be vetted at local levels. Didn't mention it earlier, but we did meet with Dan Ryan to keep going through the items on his petition, and we're trying to get to those. And then the other key thing is that we increase our dialogue with the public before we get here, so that we're able to, address those issues, hopefully get on the same page and some key ones, maybe even bring you some joint proposals. So that's what we're in the process of doing. And yes, sir.
Scott, who does external communications for the park?
Our ops, communication, education, outreach.
Okay, who's in charge of that?
Right now it's vacant. Jordan Traversal was there for the last 12 or 13 years. She used to do that. So Jen is acting in that space too.
And so are you actually actively?
That's a governor appointee, so that's working through that process.
Oh, okay.
But Jay Bennett and our team, we're down a couple of our folks in that world as well. But they're rebuilding as best they can with our interpreters and different folks in that media space. working through it.
Hopefully it'll happen, especially with regard to the rollout we talked about, the communications that we were talking about.
Yeah, we've got some good folks there, and
Yeah.
they're working closely with us, but there's a lot that we want to get out, and a lot of things we want to say, and there's a lot of things that, they have to do to make that happen, so.
Yeah, right.
I think that's it for me. Just want to keep,
Yeah, did we mention that they're meeting now at the top? Did that come up?
yeah,
Yeah.
the meeting is next Tuesday.
Yeah.
Just want to keep you advised, and, I'm hearing positive things from the hunting community as I talk to them about it, and just, hopefully getting to a place where we have more meetings with the public, where they live, local places, and of course, this is a change for our department that's going to take some time.
It's exciting to hear that you're sort of feeling like you're coming back up to full capacity after, basically been the whole time that I've been on the commission. So, I mean, I think one of the things that means that there are new things that you feel like you have the capacity and desire to take on. Bring them to us.
Yeah. Just protect your budget, make sure that you don't have any cuts after you recruit all these great people.
Full capacity.
It's
So big position.
It's 2 or 3 steps forward, there's always a step back that seems to happen in there. And then I think the other key thing is we have really high qualified staff in these positions, and that makes a difference. And that's when we recruit, we're mindful of that, because we're into it for the long, hopefully, for the long run with these staff.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
and thank you all who are online.
Nothing-
Go to,
nothing
okay,
more.
well,
Nope.
let's go then to the fisheries branch update.
Fisheries, all right, I've got 2 updates for you today. One is a regulation, the other is some sturgeon stuff going on. So start with, I think as you all probably are aware of, Assembly Bill 817 authorized the department to authorize electronic display of sport fishing licenses, validations, report cards, other fishing entitlements. Yes, the commission's already adopted changes.
We're moving into the 21st century.
21st century, and we've actually already have an app that is out there and fishing licenses that you can use and display, which I have and I enjoy a lot myself. So I think that's a great change. So next step is going to be coming soon. We're going to be proposing a rulemaking to allow for the use of electronic display and report cards on mobile devices. So those report cards are white sturgeon, North Coast salmon, steelhead, spiny lobster, red abalone. So this was also discussed in the MRC recently. So fisheries branch is going to take the lead, even though this crosses over into the marine world a little bit as well. We're going to cover a lot more of this at coming WRCs when we go through that process with a full presentation. But I do want to hit on just a couple of things for folks that may be interested. To start this package is just sort of get the regulations in line so we can implement the electronic report cards when the technology is complete. The actual rollout of those report cards is going to lag behind the regulation, and they may not roll out at the same time. Particularly with certain cards, we have some challenges, especially those with tags like sturgeon. So we actually have to take something off it, affix it to an animal. It's a little more challenging with the electronics. So we're still kind of working through how that will work. So the rollout of the actual report cards may be staged and take a little longer. And then the other part is, I know some folks have been concerned, the regulation will not mandate use of the app. It's going to allow the use of the app. So we'll still be able to get paper report cards if you want to. So some folks are get nervous when we start mandating things electronically. So the second thing I have is the white sturgeon monitoring program. We talked a lot about the last couple of years. We've had lengthy discussions about sturgeon monitoring data, specifically at the WRC commission meetings, et cetera. All those meetings, the guide industry has expressed a strong desire to participate in that monitoring process. As a reminder, we've had a long-term sturgeon monitoring program that was funded by the Interagency Ecological Program. That funding ended in 2023. So moving forward, we've needed a new model for sturgeon monitoring. The department was able to secure $1.58 million in state drought funds to implement a 2-year pilot monitoring study that's going to go through March of 2026. This study is adapting methods used successfully in other states and combines the department's scientific expertise in study design, data analysis, along with the knowledge and expertise of our local fishing guides and doing what they do best and getting fish on the boat, right? So our goal is to produce abundance estimates starting in the fall of 24, so this fall. And then I just want to stress this is a new project for us. We have our goals. We think we have a solid study design. But as with any new rollout, there's bound to be some challenges, some things we don't expect. So, you know, we're gonna do the best we can, and so far things have been working out pretty good. Just some background on the program. This is a huge effort. The department doesn't have a lot of extra people to throw at this, so we got a contract with the Pacific States Fisheries Management Commission to conduct most of the day-to-day operations in coordination with our staff. Pacific States is subcontracting with the fishing guides directly, so that's not done through us, it's done through Pacific States. And then the monitoring is broken down into two components. So we have a mark recapture set line component. That's really the core of the abundance estimates. And this is designed to use a small subset of the guides to do intensive focused monitoring. It has fairly strict requirements where the guides need to work at least 4 days a week for the monitoring period. And it's not something that they would do with clients on board. This is something that they would be dedicated to doing just this. The guides are paid about $1,500, or they are paid $1,500 a day, which includes their time, operational costs for their boats, which can be it'd be quite a bit of gas and fuel and lodging and all that stuff. So, and then we supply all the capture and set line gear and the training. The second component is the pit tagging component. We didn't have any restrictions on the number of participants as long as they met our qualifications. This allows them to participate on their own schedule within the survey period. So it's still a set survey period, but they can go out with clients. They can fish when a client gets fish. If it's not a tagged fish and it's the first time it's been tagged, we pay them $70, $75 for each tagged fish release. If it is a tagged fish that's being harvested, we pay them $40 for the fish. So we're supplying all the tagging and scanning equipment and the training again for that. So Pacific States ran the call for participants for each component for a 3-week period. We hosted an informational meeting where interested parties could come ask questions, advertised on all of our social media sites, our own sites, the Sturgeon main social media sites. And we reached out directly to the two groups that we've kind of engaged mostly with in this NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association and Golden Gate Fishermen's Association, and asked that they distribute to their members as well, sturgeon community. So for the set line request, we received 4 applications. We selected the 3 most qualified candidates. Those all 3 were fishing guides. The 4th was a consulting firm that they proposed a budget that was out of our capability to fund. And then the pit tagging RFP, unfortunately, we only received 5 applicants, and 3 of those were from the same group of captains that applied to the set lining. 2 of those new applicants out of the 5 withdrew, so we only have 4 applicants in this first section, which is not what we were hoping for, but you know, I think we'll still get good data from it. So all the contracts are for a year. A new RFP will be released this spring, so more folks can come and join it this spring if they think this is something that they want.
Is that an 8-hour per day check?
I'm not sure about the set line, what the day is. For the pit tagging, it's at will. Whenever they go out fishing, they can tag a fish. It's very, as long as it's during the period that we're tagging, which is a 2-month period right now. They go out one day, they can go on no days, they can go out every single day.
Right, but those guys are getting the bounty versus the salary of $1,500 a day.
Right, the salary $1,500 a day is a very specific set number of days.
Yes.
The other part is a very at will. They can do it whenever they want.
Are we designating what section of water they're going to be on and when they're going to be on it? So
for the set lining, we are, and it's constrained to certain areas.
And where are those areas?
They're in the bay, in the San Pablo Bay. And we're actually, you know, we have some geographic constraints, but we're letting the guides pick, like, here's where we're gonna go fishing, which is, I'm
I was gonna say this in a minute, but I really appreciate those guys that are using the set lining, because they're taking us to their spots. So harvest this fish to participate. These are the same spots that they're gonna take their clients. So they are out there with dozens of hooks on the line, catching a lot of fish in these areas that they're later gonna go try to take their clients to catch fish. And their success rates are probably gonna go down. So I really appreciate the effort that those folks are putting in, because it could potentially cost them success in their private business. So, I just wanted to put that out there that I really appreciate the effort that those folks are putting in.
And if you said it's a 2-month survey window for both of the approaches, and it's now.
It's right now, so it's gonna go May, June. It'll shift. This year it shifted into May, June because of the contracting timelines. It'll be in a different situation. Then there'll be a recapture that's gonna come this fall.
Okay.
So we have a spring mark, recapture later. And then, so just some quick results. The field work actually started first week of May with the set lining phase with like a testing. It's gone really well. We've got a goal to capture 120 fish per week on the set lining, and we think by the early results, we're gonna get there.
Really?
Most weeks, maybe not every week, but yeah, we're, there's days that are slow and we'll get like 8 or 9 fish, and then days you're gonna get like 40 fish. So they've had at least one really good day so far. So we're hopeful there. And then on the pit tagging component, the 4 guides that are participating, 3 have been permitted so far and trained. The equipment's been issued to them. And they were able to start pit tagging scanning this last Saturday, and so far we've had 1 recapture, so that's good. Yeah.
It's pretty quick turnaround for recapture.
It is,
I'm super curious.
Well, I mean, I think they're fishing in, again, they're fishing in the area that they're just the market, so there could be some very quick turnarounds at recapture.
And what do you think is, any particular ideas about how to increase the level of interest in the pit tagging?
I don't know. I was gonna talk with, I really wanted to get some time to talk with James and see. I think probably some of what's going on right now is folks were late in the season and they've already shifted to halibut, a lot of the same guides. So we may need for this time period to be a little bit earlier in the season for the spring. But I want to get their input and see, we did have a public meeting where we had everybody come and so I'm not sure, we know that we had the big group of people that has been here and they offered and they said they want to do it. But we didn't get the response that we were hoping for, given the number of people that said they want to participate. So, I don't know where we'll go from here. We have another step, another RFP that's going to go out. So we'll continue to beat the bushes and see if we can get some more folks on board to participate in that portion. I'm really happy with the folks that we have, our staff are really happy with the folks we have so far on a set length portion, which I think is by far the most critical component of this. So.
Cool. Well, be excited to hear you find the call. Yeah.
Great job, really, to you and the staff.
Yeah, they did a great job. It was a lot of effort to get that going in such a short amount of time. So the staff worked really hard.
And it's great to see that electronic display moving ahead.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people have been waiting for that. Now they sit to not drop their phones in the water.
Right.
Any hands raised or folks who want to participate? No? Okay, in the discussion on fisheries, I guess, oh, Mark, hi, yeah. So I'm reversing myself. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Jay, thanks for acknowledging that you want to do the outreach there. I was actually going to comment on this during public comment, but because you just brought it up, on behalf of PCA California, who carried the legislation related to the electronic licenses a couple years back, we are super pleased to see how well that has progressed and even exceeding the timelines that we received from the department even a couple years back. If Mark Henley's in the room, he can regale you with tales of having to stuff all these pieces of paper and these licenses in his wallet for him and his 4 kids over the years, and how it's probably crippling back to sit on that wallet. It's just super exciting that you guys have made this kind of progress and that we are moving forward with that. So on behalf of those of us that carried the authorizing legislation and for all of us that had this vision, thank you very much for helping us get to where we are.
All right, thank you, Mark. No further hands. Okay, last but not least, Chief Felton. Please go
Well,
on
I
with
guess
the-
I'll just go out of order and just add on to the license app thing. I made some calls just to get like, how did the trout opener go? And I talked to the squads down in the Bishop area, the east side, basically. They contacted over the opener couple thousand people fishing, and the fishing was okay. They wrote some tickets and all that, but what was most impressive was the license app. There were so many positive comments about the license app. There was several people that didn't know about it, and wardens took the time to show them, get them set up or whatever, and you know, now they're users and they like it. And then second to that was a lot of positive comments on the 365 license too, so. I'll go back to, first thing I was gonna bring up was where we're at with our academy folks. We have currently 54 cadets in the academy. They started roughly January, they'll be done roughly August. And then there's a little bit extra, and then they'll be out on training for another 3 months, so. By the end of the year, hopefully we'll have another 54 new wardens out there.
What total does that make it? How many wardens will we have out there? Yeah,
I don't know exact number, but we're pushing 475, 480 total staff. That's not just on patrol. That's enforcement.
okay.
And then we have, right now, currently we have 8 laterals. So peace officers that transferred over to us from different agencies, they're out on FTO or field training right now. They'll be done in another, I think it's about four more weeks and they'll be done. And then I have one quick case example that from the North State that's a good job of investigating, basically. Basically, it started with a vehicle stop. Officer determined that there was a poached deer in the vehicle. There was a rifle in the vehicle. Ultimately, that led to the deer, a rifle, cell phone being seized, and a warrant for the phone. Over a period of, about 7 months of investigating, and a bunch of different types of warrants, search warrants for different things, including, 3 residents. The investigation grew to a total of 8 suspects. They were all connected, involved in a fairly large scale poaching group. And let me see here. When it was all said and done, there was 68 charges filed with the court. Crimes included unlawful taking of 6 bucks, 3 bears, 1 pig, 1 goose, a fox, a coyote, a dove, and then a whole bunch of charges for, and then they determined that there was an additional 8 bucks that were being illegally possessed. And then there was numerous license and tag violations. That's all pending. We'll know how that turns out. I don't know exactly when it's done with the court. And that's all I got for you.
Great.
Great.
Thank you.
I love those stories.
Should make a TV show about that.
Thank you for that update. Okay, anyone else interested in discussion of any of the items that were just presented? Department updates, going once, twice? Okay, all right. Well, thank you all so much. It's always great to hear just the range of things that are happening on your side of the table. It's a lot of good stuff. We'll go to item 8 now. This is a general public comment for items not on the agenda. And for general public comment, it's for anything that's not on the agenda. So I just want to remind folks that we can't discuss or take action on issues raised during this item, other than whether to consider whether to recommend that they be added to the agenda for future meetings. So we will be listening. I do see one hand up on Zoom, but we'll start in the
We
room.
have a
All right.
presentation for this one. Would you like to start with that?
Oh, we have a presentation.
Yes.
Is the presentation by someone who's not here in person?
I think Walter's on, right?
He's on. Okay, so he's on.
Great.
Okay, If it's all right, I'll check in with whether there are folks in the room who have public comment. Okay,
Chris had a hand
we'll
up.
start there, yeah, and then we'll go to Zoom, so, if folks would raise their hand who do want to contribute to public comment right now, that would be super helpful to us to understand how many folks we're waiting on. Okay. I do think that since we only have a couple of folks, we'll take them in order and hand it over first to Chris Bowles. Please go ahead, Chris.
Good afternoon, commissioners and CDFW leadership and staff. Thank you very much for just a couple of minutes. I know this is a tired subject, but as an old boss of mine once told me, there's never a horse too dead to beat. So I think I'd be kind of remiss in not bringing this up, because I've actually been taking a pretty good flogging over at the club on this. Catalina deer. I recognize everybody in the room is fully familiar with all the facts, and there's no reason to really go through that at this point. And I do recognize that this body doesn't have maybe obviously you guys have got influence over it. Maybe the decision makers aren't necessarily in the room, but just want to kind of keep pumping that. Obviously the bow hunters in the state of California really are not supportive of the commission's, they're not the commission, but the Conservancy's position on this whole thing. And obviously there's a tremendous amount of negative energy throughout the entire hunting community on this Catalina deer issue. And just wanted to make sure if there's anybody in the room that has any level of influence over department decision making on this, that we try to exert that. The optics on this thing are really, really poor. And like I said, I had three really call them spirited conversations just in the last week or so concerning this issue, and just really want to kind of keep it up there in the front and try to see if we can't get this thing to go our way. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, Walter, you have a presentation, so let's make sure we get that presentation out for you, and then you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. I assume everyone can hear me okay?
I can hear you, yes.
Great, thank you. I want to start by tying, this presentation to a lot of the discussion that was had today. I understand that the Wildlife Resources Committee, has a pretty heavy focus towards hunting. We don't have hunting at the Bino Wetlands Ecological Reserve, but really what I heard more than anything else today was problem solving, right? Regardless of what the subject was, it was problem solving, and a lot of scientific problem solving, especially on the topic of chronic wasting disease. And so I think the question, right, that then comes up is, when we talk about access and equity and all those things, it's not just the ability to visit a place. I think it's the, we have to think about career pathways. We have to think about who are the kids today who are going to be in the room 20 years from now solving, what unfortunately will probably be even more serious problems regarding our planet and environment. And so with the Bino Wetlands Ecological Reserve, I want to point out that it is absolutely a fragmented urban adjacent reserve. It's the only one we have in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is the most populous county by far. We've got one out of the 138 ecological reserves statewide. And there was a comment earlier about meeting where people live. More people live in Los Angeles County than any other county in Los Angeles. And we don't really have a whole lot of meetings here. I think it's been about 2 years. So that's the connection here that I want to make with this slide, which is a field trip that we did on May 3rd of a school from Lamert Park. And these kids came and they really got a lot out of the nature. And that's what your JEDI, Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, is focused on, nature. And so I really just want to emphasize that. Co-Chair Zavaleta, you've spoken publicly, you've shared publicly, how your ability to play outside in upstate New York as a child influenced, your getting into the environmental sciences. And it's really great to have someone with your skill set, on these commissions and committees. These kids, right, living, sorry, is someone trying to say something? I didn't want to. Oh.
No, go ahead, Walter.
Okay, sorry. And so what we really want this ecological reserve, we want the value of it to be understood. It's very different than a lot of the ecological reserves you folks might be used to in upstate, northern California, or even down in San Diego area. It is urbanized. It is fragmented. I saw great blue herons nesting on palm trees in between a bike trail and an apartment building right next to the ecological reserve. That's something we show the kids. In this picture, you can see there's a couple of kids looking up at a red-tailed hawk on a tree. We bring out microscopes, but we need to do more. It can't just be, hey, you got a visit to the ecological reserve when you were in, second grade. How come you didn't go and get a PhD, right? There's so much more to it than that. How many of us, if you look around the room today and all the people who participated today, I think it's reasonable to say it wasn't the most diverse group of folks, but how many of us were able to go to nature camps as kids? How many of us went to Natural History Museum camps, had all kinds of access, went hiking, camping? So we have to understand that those are systemic barriers. And if we go to the next slide, please, I just want to, I'll zip through some of these really quick. There is some demographic information, right, that we need to be looking at. And just east of the ecological reserve, we have some of our highest concentrations of areas that are both park poor, but also the highest diversity demographically, including Lamert Park and other places like Windsor Hills, Baldwin Park. Next slide, please. I'll try to go pretty quickly through these because I know you've had a long day. If we could just get that, there we go. So this one of the schools and one of the highest, lack of most diverse areas is really just a few miles away by bus. One of the things we do is we pay for the transportation for these kids to the extent that our budget allows. Next slide, if you can go to that. I want to point out that, you can see the baseball fields in the parking lots, even when it's zoomed out. And we need, because the area is already fragmented and so adjacent, every part of the reserve is pretty close to some road or some development. So we can't dismiss those areas. We actually have to be even more protective of those areas. We've got nesting blackneck stilt right now, literally about 20 feet from Jefferson Boulevard, which is a 4-lane road just west of Playa Vista. Next slide, please. And and then there's discussion about how if we do anything about some of these parking lots and other areas, we're really, again, with the baseball fields, we're looking for shared access. Seems pretty reasonable. But if you're going to talk about the restoration project, I think you need to get an update about the restoration project, right? This is something I follow very closely. I've been following it for 12 years. And then for 10 years prior to my even coming on board, this thing has been going on. And I don't think there's any familiarity among the commission about what the restoration even is or how it would get implemented. One of the things that is needed for it is called an environmental impact statement. It's a federal document. You can't do the project without it. And it's fallen by the wayside. So if you're sincerely believing that that project is a good thing that needs to happen, then please get an update. One of the other things, Co-Chair Zavaleta, you mentioned was on another topic, annual check-ins. I think at this point, on Biona, we should be getting monthly check-ins to find out how it's progressing. So just back to the last slide, which is the same as the first slide, we're really just trying to reframe the discussion a little bit. Oh, sorry, just another timeline slide. EIS was supposed to come out in 2007. So sorry, next slide will be on my last one. And just we're asking you to take a step back. We know that this is something that comes up a lot, and I know it's easy to get numb to these ideas and it's easy to write stuff off. We can't have any kind of bias against an urban ecological reserve, right? We need to have the opposite. We can't be saying, well, kids from a certain zip code, we need baseball fields for them. No, those kids are just as interested in nature as other kids are. And that's the last message we want to be sending is, hey, when we look at you, we don't see people who we think would want to be looking at, through binoculars at nature. We think you want to go over there and play baseball, or have a parking lot for your car. So I'm just asking, let's please have some of the problem solving that we saw in so many other issues today. Let's figure out a way to do that for Biona. It's a really important place and it deserves more. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your patience after such a long day already.
Thanks, Walter. I don't see any additional hands. So I'm inclined to move us to the final item on the agenda, which is item 9, future agenda items. To review work plan agenda topics and timeline and consider potential new agenda topics for commission consideration. I think we have an exhibit that we haven't suggested any changes to so far in the meeting. Am I recalling that right, Ari?
Yes.
Okay.
So the next meeting is scheduled for September 12th in the San Jose area. And just briefly, the items that we have on tap for next meeting are all of the periodic and annual regulations that we discussed today. So upland game birds, mammal hunting, waterfowl hunting, Central Valley sport fishing, Klamath River basin sport fishing. We've been getting recommendations on those. It's initial vetting for next year's inland sport fishing package, if there is to be one. So initial vetting and ideas for the next cycle of inland sport fishing. The addition of a potential regulation for mammal trapping. So we'll do initial vetting for that. That needs to be added, so we'll recommend that if the committee agrees, we can recommend that to the commission. And then
Is the mammal trapping a department recommendation or?
it's a department regulation.
That's ready for September.
You can tell we're surprised with it. I don't mean
Okay.
joking, like,
No,
we
but-
know that we have an internal, and we didn't know that it was going to.
I received that from some other department, that instruction from some other department folks. We can have.
Leave it on,
discussion.
leave it on, leave it on.
We want to get to it.
We'll make sure we confirm that.
You can always pull it off.
Well, I mean, I know we've been working, I wasn't anticipating September, but that could just be me, so.
But that's
Put on
something
there.
we can also work on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the commission meeting's not till June, and commission is who approves what goes on, so
Yeah,
we can in the interim work on that and figure out if it's timely.
Yeah.
And if it's not, then we can update the commission at the June meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm hoping it's time, we've been working on it.
Yeah, no, we're,
Hey,
it was
exactly.
just that it was gonna be at that meeting, it's surprising.
Okay, so that is potential. We'll get back to you about that one in June. Potentially removing shotgun wads because the committee decided not to make a recommendation for that, so continuing the discussion on take of non-game mammals. And does the committee feel that you might be ready for a recommendation?
I was gonna ask about that. I'd like to keep open the option of having a recommendation come out of committee.
All right, so we'll put,
It's an option. We don't have to, but that way could.
yep, that's right. It
Okay.
just gives you the option to, so. We'll put down, discussion and potential recommendation for take of non-game mammals. And a discussion and potential recommendation for waterfowl hunting in Southampton Bay.
And with regard to meeting location for the September meeting, I think you're already aware of some of the budget challenges that the state is facing. Yeah, there's a very real possibility that we will need to move more of our meetings to the Sacramento area. So we just want to give you that heads up that hopefully by the time we get to the June, we're gonna have a better sense for what's realistic for next year.
Okay. Yeah, and if it moves to Sacramento, that'll be it.
The hardest for you, it's easy for me.
A little bit longer of a drive.
Yeah. I'm always doing the host. That's easy for me.
Thanks. Probably. I mean, I think,
Well,
I think we took a
that's
C,
actually
right?
part of the challenge is facilities. Is finding facilities and the facility that we were trying to get in San Jose just notified us that it's $3,000 for the day. Which we don't ever pay typically more than about $1,200 for a day. So if not, if anything, I mean, we often are looking for free locations where there is no cost. So
Right.
And I think we've talked in the past about, potential options, for instance, in the Santa Cruz area, but then you have the additional constraints around that pile of paperwork that not everybody loves, and then the technical requirements of having a hybrid meeting. So, I mean, I think if it comes to it and we have to move it, that's fine. We know that Sacramento's an option, but let's
Well,
consider other.
when we say Sacramento, it's also in part because if it's not in Sacramento, at least something nearby so that staff don't have to go and spend the night somewhere.
Yeah.
Because that's a big cost
That's
element for
what-
us, but
Yeah.
also for our colleagues at the department.
Got it, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll always say that, we can work through West Sac. I know this building is hard to actually get reservations and
Oh, it
things.
is.
and
We
it's-
got
believe it or not,
lucky.
pretty booked, But
We got lucky with Cynthia making reservations literally a year in advance.
our West Sac office based on the number of people that are showing up, our main property room there is pretty big with the attendance we've been getting in person, so that's an option and it's free and we just need to commandeer the room if somebody has it or whatever, but sort of figure that out. It's not, technology's okay, we're okay there.
Yeah,
Some
it's
of the
good.
things we have, so anyways, that's an option as well, but good marketing and all the other things.
All right, John Lee, right? Everyone else has a room. It's our room.
That room will take, I think it's 76 feet, yeah, so it's pretty.
Right.
It's this size.
That's
Plenty big,
awesome.
yeah.
Good.
That's really helpful. We might even ask you to hold an MRC meeting there.
Something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I like moving them around because
We're gonna
it
get
helps
to
other people get to our meetings, but I think if we can't do it, then, we should just go ahead and
It's gonna
decide.
be budget driven.
That's it, it's gonna be budget driven and we need to do it somewhere. It's free, free is a good price.
Yeah. I like it. Are we
So,
done?
I think, yeah, but we need to go ahead and recommend that the commission update the committee work plan with the staff proposed changes.
Second,
Okay. This meeting is adjourned. Thanks so much, everyone.
thanks, everybody.
Thanks everyone online for hanging with us to the end.